Hey y'all. There's so much stuff to talk about. I literally have a whole list last time. You guys can't see this, but I'm gonna go over everything. Um, I should probably say this first, but if I don't re- if I don't respond or like reply to your comment, I probably just don't see it. It's not that I'm necessarily ignoring you. So in that case, please send me an email. You can DM me on Instagram, Twitter. If you're on Patreon, that works too. I do get notifications from Patreon and emails. I do not have notifications on for Instagram. In fact, most people that message me, it goes straight into spam. I get a lot of messages. In fact, I get more messages than I have people subscribe to me. I talked about this before. A lot of people watch my content and don't actually subscribe, and like they'll continuously watch it. So yeah, and that also is annoying too. But that's a whole nother story. My point is just this: I'm not ignoring you. I probably just didn't see your comment. And there's a combination of YouTube having like strict filters, and I have my own added as well. For example, obviously with the stuff that I talk about, I get a lot of hate. I get people saying racist, crazy things to me. It's honestly to keep myself sane and to avoid wasting my own time. So, first, now that I got that out of the way, please, you can comment here too, of course, but like if you're asking me a question or saying something and you're wondering why I'm ignoring you, I probably am not, as long as it wasn't anything rude or inappropriate, etc. I also want to say, just as before, for some reason, I cannot connect to the Wi Fi that I have here, even although like this Wi Fi is really, really good. I told you guys that my husband actually bought like super, super like good streaming quality Wi-Fi for the purpose of playing video games actually. But he wanted to do YouTube together with me. And that's a whole nother story. Patreon knows about that. But yeah, those were the two reasons why he actually bought it. It was not for me to do streams, but the ironic part is actually not working for me. So I'm having to use my phone as a hotspot. And so sometimes this might disconnect. So like if you can't hear me or anything like that, please let me know. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so of course, I'm really sorry for being late and changing the time. I see you guys already complaining in the comment section. Your hair is adorable. Thank you. I'll talk about that. I'll talk about both of these things actually. It's on my list. I wanted to apologize for changing the time and being late. I'm starting to feel like maybe it's better to just do like a random live stream and not give any warning because recently it's become, I didn't used to have this issue before, but like it's recently become really, really hard to stick to a time, like no matter how late I make it for a live stream. There were a few problems that happened. So initially the plan was to do it yesterday at 9:30 a.m. And the reason why it got changed was I completely forgot that my husband told me they were going to be doing a fire inspection here, and so like the staff had to actually come into our apartment and like make sure that like our emergency escape crap was like actually working. They checked the fire alarm and everything, and that would not have worked if I was doing a live stream because it took about 30 or 40 minutes, and you guys would have had to hear that super loud alarm. If you live in Japan, live inside of a new building, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's very, very loud and annoying. And even after they left out of our building, because all of the like individual alarm system things are being checked. Every time they went to another apartment building, you heard it the entire day. And all I could think is, oh my God, I'm so glad that I don't have a baby. Because if I did, I'd be pissed off because like there's no way your kid's gonna take a nap through that. And yeah. And on top of that, I did not know that I misunderstood. I thought my husband was saying that like he changed the schedule for next month. Well, apparently he was telling me that he changed it for this week, which was now yesterday. Today's Sunday in Japan, but Saturday in Japan yesterday. And so we missed you. Oh, thank you. um, yeah, so like his schedule got changed, and I almost got caught up because I told you guys that I didn't tell him that I have a YouTube channel. Believe it or not, he knows nothing about this. So I didn't want him to know that I was gonna be live streaming, and I'll get into all of that stuff on Patreon, but I'll talk about it a little bit here. Might as well since I'm already on the topic of it. But before I get sidetracked and into all of that crap, yeah, I didn't want him to be here while I was doing the stream. So I'm like, okay, his work, he's not gonna go to work till 12, which means that he won't leave till like 11:30. I can't be in the middle of a live stream talking about this crap while he's there. So I feel so bad because like one day he's gonna like look back at my channel and be like, "You've been doing all of this stuff like while I was at work and you didn't tell me." His feelings are gonna be so hurt because I told you guys before that he actually wants to do. He was his idea. Like it's not me like trying to drag my husband into like my crap. Like he actually wanted to do this, and I have mixed feelings on that. But that's a whole nother story. So yeah, it's hard for me to stick to time. And then like even today, I don't know what's wrong with me, but like I'm not pregnant. Let me get that out of the way. But I literally have been waking up every single day this week with a headache, and I never get headaches. In fact, I experienced my first real headache after coming to Japan, because apparently I'm one of the rare people. It's like what 10 or 20% of people, a very small percentage of people, might even be less than that, experience earthquakes, experience headaches when there's a change in air pressure. So specifically when a tsunami is coming. Is it tsunami? I think it's a tsunami. Whatever it is, when you know what I'm talking about. If you live in Japan, I can't think of the word. Not tsunami, typhoon. When a typhoon is coming, I can sense that there's going to be a typhoon because I get like a random headache, and I don't get headaches because of my period. It's very rare. It does happen sometimes, but like I don't know if it's because I've gotten older, the food that I'm eating, or what. But I feel like my symptoms for when my period starts have kind of changed a little bit too. Because now sometimes I do get a headache. Sorry for getting TMI, but just explaining to you. But off of that, I want to finish my breakfast. That's part of what like took me so long too, because I was trying to fix my hair. Yeah, I learned how to make the best miso soup. It is so good. Like seriously. But I made like a really good ghetto fat breakfast. Same way I get a headache when it rains or a change of schedule. Yeah, like I never experienced that when I lived in the US before. In fact, I didn't even realize that was the reason why. I was living in a soccer house. I think this is back when I first came to Japan. And one of my roommates, she wasn't Japanese, I think she was like Malaysian or whatever. And she was like, oh yeah, like, that's normal. She was saying that, it could be because there's a typhoon or whatever coming. And I was like, what? I was thinking it's one of those like, not trying to be offensive, just keeping it real. There's a lot of cultural differences being in Asia where they believe a lot of crap that I don't. And I need to make like a YouTube video about this, but there's a lot of stuff that they believe in doing that we do not. And it's not like everything's not just about Japan, but like other country people. For example, Chinese people. Now, I know everybody got their own little families and do things on your own, but from what I've heard from the people that I've met and that I lived inside of a share house, apparently they think that it's bad for you to have things like even milk. And so don't get me wrong, I can understand that too. Like when you're sick, it was milk and something else. And then, of course, like the whole drinking hot water of cold. I've heard a little bit about that in the US because your body has to adjust the temperature of cold water to make it warm or whatever. It was all type of like little things like that. So, that's interesting. And not that I necessarily like disagree with it. It's just different from what I was brought up with. So, of course, I know like if you have like certain sicknesses, like I don't know, like strep throat or something, maybe milk is not a great idea. But like my like Chinese roommate like freaked out because she knew I was sick. She was like, why are you drinking that or whatever? So yeah, I didn't like really pay attention to it first. I was like, yeah, sure. And I was like, oh, like this is like really scientific. Like it's true. Like if you are experiencing a headache around a typhoon, then you're likely one of those people. So off of subject, but I also learned recently that nickel allergies are rare too. And as someone that wears earrings and doesn't normally spend a lot of money on their jewelry either, I never knew that. I thought that nickel allergies are very common, which is why they have so many hypoallergenic, products to begin with. But apparently only like what the same amount of percentage, like 5, 15% of people are actually allergic to nickel. And I'm one of those unfortunate people. So yeah, in fact, I think I was the only one in my family that has that allergy because my mom, I don't think, yeah, she's not allergic to nickel, but I am. And my ears have gotten like better as I've gotten older. Like the good thing about Japan is they have like these plasticky like earrings that like make it where the nickel part isn't in your ear. So like your ears don't get infected, but not gonna get TMI and gross you all out. But I've had some really nasty ear infections growing up and from forcing myself to try to wear nickel jewelry just because I liked it and looked cute. So it doesn't hurt you or anything like that. But of course, it's not good for your ear because it's causing an infection. So off of that, y'all don't want to hear about that nastiness. What was I gonna say? Oh, I have a list. That's why it's here. I need to finish my soup. It's getting cold. Oh yeah, I got to talk about this coming out. So let me just tell you all. I have no, I have 10 things that I'm going to talk about before I get to my story. So if you're here like just for the story, I'll do you a favor. This video will be published to YouTube later on. You don't have to sit here and watch all the shit because I'm going to be sitting here talking for maybe about 4 hours or so. It might be less because I am going to end the stream before he comes back and I want to end it earlier because again, I'm not by myself anymore. I'm playing housewife, y'all. I have to do work. I cannot just sit here on YouTube all day. And then when my husband comes home, he'll be wondering why nothing got done. So he ain't finna beat me or anything. But of course, it's disrespectful and rude. You expect me to do my part. I expect him to do his part. If he just decided to stop showing up to work and his paycheck is short, then, it's going to affect me because maybe I had plans and I wanted to do something or buy something. And so, we don't have money for it. So I want to do my part. And of course, be a housewife. So yeah, I did do laundry before I started the stream, so that's out of the way. But I still need to fold it. I just stopped the dryer so it wouldn't keep beeping. He's one of those people that has one of those washer dryer that does the whole cycle for you type thing, which is great because you don't have to go outside. But I won't lie, I kind of miss that. If you're living in Japan, you know what I'm talking about. I kind of feel like I'm living back in the 30s or something when I go outside to get my laundry. But there's some things that I love about not having to go outside and worry about that. You don't have to worry about if it's cold or hot outside, or if it's gonna rain or snow. You don't have to worry about people stealing your stuff. But honestly, that hasn't been a concern for me for the past 5+ years because I've been living inside of a high-rise apartment and nobody's gonna climb up no damn 10 stories to to steal somebody's underwear. But somebody stole one of my really nice bras that I got from Aerie or whatever before I came to Japan, and I bought it specifically for coming to Japan. And somebody, I think they stole the panties next too. So I lost the whole set. And I can't even say if it was a guy or a girl. It could have been one of the girls living inside my apartment. So inside of my share house, I should say. So that was at Soccer House. But God, my head is killing me. I should have taken medicine. What was I saying to y'all? Yeah, talking about comments. So this is worthy of an entire video by itself. But I want to address this here, while I'm doing the stream right now. I find it really annoying and interesting that people will admit to me that they're not going to watch or listen to my content or read it, and then have the audacity to leave a comment telling me what they disliked about my content. And it's you just admitted to me that you didn't read what I wrote and you didn't watch what I had to say or listen to it for that matter. So do you feel like you sound smart for saying it? You should have just kept that part to yourself. Just leave a comment being ignorant. And then of course I could tell you and watch what I said based off of what your response was. But why admit that you didn't? So anyway, let me read what this person wrote. So I sometimes do bother to go through spam. I normally just let it sit there and the time just expires on it. But sometimes I do manually delete spam crap. Mind you, if your comment ends up inside of my spam box on YouTube, it doesn't get seen by anybody. You're the only person that can see your comment. And 2, if it's inside of my spam box, once again, while I can see what you said, nobody else can. And so for me, I said this a long time ago, but in case you don't know, I decided instead of wasting my time arguing back and forth with people, I don't get paid money from anyone. No YouTuber does. No celebrity does. If you reply back to someone's comment, you do nothing but either make the person happy that you replied to, or 2, you engage in further fuckery with whoever you're talking to. You're just wasting your time. So what I started doing was, instead of wasting my time and being how can I reply back to this and, writing a whole damn Bible, excuse my language, to somebody else, I decided, why not make a YouTube video about it? And this way I can speak uninterrupted. I don't have to worry about typos and spelling errors. If someone I ain't finna watch all that and read all that shit, whatever. Well, you finna listen to me, huh? So anyway, thank you so much. I cannot spell, y'all, or I cannot read. Samara? So, I'm blind. So, Samara. I can't pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. I'm old. I forgot what I was saying to y'all. I was talking about the comment. Let me read it. So, and this is funny because at first this video actually was not monetized, but I challenged YouTube. It was no, this is not a video on hate. I'm literally explaining a cultural, not cultural difference, but yeah, somewhat of a cultural difference. It was that video that I made about why Asian men don't like Black women. And I know people rolling their eyes at me even saying it right now. And it's hear me out. Nobody said that there's no exceptions to that rule, but I'm talking about a general understanding of how the majority of people feel towards you. And people want to be politically correct about, why are you making a video on it or whatever? Because it's factual. And it's so funny that people get mad at me for making content, for making content talking about things like that. But it's people are wondering these things, which is why it was recommended to you in the first place, you dumb bitch. If you weren't already looking at content surrounding that topic, it wouldn't be suggested to you. Two, not just that. For every girl that claims, oh, like, why are you making content that it's not helpful, it's not whatever, you're the same hoe that bothered to look up that crap to begin with. Because most people, even if you didn't do a direct search on YouTube, like, do Asian men feel this way about black women? Do Asian men like black women? Whatever. A lot of people do. In fact, even in my own email, I've literally had, ironically, not black women. Majority, I've had a black woman do it before, but the majority of people that actually are curious and asking about what Asian men think about them is generally Hispanic women, ironically, Hispanic and biracial women. I've literally had a girl that was Mexican, like, ask me what she was worried about the fact she had curly hair. And I'm thinking, like, girl, like, your hair look better than mine did. But we ain't finna get into that. That's not politically correct to say. But long story short, yeah, people ask questions. They're curious. What do people think about this? It's okay to ask questions and want to be knowledgeable about where you're going to go. It would be pretty dumb to walk into a place not knowing how the majority of people might feel about you. For example, I could think of the exact country, but I had a friend that was dark skinned and she went to some place in Europe. And the people there had never seen, like, she's very, very dark skinned. And people had never seen somebody with her complexion. So what did they do? They did every stereotypical thing that, of course, will make you very uncomfortable for the average black woman, not very politically correct. She didn't mind. And to be honest, I have mixed feelings about things like that. We ain't finna talk about that right now. But people were literally like touching her skin, her hair, and asking to take photos with her, etc. Like she was some sort of exhibit. And so it wasn't like in a clowning her type way, but like just being shocked. I literally, and this sounds really bad, but just keeping it real, I literally went out with a group of black friends on Halloween, and not Japanese people, but Chinese and Korean tourists kept stopping us and asking to take a photo with us. And we weren't even wearing costumes, yo. So I'm not gonna lie. The clown, what is that ticking noise? Okay. The clown in me like wanted to laugh, like, damn, are they saying that we so ugly, like we're in a Halloween costume? And then the other part was thinking, like, do they think we're wearing a Halloween costume, like legitimately? But then of course, like I took a step back and I was like, no, they probably are just like fascinated. Oh my God, like, there's black people here. Because we were the only black people that I saw in that area at that time, and especially a group of us. And so of course, while I do get attention when I'm by myself, I can be real, when I'm hanging out with a group of black women, we get way more attention because how often do you see a group of all black women together? Varying heights, varying weights, varying complexions, and speaking in English. It's a rare sight to see here. I gave this example before, like in the US. I said I would honestly stare too if I was in, the south side of Chicago and I see an Asian family walk up in the I-57 barbecue. I'd be thinking, like, who put y'all onto this place? How y'all know about here? Like, you know what I'm talking about? You don't, I've never seen an Asian person, even in Harold's Chicken before. These are all black famous restaurants in Chicago, FYI. So of course I know somebody could have some sort of like rare example where they've seen something or whatever, but I'm just saying that not everything comes out of a place of hate per se. But yeah, in this case, it's like people are curious. If you want to date in Japan, you should probably know what people think about you, your race, what you look like. Not to mention, I hate all of this, anecdotal, whatever type stuff. Like, oh, well, that's not true. I'm Asian. And it's like, are you Japanese? Were you born and raised in Japan? And this hurts people too. But it's like, if you're not, you're as Japanese as I am Cameroonian or Nigerian or whatever. I've never spent a day, not a second in Africa. Even if I went there, I was not born and raised there. The only thing African about me is my DNA. I know nothing about their culture, nothing about their language, almost nothing about their music. I can't speak on their people. So it's the same thing for you. Not to mention, two claps for you. I'm very glad that you're not a racist. I'm glad that you're willing to date a black woman. Good for you. But we're not going to use you as an example for most people. In fact, for myself and for you as a black woman looking at that damn video, most black women would not date an Asian man, definitely wouldn't marry one. Just keeping it real with you. And it might seem hard to imagine because you and your friends love BTS or whatever other, J-pop, K-pop group, etc. But let's be real. Take a step back. The average black woman would not, for various stereotypical reasons. And my video addressed that. I talked about both sides of it. But of course, people don't listen. They don't want to watch. And instead, they took away from it biracial, half black, half Japanese women crapping on, black women. And it's like, I'm like, look at my comment section in that video. I deleted some of the stuff at this point, but I shared some of like screenshots on Instagram. People were literally accusing me of being biracial and telling me not to speak on black issues, etc., and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, first of all, I'm not biracial. And then instead of like just leaving it alone there, they like tried to dig in deep. Oh no, like you're definitely whatever. Sir, I'm wearing hair extensions and on top, well, no, I'm not. I'm talking about in the video. But it's like, even if I were biracial, How does that take away anything what I'm saying? Like, I'm literally speaking facts, and this is hurting me. I'm a black person myself. I'm a black woman. So, like, even if I was just half, that would still be me, and I look black. So, we ain't finna get into that crap. I made a whole video about that already. So, I'm talking too much. Let me go ahead and read what this person said. I took a screenshot of it because did I post it? I think I did actually post it. I think I did post it, but I'm gonna read it to y'all anyway. Let's see. Yeah, it's Samara. See, like my brain, I can't read it though. I'm bad. Like, that's another thing. Like, made me decide that I did not want to be, like a doctor or anything like that because I could never have a job. I hate doing it as a teacher, even though I'm not teaching anymore. But when I was, I hate like having to read people's names because I know how much it hurts to have your name mispronounced. Because I dread it happening here. But like at the same time, I'm not good at like figuring out people's names. But thank you, and I'm sorry for butchering your name. I can't find it. Okay, here it is. Okay, so this person right here. In fact, it's two people. All right, so this is by Money Tree. So they said, I honestly don't understand why you want to make a video like this. It sends the wrong idea, and I'm not watching it. I can't. You seem like a nice person, but I've always loved Asian men, and I've had many opportunities to be with an Asian man. What does that? Let me just finish. But this is promoting hate in a way. Maybe I'll watch it later, but for now, I feel hurt that such a pretty black woman like this, that literally has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Now trying to compliment and praise me to make me feel like you're right or whatever. Like, okay, to soften the blow of you admitting that you didn't watch my content and you're upset over it. All right. What? They're not even making sense. It's not coherent. It says, maybe I'll watch it later, but for now, I feel hurt that such a pretty black woman thinks like this. Okay, that does make sense. I thought it says pretty black woman like this. Pretty black woman thinks like this. The Asian men I've met were always so kind to me. Maybe you had bad experiences, but not all of us had bad experiences. Not all Asian men are the same. I strongly like this should be my New Year's resolution. I find it so hard to deal with stupid people. Like specifically people that lack comprehension skills. And I hate people that like require you to like have to constantly remind them, not everyone. I'm not saying it's you. We get it, bitch. Everything has an exception to the rule. Come on, stop. For example, can we all agree that most black people have big noses, big lips, and brown or dark brown skin? Most do. Okay. Does that mean that people with very, very light complexions, very, very slim noses, very, very slim lips don't exist? Does that mean that black people can't have blue eyes? Does that mean black people can't have blonde? Nobody said that. Come on, stop. We're talking about on average in general. And let's also keep it real. If you don't feel that way as an Asian man, the reality is you are the exception and not the rule. Most people don't sit around. I made a whole video about this. I ain't finna talk about that shit again. Watch it, listen to it before you tell me your bullshit opinion on it. But I'm sorry, y'all. But yes, like the reality is, even if you don't like personally have like strong feelings towards this issue, when you think about it, how often as an Asian man do you really think about the idea of ever being with a black woman? Even when given the option, your brain instantly sees being black as just unattractive, undesirable for those various reasons that I talked about in that video. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm literally just addressing what people are asking. People search this question all the time. And if people are asking me, I imagine that they ask bigger channels, people that have many more subscribers than I do. It is a question that people have. And even for the people that aren't living in Japan, those that are here, they also ask that as well. Like there's literally whole forums here specifically dedicated to black women, to black men. And what do they do inside these spaces? They talk about their difficulties with dating Asians and this, that, the other, being accepted by family and friends and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we acknowledge that there is a problem. There is a reason why there are difficulties with dating outside of our race, specifically in Asia when it comes to interracial relationships. I'm not talking about Asian Americans in particular. I was really talking about people that are ethnically, racially, nationality wise, born and raised in Japan. But to be honest, this goes for the US too. In fact, I would argue that it's a stronger, more noticeable there than it is here. In Asia, just keeping it real with you, most people on average are willing to date outside their race. Whereas in the US, that's not necessarily the case. And when I say outside their race, let me rephrase that. Most people in Asia, if you're an attractive Black woman, they'll definitely date you. They don't care about the fact that you're Black. It doesn't even cross their mind. But when it comes to being in the US, it's definitely a much bigger thing. In fact, for a lot of people, you'll see like on forums or whatnot, I've read and watched a lot of stuff. Don't ask why, y'all. I was a bored 18, 19-year-old, and I told you guys about my past issues with this crap with the Asian and Black woman community. Get into that in another video. But yeah, I looked and see, I'm smart. I knew better instead of looking at what Black women have to think and then worshiping, oh my God, he looks like, what, I can't remember these names in BTS, Suga, whatever the fuck. I always mix up Suga and Suge, I forget, I'm talking about the former prime minister in Japan. My husband laughed at me the other day because, I mix up their names all the time now. But you know what I'm talking about, the guy from BTS. Why was I talking about this shit in my brain? Oh my God. I might be getting Alzheimer's, y'all. But I feel like I'm getting Alzheimer's. I can't remember what I was saying to you. I was talking about people with dating Asian men. Shit. Oh my God. I was telling y'all. Okay, I was talking about. Okay, I can't even remember anymore. Somebody remind me. I was saying something about Asian men, and I was talking about celebrities for some reason. I don't know why I got into the subject of that. I cannot. I literally cannot. Jimmy. Yeah, well, I was talking about it's another member I'm thinking of, maybe. Or maybe that's him. Oh, yeah, I was talking about in America. Thank you. So, yeah, I was saying that, in the US, for example, I feel like it's a lot stronger. And so I was saying that I was smart, and instead of just looking at what thank you so much. See, now my memory's back. Instead of just looking at what Black people had to say about their thoughts, because all you're getting is them worshiping and obsessing over them, I wondered, how do Asian men feel about dating? So I started looking at their forums and their videos and what they had to say. And I wanted to find out what they felt about dating. And I found it very interesting. For Black women to be at the bottom of the dating pool and for Asian men to be there too, you would think, why not just date each other? But no, that was the interesting thing to me. They would rather be single than be with a Black woman. And when it came the opportunity to be approached by a Black woman, I literally read an entire forum of Asian men talking about the problems that they had with Black women, from a combination of stereotypes to being fetishized after them. So I'm not going to make my whole live stream about that, but I thought that was really interesting. They were talking about how this guy was talking about he literally had Black women message him on Facebook just because he was Asian and try to talk to him and get to know him and saying weird crap to him about anime and whatnot when he was Chinese or something or whatever. So he's not even ethnically Japanese, and he found it really weird. And so I was like, oh, I never thought of it from that perspective. And I'm gonna keep it real. I was guilty of that. I did some cringeworthy stuff. In fact, I was so stupid and blinded by my obsession with K-pop, etc. I actually dated a Korean guy back when I was living in Chicago. I was 18 or 19 at this time. I think I was 8. I was 18 going on 19, I think. However old I was. And I didn't even realize that this dude was fetishizing after me. His reasoning for liking me was because I was a Black woman and he thought that I was going to be easy. And this is in Chicago. He's in my country, in my city. Keep that in mind. And so this dude is literally asking me inappropriate, nasty ass questions. And I'm just glossing over them. I didn't care. I'm just starstruck over the fact that he's Asian. And so I'm thinking to myself, okay, in general, that doesn't normally happen for you as a Black woman. Most Asian men have been told negative things about dating you, and it's not just because of your complexion, etc. Although that does play a role too, because the beauty industry here is heavily catering towards white women being the idea of beauty, white men being the idea of beauty. And it's not that people don't necessarily find you attractive. They don't think of you as attractive because they don't see you when they see beauty. That's what media shows them. And so beyond that, I said this before, when they do see you, what do they see? Ghetto, ratchet, crazy shit. So what are you going to naturally think about it? And so I gave it in the reverse. As a Black woman, before I even thought about coming to Asia, before I even thought about the existence of Asian men, I literally, this is some Chicago hood shit for you all. I remember being in elementary school. I was in fourth grade, and the fifth and sixth graders on my bus, they saw a Chinese couple, not a couple, but like a Chinese, like it was two girls together, and they worked at this Chinese restaurant that was across the street. They were buying groceries, and they literally pulled down the bus windows, y'all. Ghetto shit on the way home. Pulled down the windows, pulling their eyes and asking if they had cat inside the bag, all type of crazy race. I ain't gonna lie, it was funny, but I'm just keeping it real with you. Racist shit like that. This is the type of stuff that we do to them too. So it's not just Asians feeling bad about us. We feel bad about them too. And we have our reasons for it. I will also say that as well, like being followed around the store, etc., racial profiling. I'm not gonna get into that whole part of it, but I am saying that generally speaking, like for myself back then, I never considered, I saw Asian men. I lived in Chicago. I didn't consider dating them. Didn't even cross my mind. Well, why would I want to, like, do you see the stereotypes they have for them? They're short, they're scrawny, they're weak, they're feminine, they're nerdy, and normally they're ugly, the geeky guy with the glasses and the bad skin. Why would that come off as appealing and attractive to you as a Black woman? Just keeping it real. Okay, well then likewise for an Asian man, when all they see of us is people looking really crazy, really ghetto, really ratchet, fighting, being loud and obnoxious, 400 pounds, I'm just keeping it real with you. That's the polar opposite of what's seen as beautiful and attractive in their respective countries. So even in the US, there's the obsession with trying to be a model minority and wanting to separate yourself from Black people so you don't get mixed up in that mess, so to speak. Their parents and their grandparents, I've literally seen people say that their parents specifically said they don't care who they marry, but please don't let it be a Black person. And you see with white people too. And so that's another thing I find interesting too. People have more strong feelings about the idea of Asian people not liking Black people, but people are very accepting and understanding of this issue with white people and Black people, which I find very interesting. And so, of course, just like with Asian people, not all white people are against dating Black women. In fact, my inbox stays full of white men. My sister is married to a white man, and she has blonde hair, blue-eyed children. And if you see them, they look as white as logic does. You would not think they had an ounce of Black inside of them, but they do. So with that said, it's like, okay, just because your experience is you've dated people like this doesn't mean that bad people don't exist. My husband is Japanese, and my thoughts on this will not change. I can be real with myself and acknowledge while I've mostly dated Japanese men, and while my husband is Japanese, I can also acknowledge a lot of Japanese people. If you were to ask them, don't let them look at me, I'm not talking about me. If you were to just ask them in general, would you ever date or do you find Black women attractive? They'd have to hesitate about it. In fact, ask them to describe their ideal woman, and it would not be anything that even closely resembles a Black woman, generally speaking. You can meet those unicorn men, for example. I know there's YouTube videos of people saying that they would actually prefer to date or marry a Black person, but oftentimes, even in those videos, it comes down to fetishizing, not really liking you as a person, which is too much to get into. So long story short, before I make my whole live stream about this crap, all I want to say is this. I made that video because it was a question that I personally had before I came to Japan. And even after I came to Japan, I surprisingly had plenty of women, even men, ask me. I even had a Black man recently, and I kind of clowned his ass on Patreon, so don't sign up if that's you. But I had a Black man even ask me this. The people have asked me, what do you think dating will be like for me if I come to Japan as a light-skinned Black man, or as a light-skinned Black woman, or as a dark-skinned Black woman with 4C hair? I get questions like this all the time. What do you think it'll be like for me? I'm biracial. I'm a Muslim. I wear a hijab. I get questions like that all the time. But then people get mad when you make a video answering commonly asked questions. I didn't make the video to crap on Black women, and I made that very clear. So my point is this, and I talked about both sides for it. I talked about how Black people in general feel, because in our Black community, nowadays things have changed a little bit with the younger people. So like, for example, Gen Z, and of course, like the generation coming up after, what is it, Gen Alpha, whatever the crap that, I'm old, I don't know how to scrap anymore. I'm barely a millennial. But, and I will take full advantage of that. I was born literally just 2 days before Gen Z. 2 days? 3 days. So yeah. Anyway, I I understand how people feel. Like they take it as like, oh, like you're crapping on black women, whatever. We don't need this video. It's not helping us. But I'm not making the video to cater to Asian people. Rather, I'm helping you understand why. Sorry, y'all. It never gets old for me. It does still freak me out at times too. I live next to the expressway, but yeah, like it's annoying to me that people act dumb, but they don't know what they searched for or why this even got recommended to them to begin with. And it's like, okay, if you're willing to watch a video talking about people praising you and loving you should want to understand the opposite side too. What do people dislike about you? What problems do people have with you, etc.? You can't just stick your head in the stand and stay around people that just love you and are obsessed with you and agree with you, etc. You need to see the other side of things. Okay, you like Asian men, but you ever thought about how they feel towards you? And sorry, using your one-off examples of couples that you know or channels that you like even myself, because you could say, okay, wait, I know Rin, she's married to a Japanese man. Okay, but my example, being married to a Japanese man, would not represent the majority of Japanese people. And so don't get me wrong, I'm not saying most people wouldn't date you because they're like, wait, you're backtracking, you're going against what you just said. I'm not trying to contradict myself. Hear me out. Most people, in fact, I'll use my husband as an example. This is going to be really wild and controversial. Hear me out. I honestly do not believe my husband ever considered dating, yet alone marrying, a black woman, or a foreigner at all for that matter, but definitely not a black woman. I'll be real with you. You want to know why I can say that? A few reasons. One, when I think about what my husband specifically was doing before he met me, what he found attractive before he met me, what he was, I can't even explain it, who he surrounded himself with, it was not foreign people at all. And honestly, I think his idea of even dating a foreigner when it came to his mind would probably be more so a white person. However, my now husband came across my profile, saw me, thought that I was attractive, and thought, it would be interesting to be in an interracial relationship. That's literally what crossed his mind. He doesn't listen to hip hop. He doesn't watch black movies. He doesn't do any of that stuff. He's never been to America. That's how he is. I'm not saying it's necessarily good or bad. But I'm saying that it's not a matter of him hating black people, or let me remove my husband out and talk about in general. Just like with my husband, it's not a matter of hating your race, but rather not considering your race because they're not thought of as attractive. I'll be real with you. This is really, really cringeworthy and weeb-ish to say, but I talked about this before and I'm keeping it real. I never considered dating an Asian man at all, honestly, as bad as it sounds, until I started watching K-dramas, listening to K-pop, and of course, yes, anime. Never crossed my mind. I had been watching anime since I was like 4 years old. But even back then, when I was like 3 years old, watching, Sailor Moon and crap on Toonami, even back then, I didn't even know there was a Japanese cartoon. It didn't cross my mind. In fact, I told you guys before my last live stream, I thought that I was going to be one of the only foreigners living in Japan. I thought my idea of running away to Japan was unique and original. And I came on YouTube and I was like, there's a whole community of people doing this crap. Oh my God. And so now it's even bigger than it was back then. But I first got the idea to come to Japan like around 2014, 2015. So now almost 10 years ago. It was a very different place back then. There were a lot less foreigners living here in Japan. But even then, there were already like over 1 million people here. Not an original idea. There were whole forums of people that had asked questions on Japan Guide like 10 years ago at that point. And I'm like, oh my God, like I'm not crazy. Like there's tons of people that want to do the same thing as me. So yeah, it just blows my mind that people can't understand that it's not a matter, getting back on subject, it's not a matter of everybody that's Japanese just hating your guts, but rather they don't consider dating you. They really don't. And it's not because they don't like you, it just never crossed their mind. For me, the only time I ever thought about Asians was in funny, racist situations. It was making fun of their accent, then being racist and following me around the store. Why would I want to date somebody like that? In fact, the only good experience I've ever had with an Asian person in my entire life, the only two, and this one of them doesn't kind of count in a way, it was a half black, half Japanese woman at my church who sadly ended up dying of cancer, but I had known her. Her name was Nana. I had known her and her children since I was a child myself. She was always super, super nice to me. She would always, like, how those older people are like your mom's friends. Oh, I remember you were a baby, and squeeze your cheeks and hug you, etc. I really liked her. That was my first experience ever meeting a technically Japanese person. And then my second experience meeting somebody that was actually I didn't really get to know them, but like being in an environment where, how can I say, I exchanged words with them. I was a preteen. I was either preteen or I just become a teenager. And my mom had took me to a beauty supply store that was run by Koreans. And I told the story before, and it seems so small and insignificant, but it really changed my perspective of Asians. When I got to the counter, I had bought some, it was that Dr. Miracle, whatever type of, that garbage don't work. It was to help you with acne. And when he saw, me buying it with my mom, he was like, "Oh, this is for you." And he told us, "Oh, like, you don't need this. Oh, you're beautiful, blah, blah." And like, he went on talking to me like that. And I'd never experienced that before. It never happened to me before. Every time I'd ever dealt with talking to Asians, regardless of whether they were Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese, whatever, they were always rude, disrespectful, racist, saying shit that I couldn't understand under their breath, following me around their stores. I never had a good experience with them. And when I saw them on TV, it was the same. You rarely saw Asians. And when you did, what role are they playing? Small, skinny, scrawny, questionable, weird, quirky guy that nobody wants to date, a loser. Who would want to date that? That's all I saw. It didn't cross my mind. It wasn't that I hated Asian men or that I didn't like them. I felt indifferent towards them. I didn't even think about them. When you asked me who I found attractive or who I liked or what qualities I liked in a person, none of them dealt with anything dealing with an Asian person. Why? Because the idea of beauty, when you read J14 magazine, I'm telling my age, 17, I forgot all of those magazines. What was the other one? American Girl. It was so many. I used to read a lot of that crap I was supposed to be reading because my mom was really strict when I was a kid. That's a whole other story. I remember going to Borders bookstore. So now y'all got me starting a whole other story. I remember going to Borders and my mom would stay there forever. And so I got done like reading all the little kitty magazines and whatnot. So I started moving over to the adult section and I was reading Cosmo. I started looking at, they had this book. They had a book that was on cats. It was like a book on everything, almost like the Dummies Guide, kind of, but like not a Dummies Guide, just like a factual book on everything. It was these really big tan books. And they had, oh, it gets worse. They had a book on cats and dogs. And so I convinced my mom to buy me that book as a replacement because back then my mom would not let me have a cat. I had to beg to get a cat for years. And she finally caved in as an apology gift for abusing me. But that's a whole nother story. So yeah, I ended up looking. They had a book that was on sex. I grabbed the book and like I tried to hide it. I had that and like Cosmo and a bunch of other stuff. And so like I sat like and like they had this little like hidden corner, like adult area. And it was probably like one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. My mom came over there to tell me that she was ready to go and she wanted to see what I was looking at. And I literally like died on the inside. But that's a whole nother story. Man, I had I had some embarrassing situations. Like I don't even know if that's worse or like okay, we ain't gonna get into that crap. All I gotta say is I've had some very, very embarrassing situations growing up. But why was I talking to y'all about that? I got off subject. I was talking about this whole Asian man thing. Okay, let me get back. Anyway, yeah, so all I'm trying to say is it's not that they don't like you because they don't think you're attractive. It's what they've seen of you hasn't been. Just keeping it real. Everybody doesn't walk around here with strong opinions. Oh, I would never date a black person. But if you ask them, would you date a foreigner? They're not thinking of a black woman. They're thinking of a white woman. So that's what their mind is going to, white or even Asian. Normally when people are dating a foreigner here in Japan, they're dating another Asian, not a white or a black person. Because even out of the, over 1 million foreigners living here in Japan, a very small minority of them are white. And an even smaller minority is black. So how often do you even get a chance to meet somebody of those races, yet alone get to a point where you're going to consider marrying them? It's very rare, especially if you're not living on or around a military base. So off of that, wasting my whole video talking about this crap. I'm going to check my messages first. Nope, y'all ain't say nothing yet. But I will also tell y'all at the end of the stream, so like at the very end, maybe like around, I don't know, 3 or 4 o'clock, I will like be like open to questions. You ain't missed nothing yet. I'm just rambling. You can go back and watch from the beginning too, because I'll have this video up as always after I'm done with the live stream. And I'm gonna go on for a long time. Y'all don't have to sit here and watch me live. But I almost went live on Instagram. Don't want to do that. Somebody said, "Hey, you're beautiful. Cheers from Canada." Thank you. What else? Oh, my list. See, I keep forgetting I got my list. My soup got cold. But yeah, I gotta like share my recipe with y'all. I literally learned how to make the best miso soup ever. Like it's really, really good. But yeah. Oh, and then I didn't mention why I was late. So it wasn't just a matter of like the fire drill thing. I stayed up so late playing Mario Kart, and I swear, like the players from Germany be cheating. I'm sorry for the German people here, but it was these two people. No, it was one person from Germany, but like two of them were staying together, like playing for a long time. And the other guy was playing like normal. He would lose a lot, win some. This one guy won like 25 races straight, no losses. And like he finally lost, like I think 2 times. I don't know if it was because like somebody else was cheating against him too, or if it's, I don't know. He just wanted to do it to make it look like he wasn't cheating so people wouldn't report him. I don't know what that was all about. But it was crazy. What do you put in the soup? I just put green onion inside of it, to be honest. That's the only thing that I really added to it. I can't explain it, but like I use more miso than you're actually supposed to put inside of it. And I feel like it changes the taste of it if you use double the amount you're supposed to do and add more water to it, of course, as well. So yeah. I normally just buy like the little packets of miso soup because I find that easier to do. And I also learned from using packets too that I wasn't making it right. I was putting in too much water. But yeah, that's all a whole nother story. But if you add green onion to it, it completely like changes the taste to it. I know that it depends on what type of miso you're having because not all miso soup actually uses green onion. But I like onion, and I feel like when you add it to it, it makes it taste a lot better. And add in about double the paste you're supposed to have for it. So, yeah. What was I gonna be? Yeah, I like miso a lot. My husband does not. He likes miso soup, but like he doesn't. He's not obsessed over it. He really likes white rice. So like he's always like asking me to make that. So, yeah. Red or white miso. I don't know all of that, to be honest. I can't answer that. I thought it was just miso. We're gonna have to talk about that later. I'm not even the one who bought it. But yeah, what I bought was already like inside of, I don't know, it's inside of a bag and it's already paste. It looks almost like the instant miso that you get. But we'll make another video talking specifically about food. But yeah, it's really easy. Ask your husband, he will know. Yeah, he will. He's the one who bought it. But yeah, I literally like just tried cooking it myself yesterday. Because normally whenever I make miso, I always get like instant miso. Like always, because that's the only thing I knew how to do. So, okay. I really want to microwave it. I'm hungry. I talked about comments. I got off subject with comments. Okay, oh yeah, meet and greet. Yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah, so that's supposed to be Saturday, December 2nd of this year. And I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel like I want to change the time for it. I haven't fully like decided on it yet, but like I feel like I wanna have it earlier in the day so there'd be more time because when I went for my birthday, I didn't start until the afternoon. I felt like there was a lot of time in a way, but then there kind of wasn't a lot of time because I wanted to do more and everything was so busy. So I'm hoping it'll be less busy, but it was hard for me to even like figure out, let's take a break. No, that's the problem. I have no time. If I take a break, like I probably won't come back because he's gonna be here in a few hours. In fact, I'm already like paranoid. I'm like, what if he comes back early from work? Because there was one time where he actually like came back early, and like I would literally have to like knock everything over and take off the light and like freak out, etc. So, but yeah. I want to make a video like showing you all like how I made the miso though, because I'm telling you, it was really really good and easy to make, and it's weird to explain, but like it's filling. I know this is probably like common sense, but I never ever 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 eat soup. Can't you tell? I never order soup. I'm a meat person, so like the idea of like eating soup, shows for sure. Yeah, oh thank you. But okay, let me stop talking about miso. I'm sorry, I keep talking about that. I'm being fat. Where was I? Yeah, so anyway, I'm thinking about having like the actual event, the thing earlier. So far I have 6 people. So I don't know. Of course, anybody can change their mind. And I already have a couple people saying, oh, I don't know if I can actually make it or not, but I'll be in Japan around that time, whatever. So we will see. Sorry, I'm hungry. Seaweed and tofu in it too. No, I do have seaweed, but I did not put tofu. I don't have tofu. That's true. I was also shocked by it because like it's literally just the miso by itself with green onion and seaweed. That's it. Like there's nothing else special to it. So, but yeah. Okay, we're done talking about food. Like, see, now you're making me hungry too. I am hungry. I'm thinking about just eating it cold as it is. But okay. Where was I? Probably gonna go in 2026. That's all gonna bring me to a whole other part because I might not be in Japan that year. But that's another story. Okay, we'll talk about that later. Um, of course, I will come back, but we'll get into that later. I'm trying not to get ahead of myself. Um, and I emoji, but okay, yes, I'm meet and greet. So anyway, I talked about this inside my video. Did I talk about it in my video? I know I posted it on Patreon. Long story short, I'll basically be doing the same thing that I'm planning to do on my birthday too. Like for me, I know it's like, oh, you do the same thing every year. Yeah, I do, and it's fucking fun. I'm gonna do it once a year. I always, since I came back to Tokyo, I like going to Odaiba for my birthday. Um, Wait, I lied. I only did it last year. But anyway, whenever I have time on a holiday, I like going to Odaiba for my birthday or for whatever holiday that we have. To me, like Odaiba is like my Chuck E. Cheese. When I was a kid, I went to Chuck E. Cheese every birthday religiously. And why did I like going, even though I already went there a million times as a child? Because we only did it once or twice a year. My birthday and my brother's birthday. That was it. It's a rare thing to do. I never go to Odaiba on a regular day unless it's a holiday for the most part, or of course my birthday. I wish I could come to meet and greet. You might be able to. So yeah, I'm basically planning to. I think I'm gonna change it and like include breakfast for it as well because I think it'd be nice to have breakfast together as well. And yeah, so we're gonna go out to eat for sure. We'll go shopping. We'll go to arcade. And to be honest, even though of course I would like to have more people come, being real with you, it wouldn't hurt to have less people because really the less people that we have, the more I don't know, personal it'll be instead of it being where I feel overwhelmed and there's too many people there and I can't really talk to everyone and get to know everyone. So yeah, it's very inexpensive because Odaiba is free to go to. The only thing you do have to pay for is a ticket to go to Joypolis, which is basically an indoor arcade, and the ticket doesn't cover anything. After you pay for the ticket, you still have to pay for individual games and rides if you want to do that. You can buy what they call a passport ticket, which allows you to do all of the rides there without having to pay for each individual one. But the arcade games still do cost money. To me, it's worth to just pay individual prices instead of doing a passport because you'll have to wait in line for just like how you would at Disney or something for like an hour. And after you do that like a few times, your time is up there. So it's like, I don't think it's worth it. The ticket is good all day, but I mean, like, if you're going to stay with me, because we'll be moving on. So yeah, and then we'll have like dinner after that too. And depending on how many people goes, I'll probably pay for it, to be honest with you. But that's another story. I really should say my husband will pay for it. And then it's meet and greet again. It's going to be Saturday, December 2nd of this year, 2023, Saturday. Yes, I think that's Saturday, December 2nd. I made a video on it, but I really messed things up myself because I did a double upload that day. And because I did two videos back to back, just hours apart, YouTube did not notify everyone about the second upload. It only did one. So a lot of people only saw my normal upload for that day and skipped over that video. So that's why I've been talking about it so much here too. But yeah, realistically, even though I have 6 people that are saying they're going to go right now, I probably think it's going to be more like maybe 2 or 3 people once the day actually shows up. Because I know people are, oh, I'm going to make it there. I'll be there. And then I know how that goes. The day comes, oh, I'm so sorry, Ren. My plane crashed. I couldn't make it. Crap like that. December, that's still far away. Yes, that's the reason why I'm announcing it so far away. So the reason why I'm doing it so far in advance is I know that you're in Japan, if I recall, Renee, but most people are not. And so for people that are not in Japan, especially like students, etc., you definitely need a lot of time in order to save money because you're going to need to have a hotel, etc. Not for being with me, but if you're like most people, you're probably not going to come all the way across the world just to see me. You'd be pretty stupid to do that. I'm honored, but that's a really dumb thing to do. You should definitely at least spend a day here or 2 days here exploring Tokyo and having fun, like doing your own thing here. So I wanted to give people enough time to like, that's actually kind of a good question. It wasn't a question, but it led me into a question that some people might be wondering. I'm talking about it so early because a lot of people need to have time to save money for doing that. Yeah, it's expensive paying for airfare, getting a hotel, and having to obviously pay for your own food, etc. here. And for a lot of people, they don't even have a passport. So getting all of that stuff together. And it'll be here before you know it. So December is far, but knowing earlier is better. Yes, that's how I see it. So, um, giving people as far in advance as possible. So off of that, yeah. So Valentine's Day is in a couple of days. I have not decided what to do yet. I honestly changed my mind. At first, I was thinking that I should stay at a hotel with my husband, but I was like, he's not going to really be able to enjoy that because he has to go to work the next day. He works on Valentine's Day. So I was like, by the time we get there, we'll literally just be getting the hotel just say that we slept inside of the bed. Like we won't be really enjoying it because I was planning on us like, I was gonna go out for dessert and breakfast and dinner, and then we might even go out for drinks after that. So like by the time we get back to the hotel, it'll be like late at night, time to go to bed. And then he works the following day in the afternoon and he won't come home until like 9 p.m. And so yeah, we're really gonna celebrate Valentine's Day on Monday. Just let you know, we'll be celebrating it tomorrow instead of Tuesday because on Tuesday he'll only be there during the morning and then he comes home at 9. It's his normal work schedule. He ain't cheating on me, trust me. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, I don't know what to like buy him though because like that's the problem I have with him. Like he's appreciative of anything that I do for him, I know, but like he's a hard person to like shop for, I feel, because he's a minimalist. He doesn't like to spend money, ironically. And then on top of that, it's like he doesn't I can't explain it. Like I feel like and just let you know if anybody's like confused, Valentine's Day is for men in Japan. White Day is for me. So yeah, of course I'm gonna like make him chocolate. But like I'm gonna save that for Valentine's Day because he'll still come home on Valentine's Day. So I'll just give that to him then. But I really don't. I got my guy a chemical peel. I wonder I know he probably wouldn't wanna do that though, because of course the problem he'd have is like going to work with that going on. But my husband actually has really sensitive skin. Sorry to put his business out there, but just keeping it real. So I don't know if that'll be a good or a bad thing for him. Shoot, I need a chemical peel. I've never had one before. In fact, the Jamaican girl that I used to be friends with, she's the one who put me on to that. I never knew about them. So yes, they will be annoying. I don't know what to do for my guy also. Yeah, like it's hard because like it's so backwards to me, 'cause, the other weird part for me is, like, I don't want to do more than what I'm planning to do for his birthday, but I don't wanna do nothing either. I always struggle choosing a gift for people. I'm actually normally really good at buying gifts, but the problem that I have is, like, I feel like for him, anything I buy him, it has to be something he could use now. So, for example, like, I don't know, I don't want no bitch rubbing on my man, but I know he likes massages. Excuse my language. But, yeah, things like that I can think of, but it's like my natural response when it's somebody's birthday or holiday, I wanna buy a real present, but I know that, like, in his mind, it's gonna be like, "Oh, more clutter for our house." Because 'cause I'm not gonna show y'all, but there's a reason why my camera is staying here, okay? It is a complete mess over there. Like, I did get some furniture, like, from IKEA, like, I do have a desk now, but I didn't realize just how much stuff I had, and, like, even with my, like, baskets to organize my clothes, they're too big to go inside of his closet, and really, we need to just move. But I'll explain that in a whole nother video where we're not gonna be moving. Not in a whole nother video, later on in this video why we're not gonna be doing that. But yeah, we really need a bigger place. His place is big for one person, but not for two people. It's smaller than my place. In fact, his place I think is I don't even know, it's maybe half the size of my old apartment. But anyway, I forgot what I was saying. I'm still thinking about the Misa. Off of that. Yeah, and then like for White Day. So I'll kind of give my ideas right now for Valentine's Day. Please don't be creepy and stalk me. But yeah, I'm planning to go to Ginza tomorrow. So I'll probably spend the day there. I'm not gonna give exact details. Fuck it, I am. We're gonna probably go to Eggs and Things for breakfast because I did make a reservation there, and then we're gonna go to Shiseido Parlor, which is a really good dessert cafe place. I've never been there, but it has really good reviews, and my Japanese friends really like it. So I want to try to go there with my husband, and so I will treat him. So thank y'all for the Patreon money. It's going towards that. It feels weird not working because the other like weird thing too, like it feels I don't wanna use his money to buy him a gift because I feel like it's not genuine. Like, of course, it's your money because he gave it to you, but it's like, if I use his card to go buy him stuff, he's gonna see his, like, credit card bill and be like, "Oh, she spent this much money." Like, you know what I mean? I just feel like it's weird. And like even then, like it feels so weird, like going to like the grocery store and like swiping his card. Like he has one of those like IC reader cards where you just like not scan it, but scan it, so to speak, where you just touch the little thing and it pays for it. It feels so weird because like in my mind, I'm like, oh my god, like what if I go to jail? And they're like, why are you using this card? He's my husband, but like it just feels weird. Like I'm using a Japanese person's card. But off of that, sorry, that was weird to say. But I'm just keeping it real with you. It feels strange for me, like using someone else's credit card. But then I'm like, oh my god, I'm married, and like I constantly forget that I'm married actually, because like I even call my boyfriend. See, I just said it. I even call my husband my boyfriend, and he doesn't like that. He's like your boyfriend, and I was like, well, I kind of forgot, but it's exactly a month later, so it's always May 14th, March 14th, and I do have solid plans for that, of course. We will be going to Disneyland, Tokyo Disneyland, and we might go to Disney Sea, I don't know. Um, he's gonna be taking off a few days, so we're actually kind of debating. We might go to Kyoto the day before, or we might just go to Yokohama the day before because he'll have 3 days off. So we'll probably do something else, but we'll definitely go to Disneyland. I've actually never been to Disney at all in my entire life. So this is my first time going, period. But to be honest, I kind of feel like it's underwhelming from what I've seen. It didn't seem like anything special. I feel like the most fun part for me is going to be like getting the Mickey Mouse ears, which I kind of already have. I would definitely be wearing this hairstyle when I go. But yeah, like I don't know. I hope it is fun. Because to be honest, I did like being at USJ, but even USJ, I feel maybe I would have enjoyed it more if we had more time there. But I feel like even USJ was kind of overrated. So Super Nintendo World was a Super Nintendo World. Yes, Super Nintendo World. Yes, that's right. So I keep wanting to say Super Mario World because that's the name of the game, and my husband keeps calling it Super Mario World too by mistake. But it was fun seeing it and being there, but there was so little to do. Like literally, it's go to a gift shop, and then there's basically just a couple of rides, and then there are like interactive games which are fun too. But I can't explain it. It just seems like they should have done a lot more of the park, and they're gonna have Donkey Kong like will be an extension to which is why they're calling it Super Nintendo World instead of Mario. It allows them to expand, and you best believe if they're smart, they're gonna add on more and probably open up like something Legend of Zelda theme, which would be really cool to see. In fact, I feel like they should have done Zelda before Donkey Kong, in my opinion, because really, Donkey Kong is not that popular. I feel like Donkey Kong is popular because it's old, but like even as an old game, it's one of the least talked about classic games, in my opinion. I ain't hating on the game; it's fun, but I'm just saying like it's not up there with Mario like Zelda is. But anyway, my Kentucky. Now, why are you doing that to me? Speaking of which, don't even get me started on that. Man, like, I had to stop using Uber Eats. If y'all see the type of orders that I made, I spent almost $100 at Kentucky Fried Chicken. They got this new, that black, whatever, black pepper chicken or whatever. It's so good. And now they have chicken pot pies, finally. But they're super small, and they don't taste as good. But for Japan, it's good. Zelda's more popular in this day and age. Yeah, I think it was more popular back in the day too. I don't know why they won't do Zelda. So they should if they don't have any plans for it. They should, and they probably will if they're smart. They should. But I just feel like Zelda should have been done first, immediately after Mario. Zelda should have been the next thing in mind. I understand the ease of using Donkey Kong because, of course, making like what is that? I can't think of the exact game, but like the little like cart thing, like where you're like going through a jungle like area. I feel like making that sort of thing would be easy to do at USJ for obvious reasons. But Uber Eats is getting expensive. I want wing stuff right now, but it's almost 11 p.m. Now everybody wants to talk about food. They have Wingstop now in Tokyo too. I was shocked. But yes, Uber Eats is very expensive. They've added on so many more like the delivery fees have increased, and they added on more fees that didn't used to exist when I first started using this app. They got taxes, a service fee, a delivery fee. And then, of course, you're supposed to still tip. But for real, Taco Bell used to be mad cheap here. Yeah. Have you been to Ghibli Park and Nagakute? No, I have not. In fact, I've heard of it before. I didn't know where it was. Nagakute. I don't even know that place. Never heard of it before. I know Ghibli Park. I've seen people show videos on Instagram, but I've never been there. Do you tell them? Why y'all asking questions like that? Do you tell them about Black History Month? That's why I use DoorDash. They do not have DoorDash in Japan, to my knowledge. But actually, yes, I did tell them about Black History Month. Why y'all asking me questions like that? In fact, we watch ABC News, and I was explaining to them what we were watching. They had that little they had a documentary type show. They were talking about what Vegas used to be like, and I was learning a lot about it. And so I was explaining to him the reason why he was watching that content, like why this is being shown. It's actually Black History Month in the U.S. And I explained to him, what we do for that, etc. So, to my understanding, I think maybe I'm wrong. Don't quote me on this, but I actually saw that in Japan they do learn about Black history here too. They don't, of course, celebrate the month like how we do per se, but to my understanding, in elementary school, they're made aware of the existence of Black famous people from our history. At least, for example, they know about all the greats like Stevie Wonder and first athletes to do stuff, etc. They learn that stuff in school here. So, yeah. But my husband is not from Tokyo. He's from the countryside. He lived in the fucking mountains in Shizuoka, like way out in the middle of nowhere. So, yip, yip, yip. Yeah, I've never used DoorDash before. People keep saying that it's better than Uber Eats, but I'm just lazy at this point. I got so used to using Uber, and I'm really upset because like my friend made me have this problem all over again. It feels like I've been on here way long. I've only been here for an hour, but I actually was doing good for a while because I thought that you could only use a credit card. And so I stopped having like the money that I would get from YouTube and Patreon go onto my debit card that I use here, and I started putting it into my AMX savings account. And so after they did that, I was like, okay, like, I want to take the money out, but the time that it takes me to move money from my savings account into my debit card takes way too long. So by then, like, I'm not even hungry. I am still hungry, but you get what I'm trying to say. So anyway, yeah, my friend was like, oh no, like you can use cash. I was like, no, like in Japan, like you can only use, credit card. He's like, no, I just used Uber Eats yesterday and I used cash. Are you sure? Yeah. Downloaded that app so fast. I was getting Wendy's spicy chicken sandwiches every single day, sometimes twice a day, every day, every day. And not just sandwich, I would get the lemonade, I would get a fry. Sometimes I'd order 2 sandwiches. I was doing way too much with that, and I was going broke. But that's a whole nother story. So, yeah, I'd be refunding stuff, not gonna lie. Okay, we ain't gonna talk about that part, but me too. But no, they be doing me bogus sometimes. I talked about it on Patreon before. I ordered McDonald's for breakfast, and I've never had this happen in the US even. I've never had anything wrong with my food that I could at least visibly, physically see. In fact, the only experience that I had that freaked me out was when I was a child. We went to Wendy's in Chicago, and my sister was served it was a junior bacon cheeseburger, and there was a fly inside of the sandwich. Like, how could they have not seen it? They closed the bun with the bug on it. A dead fly on the sandwich. And so it was lucky for her that she actually opened up her sandwich to see, what's on it before eating it. Because I'm be real with y'all, my fat ass don't ever do that. When I order food, I eat that bitch. I don't care what it looked like on the inside. As long as it ain't visibly where I can like see something's off with it. I don't normally get a burger from McDonald's, or that's where I normally go, and open up my sandwich and inspect what's on it. It doesn't cross my mind. But after that situation, it kind of made me think maybe I should. So anyway, fast forward to being in Japan. I ordered a sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle. And I was eating the sandwich, and I'm crunching into it. I'm like, why is it crunchy? There's no bacon on here. In Japan, most places don't serve real bacon. So why is this crunch happening? I open up the sandwich. The entire egg is in the sandwich. Like the shell is what I was crunching. I was like, oh my God, did I swallow that? I was so mad. I freaked out so much. I was pissed off. And so I think I even tweeted to Uber because it's easier to contact their customer service. Because sometimes, FYI, if you contact their customer service like through the app and they like give you automated, oh, we're sorry, we can give you a refund, whatever type thing, or if they like give you like, oh, well, we looked into and we decided not to, blah blah. Tweet towards them. It really sucks, but it's just like how YouTube works for YouTubers here. If you are trying to contact YouTube, you have to follow them on Twitter. If you follow them on Twitter and ask them questions and shit, they get back to you immediately. It's stupid and a marketing scam because the way it goes is it works two ways. One, anybody that's following you or that is looking up this topic, they're going to see that you're tweeting towards their company, which gets them more followers, more attention. It's a dumb crap thing like that. And on top of that, it also psychologically makes you think it's a good business because you're seeing that they're interacting with their customers and solving their issues. It's no different than when businesses reply back to your reviews and say, oh, thank you for leaving your review, blah, 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 even if you didn't have a good time there. So, yes, the entire egg was in the sandwich. They literally put the eggshell inside. And after I watched, like, there was this like viral video thing going around with this guy showing what it's like working at McDonald's. And when I watched the video, I was thinking, like, how the hell did that even happen after seeing how he made the eggs? Because I don't know about you all, but I was constantly told that they used fake eggs. Well, from the video that I saw, the eggs looked pretty damn real to me. They were cracked open, if I recall right from that video. So I'm like, these are real eggs being used. In fact, I could tell you it's real eggs being used because I crunched into one. I ate a fucking eggshell. I didn't eat the whole thing. I had a couple of bites out of it. And I honestly don't even know if I swallowed it, but I spit that bitch up. I was bulimic inside that bathroom after that because I have OCD on top of that. So I'm freaking out thinking about how many dirty surfaces that eggshell had been on. The fact that it was put inside the sandwich. Like, who knows what else was inside of it? I was so pissed off. And they gave me a half-ass apology, and they lied to me. They told me that they were going to send a staff member from McDonald's to come to my house to personally apologize. Uber said this to me, to personally apologize to me, and that they were going to collect the nasty sandwich that I spit up. And I told them, I was like, y'all want my vomit, basically? I was like, I literally spit it back into the wrapper. And so to me, it just came off as, this is you all being petty and trying to make sure that I'm not getting the best of both worlds. So I'm basically getting a free sandwich off of it and getting my money back. And also made me upset too, because honestly, if I was in the US, I would have gone more Karen mode and gotten more than just that, because I feel like they should have done more than that. And so I even told them, I went all out when I was complaining to them. I was like, I could have served that sandwich to my child. At least I'm an adult. You could have cut up my throat, my tongue. I could have choked on that. What if a child was eating this? Like, they don't know who the food is for. So I don't know, it made me upset, that or Domino's, because I also ordered Domino's. When Domino's ain't do anything like that, and this was not through Uber, this was directly from Domino's website, if I recall. I've never been served an uncooked pizza before. They literally served me a pizza that did not finish cooking. It was literally just half melted blob cheese and crust. And it made me so upset because I'm like, I specifically ordered a pan pizza so that it wouldn't just be cooked, but it should be a little bit overcooked and crispy. How the fuck do you undercook a damn pizza? Come on. And there's no way that they saw that shit and put it inside the box and thought that it was ready. So it made me so mad. And the part that makes me more upset is, this is such a fat conversation, is that in Japan, it's not normal to like complain and argue about shit. You might think, well, I'm not Japanese, so I'm going to use my Gaijin card. Trust me, living in Japan, that does not work. 9 times out of 10, you just make yourself look crazy and stupid and you still don't get your way. And when you do get your way, all you do is leave people thinking, what the fuck is wrong with that? For example, this is off subject, but I was just reading reviews because I was thinking about, I ain't finna tell you where I'm about to go. I was thinking about going somewhere for dinner tomorrow for Valentine's Day, because I told you guys we're celebrating it on Monday because he works Tuesday. He won't get off work until 9 o'clock. He always works this way on Tuesday, FYI. But anyway, which is why he went out of his way to make sure that he will be off on Tuesday for next month for White Day. But back on subject. I'm just saying it's gonna know some little messy people trying to say, oh, are you sure he your man type thing? But I forgot what I was saying to you. Oh, yeah, I was reading reviews for the restaurant, and people were literally complaining that the staff didn't stop by their table to ask them for anything besides to take their order. If they didn't ask if we needed extra napkins or if I was enjoying my food. And that sounds totally normal for my Americans watching this, but in Japan, they don't do that. It's not their culture. That's all I was saying. It's really important to understand culture, not just language. People learn how to say please and thank you, and they pick up some book, how to speak beginner Japanese, or they even get advanced for Japanese, but then they don't bother to learn the culture here. That's not normal in a Japanese restaurant. Anyone living here can vouch for me. please do so. If you live in Japan, the wait staff does not come up to you and ask you, is everything okay? Can I get you some extra napkins? The most they'll do at a restaurant is they might go out of their way to refill your water for you when they see it's getting low. That's the most they will do. They do not say, their drinks are low. Maybe I should ask them if they're ready to order more drinks. It doesn't work that way. They don't ask if you want to go container or, if the food was cooked to your liking. And then this part blew me even more. I need to make this a whole video by itself. But I'm just not saying y'all comments. All right, I'll talk about that in a second. But yes, I forgot what I was saying, y'all. I can't remember. It was the point I was trying to make. But long story short, yeah, it blows my mind that people will assume that the staff is being rude or that things aren't going right because it's not like how it is in their home country. And so, yes, it doesn't matter how advanced their Japanese is. To be honest, I'll take cultural knowledge over Japanese language ability any day. So that's how I see it. Because you can know how to speak and you can say some pretty stupid stuff and get yourself fucked up, but talking too damn much, listen and see what's going on around you. After it's annoying having the waiter. Yes, actually, I was about to talk about that too. That was another point I was going to make. So I won't lie, I have mixed feelings. Being in Japan, the downside is you have to, it's a little bit embarrassing. You have to be willing to speak up and call for your waiter and get their attention. And it can feel a little bit embarrassing when the waiter doesn't hear you, which they normally do. But you oftentimes have to get their attention because if you don't, they won't come. But I literally read a review where the person was upset saying that, the waiter didn't come to their table and that even to get their bill, they had to wait for 30 minutes or an hour. And then they finally decided, let me go up to the register and tell them I was ready to pay. And then they told me to sit back down at the table and wait for the waiter to come. And then I'm like, that's normal in Japan. You're supposed to ask the waiter for your check. It's kind of rude for them to come by and just give it to you. Some places do that, but that's not the right way to do it. In fact, normal places that do that, it normally means you're inside of a really low-skill restaurant. And even then, even at the cheapest of places, they normally still wait for you to ask for your bill. And then somebody else got upset because they got kicked out after being there for an hour and 30 minutes. And I'm like, you were there for an hour and a half. It's a busy restaurant. Other people want to come and sit down and eat too. It's different in Japan. In fact, to be honest, I feel like in the US, they should implement that too. Unless your food is taking a long time to be cooked, there's no reason for you to be inside of a fast food restaurant. Not really fast food, kind of fast food restaurant for an hour and 30 minutes when you finished your food about 40 minutes ago. And the person even admitted they were sitting there talking to their colleague. And I'm like, you're taking up a table and there's a 30-minute wait just to eat at this restaurant. And if this were in the US, you're taking up somebody's table that they can be getting tips from. So it's disrespectful to the waiter, too. It was another review with a guy saying he went there for his wife's anniversary and how they were served their main entree while they were eating their appetizer. So they asked them to send the entree back to the kitchen. That was the whitest thing I ever heard of. I'm sorry, white people. But as a Black person, I have never in my life even thought to do that. I have to ask my mom, Mom, you ever done that before? I've never, ever, ever I didn't even know that the staff purposefully wait for you to finish your appetizer before serving your main entree. I figured after that bitch is ready, they send it out to you all still hot, piping and fresh and shit. Why the fuck would you want your food to be sitting there waiting to get me? Why would you want to eat your appetizer when you can eat your main entree? And so I kind of get it in a way, sure. But I'm thinking to myself, but no, in Japan, they don't do that though. I've never done that before. To me, when my food comes and it's ready. But they were saying that they wanted time to sit and relax and be able to enjoy their appetizer. So I've never seen anybody do this in Japan, but they did it. They sent it back to the kitchen. And so mind you, this is not the US, this is Japan. That's not a normal thing to do here. So they got rid of a star for that. Then they complained that when the food came back to them, that it wasn't as hot as it was the first time when they first came out with it. And I'm like, you literally just caused your own damn problem. You're not at a 5-star restaurant. It's a casual restaurant. It's a little bit expensive, a little bit uppity, but it's ultimately a casual restaurant. What do you say? It depends on the type of restaurant. Normally in Japan, appetizers aren't really much of a thing to begin with, though. Normally you order whatever your food is going to be and you're served your sides and everything all together. But in the case where they do have it like that, like an upscale restaurant, then yeah, sure. I guess they do kind of serve them a little bit separately, but they're not going to wait for you to be done with your appetizer before serving your food. Normally at really upscale restaurants, everybody's being served at the same time. I think about my Christmas dinner that I had. That was an upscale experience, and that was an American restaurant, but it's in Japan, so they're following by Japanese rules in a way. even although they did kind of wait for us to finish with our food before bringing the next thing, if the food was ready, they would kind of bring it even if you were still in the middle of kind of eating whatever else you had. They're not going to take your appetizer from you, but they're not going to sit and let your food sit in the counter, taking up space in the kitchen for you to slowly eat and talk to the person that you're with. They're trying to get the next people in. Not to mention your food is getting cold. And then you'd be upset if your food was being kept warm underneath the lamp, which is exactly what they got upset over. So, yeah. I thought we were talking about a course dinner. No, I'm talking about a regular restaurant. A course dinner, I understand that. This is a regular restaurant. So I get it. In their mind, it is a course. It's a course dinner because they order the appetizer and then they order the entree. And then I guess they order dessert too all together. But it's like, unless you specifically told the staff how to serve you, how would they know to do that? Not to mention, you shouldn't do that because you're in Japan and not the US. So, of course, like I was saying, some restaurants here do have it where it's already decided, like there's a course and they're going to serve everybody at the same time. So when they're serving appetizers, everybody gets appetizers. When entrees are ready, everyone gets entrees. And while they can be nice and wait a little bit for you, in my experience, they normally just serve you the food when it's ready while it's still hot. Because ain't nobody got time for that, to be walking around seeing, okay, who's still eating their appetizer? Okay, let's wait 30 minutes. They can't read minds. I got their frustration because I get it. Nobody wants cold food. I went to Fridays and I did their party platter thing. And that was an experience where I felt like how they did. When I went there, they served us pretty much all our food like back to back to back. They waited a little while in between, but it wasn't enough time for us to finish eating. And that was with two people being there eating the food. So like literally while I'm in the middle of eating like, chicken wing or whatever, then they came out with nachos. It's like, oh crap, now nachos are here. Oh no, okay, now the fish and chips are here. Let's eat that now. So it was like I had no time to finish even one. I understand it. But it's like that's kind of how it goes. So just eat faster then. So it sucks, but I'm just saying like cultural difference, people not used to and getting upset over it. And so like even with like expecting the waiter to come and bring you your check, it depends on where you go. But generally speaking, you always have to ask for it. And if you don't have to ask for the check at your table, there's normally a number for you to bring to the register in which they can calculate how much you owe there. So, yeah, I can go about this forever. But I was just saying that it blows my mind that people don't bother to do research. I was going to make a video on this, but to do research on where they're about to go. So you come to Japan and not understand shit. And that made me mad too, because when I was working at a restaurant here, I literally had a Black family give me a bad rating to my boss, who was just trying to find excuses to fire me. I ain't finna get into all that shit. But that was like 6 years ago now. And one of the critiques they gave me is that I didn't talk to them enough. I didn't ask them how their food was, etc. And I'm like, because we're in Japan. And even my own boss didn't train me to do that. So how the fuck would I have known to do that? Why the fuck do I care? My boss is paying me minimum wage. But yeah, like how you were saying earlier, I do 100% find it annoying when they keep coming. It makes like, what I'm talking about? You be in the middle of eating your shit, you got food stuff in your mouth, like, oh, how's the food? One moment I'm eating like, oh, good, whatever. Okay, you asked me 6 times now. Unless you're gonna give me a coupon, if I tell you that it tastes bad, why the fuck am I answering this shit? I get it, it's out of formality, which is the reason why it's annoying. It's just out of formality. But I do understand it in the moments where you do kind of wish. It's like when they come by, they irritate you. But then when you don't have them come by, it's always the time that you need them. So for example, in Japan, I kind of do feel like I miss them coming to my table all the time because now it is annoying when I do want a waiter. Unless it's the tables that have the buttons. The ones that have the buttons that you press, those are wonderful. In Japan, a lot of tables here have it where you can press a button, like a doorbell sound goes off, and it lets your waiter know that you need them. In those cases, then no, I don't need them to come by my table constantly. But for restaurants that don't have the little button system, it's very annoying. It can be because then you always have to be like, oh, like, excuse me, constantly to get their attention. But sometimes if you're at a good restaurant or a place that's not too busy, they can hear you just say it one time and they'll say, oh, one moment, or whatever. But at really busy places, they don't give two shits. They'll tell you to wait and they come back 5-10 minutes later. They completely forget about you. So it can be more bothersome and annoying, especially when you need to call them for every little thing. I need more water. I need more napkins. I want to order one more thing. It makes you order less food and request less stuff, which is the reason why restaurants like having the waiter constantly come back. Because for people that do feel shy and uncomfortable and don't want to have to keep asking, and for people that probably weren't going to order more because your waiter asked you what you like dessert, what you like anymore, just like how the McDonald's thing, but you like some fries with that type thing. It makes you order more. It's what do they call it? Upselling is what it does. So, yep. Japan's like a great place for introverts. It really is. It can be a bad place though too, because like the other downside to being in Japan though, it's really hard on you like mentally, like mental health wise. If you're not strong mentally, Japan will break you. It's not good in that sense. But yeah, if you're like just an introvert and don't want to be bothered with people, then yeah, Japan is the place to go. I went to a yakiniku restaurant the other day, and while it's not really designed for people that are by themselves, it's a place known to be welcoming for people by themselves, specifically women. And so, like, literally, like, there's people there just doing their thing by themselves. And the good thing about this restaurant is you're served by robots. So, like, the only time wait staff come to your table is to pick up your dirty dishes. And they do that frequently. So, you never got to be like, oh, I got too many dishes here. You just do your thing by yourself and got to be bothered. When you're ready to get food served to you, a robot comes and brings you your shit. So, yeah, if you don't want to be bothered by people, Japan has a lot of places that will accommodate that. But I think I should change my live stream time. I'm surprised that I have some people here right now, but for my channel, that is. So I'm doing this on a Sunday for the first time. Is it the first time? Or at least the first time in a long time. And I started in way late, but I did keep my word. I said on Patreon that I would do it sometime this morning, and I started right before 12 o'clock. So anyway, yeah, I got off subject. So yeah, I said white day. How did I get into all of this? White day, I'll be going to Disneyland more than likely, but I'm not positive. I don't really know what I'm doing tomorrow besides like going out for breakfast and dessert. Dinner is not 100% decided yet. To be honest, my husband really just wants to stay at home. But and that's hard too, because to be honest with you, like sometimes I feel like, am I really doing this because I want to do this? Or am I doing this so I can take pictures and videos of it? That's the like the sucky part of being a YouTuber that people don't talk about. Because like sometimes I feel like I only want, like for example, the hotel. I'll keep it 100 with you. I only wanted to go to the hotel so I could take pictures and videos of it. I do like the hotel, but it's like I don't really want to go there for me because I know when I go there, I'm going to regret paying for it because like we're not going to be able to enjoy it. We already have plans for the whole day. So by the time we go there, we'll be tired and ready to go to bed. It's not worth it. But then it's like, oh, but you can take the pictures and videos, show what you did for your husband. It's like, nah. So yeah. Anyway, moving on. Oh, I talked about this last time too a little bit, and this will kind of move into my next thing I want to talk about that somebody kind of talked about earlier. I am planning to do a road trip from next spring. I don't know the exact date when we will start, but it'll probably be sometime like around March, February ish, so late winter, early spring. And we will be doing a road trip in Japan for like about 2 to 3 months, and we will just be living out of a car basically. So we're not going to be going like RV style, but we will literally just be driving around Japan, and that'll be pretty much it. So we'll drive to every prefecture and go to various cities, try food in each place, and stay at different hotels. And of course, we'll be living out of our car too. So I don't know exactly when we'll start that, but it'll be sometime next year, early next year. So that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that. And of course, I'll take videos of that too. That'll be fun. Um, yeah. I wanted to also talk about this, which is really, really personal, but um, it'll be disappointing for some of you. Some of you will be happy. I'm probably going to leave Japan. And it won't be forever, but it'll be for a very long time. I am planning, I don't know when yet exactly. It could be next year, it could be the year after that, but I'm 99% sure that it will be next year. The plan is I will probably go to the US. I don't know which city yet. I'll probably start off in Chicago and I might actually move to Los Angeles or New York. I'll think about that. When I say I should be saying will because he'll be there too. We'll come together. Um, we'll probably stay in the US for about 10 to 12 years. So yeah, it'll be a really long time. So during that time, I wasn't gonna tell you guys this. Was planning like to just keep it a secret. I wasn't even gonna share it on Patreon, but I did share a little bit of this on Patreon. Um, I'll share more details on Patreon too. But I am planning to only go to Japan a couple of times, like not a couple times. I'm planning to go to Japan maybe once, no more than twice a year. But we'll go like once a year just to like see family, etc. And of course, I plan to have children. I want them to, of course, maintain their Japanese ability, and I want them to be able to meet and be around their, their aunts and uncles and their cousins and their grandfather while he's still alive. So yeah, I don't know what's gonna really happen with my channel. To be honest, I'm probably going to start using this main channel a lot less, and I'll probably switch to another side channel that I have that I haven't really used so much because I'm planning to kind of change the way that I'm doing things a lot. So not just but as far as making content for Japan goes, but more so, I'm planning to do other type of content. So both my husband and I like traveling, so we really wanted to like make content like going to other countries, just vlogging essentially. So yeah, I will continue to make videos on Japan. I'll still continue to keep up with news and what's going on in Japan, and I'll continue to talk about, my life, my family, etc. So my channel won't really change. You won't notice anything different other than the fact that my background is different. But yeah, if you care to see those things, I'll have another channel for you for that. And that channel is Travel Taste Test. I've never talked about it before, and I haven't done anything with it. In fact, I was planning to use it with my my ex boyfriend fiance. In fact, the profile picture that I have for it is actually of us together because that was my initial plan. But now I'm married to someone else, so yep. My children go to school in the States. Oh my god. That's a whole 'nother story, and to be honest with you, no. In fact, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that yet, and that'll be for another video, but as of right now, the plan is I'm probably gonna homeschool my kids, which I really didn't wanna do because I don't like the idea of I've been homeschooled for a good portion of my life, can't you tell? But I switched between being homeschooled, going to private school, I've done everything. I went to charter school, I went to public school, I've done it all. And so, online homeschool is always an option. What's your husband gonna do in the States? Oh my gosh, so many questions. Okay, hold on. Wait, I need to go back. There's older questions too. Okay, there's so much. Hold on, people. So, um, this is basically my reason why. I don't feel trusting towards all of the crap going on in the US right now with all the shootings and crap. And on top of that, I don't like how there's this whole avoiding of telling the truth with this what is this crap with in Florida, etc. I don't know how it's gonna affect other cities in the US, but not allowing students to learn things about like slavery, etc. Like it's so much weird crap going on. And between bullying and sexual situations at school, I've been through this stuff myself. In fact, I never really made videos on this stuff, but I talked about it before. I literally remember, even at my church, to be honest with you, but I remember being at school, and the school situation was the scariest one, in my opinion, because I think, at least with the church situation, I don't really know. I've had more than one situation. I'm calling it situation. I think back to being in elementary school, and a guy that I wasn't really friends with, but like he was an associate of mine. I remember him, like, literally sticking his hand, like, up my shirt and, like, touching my chest, and I know that, like, not only did other students had to have seen it, but staff members had to have seen it, and I, like, froze and, like, didn't react to this, but this is, like, a whole nother story. Basically, long story short, I think about my own traumas and my own situations, and it does make me kind of fearful, but I know that a part of being a parent is understanding I'm a parent and not my own child. I have to let them be themselves, learn themselves, but I do want to protect them as much as I can out of love, but I also understand that trying to be too protective can also make your child upset. And they don't understand these things, and of course, it can also make them not dependent like how they should be as an adult. And they do need to learn how to make tough decisions, and you do need to allow your child to make mistakes and do things wrong. But I feel like sexual abuse is a whole nother story. I don't know. I mean, I can spend basically, I'm saying I can spend my whole life being afraid of something happening to my kid. They have to go out there and live their own life, basically. So, on one hand, I don't want to shelter them to that degree. On the other hand, I feel afraid of not doing that. But then it's like my kid can die just going to Walmart, as we've seen in the news several times. Shootings there too. So, not gonna talk about that too much. But long story short, I do believe that students that are homeschooled are significantly smarter. Not trying to brag, but I know firsthand that I was. Because after going from being homeschooled to going to public school, I had no idea how stupid everybody else was. I knew stuff that my classmates did not know. For example, there was never a point going to school where we actually learned how to like spell or even learn what the states, capitals, and whatever for all 50 states were. We didn't learn about other countries. I remember we did a contest with spelling the different states and like trying to write the capitals. And I won the whole contest for like my team because I knew the answers to everything because I had a slave driver, whatever you want to call it, teacher. My homeschool situation was very interesting. My mother never homeschooled me herself, but she had these weird connections. And as much as I love to tell you, thank God, nothing bad ever truly happened to me by being at these other people's houses. But she always knew someone that was homeschooling that was accepting other people's students. So the first time I was ever homeschooled was when I was in second grade. And she like had us at this person's house, me and my brother, and they also had like a bunch of other kids. So it was like maybe 10 or 12 of us there. And so yeah, like while we were there, like at her place, what was I about to say? we we would oftentimes like get in trouble, but like as a class, it'd be a group punishment. So like one time as punishment, she made us write all 50 states and all 50 capitals 50 times each. All 50 states, all 50 capitals, and all 50 cities, major cities for all of those states. So that means Illinois, Springfield, Chicago, all of that. Three. What is the capital of New York? New York? You know what I'm trying to say? So anyway, long story short, I learned so much faster and more effectively as a homeschool. Yep, I completely agree. So, it was really good for you education wise. I feel like the downside, personally, I cannot speak for everyone, but personally for me, is I felt like I wasn't human when I left homeschool because I didn't realize how socially awkward and weird I was. Because like I didn't fully understand how to make friends. I was too nice to people. I was too trusting towards people. I was so sheltered. I like I was freaked out hearing children use swear words. I mean, now look at me. But in fact, I'll be honest with you, I never talk about this so much, but I'm not really proud. Like I know y'all laugh at my jokes and stuff, but like I'm not proud of my language. I find it hard to break the habit that I formed. But I used to be afraid to curse. Like I would never say swear words, and I do want to break that habit someday, just not today. But yeah, it like freaked me out. I was like, oh my god, like you just say a bad word. And, like, hearing people listening to rap music, like, I didn't have any of that stuff around me. I was Black, but I knew nothing about Black music. Like, I knew who Usher was, but I didn't listen to his music. I didn't know who Lil Wayne was. Like, all of this stuff was new to me. So, like, hearing people use bad language, people talking about sex, I was so dumb. I thought that just kissing someone got you pregnant. Like, I was that level of stupid, okay? I was sheltered. So I had no idea about this type of stuff. The last time I was in public school was first grade. I spent second and third grade, being homeschooled and then going to private school. And then it was just 2 years, but it made a huge difference when I went to fourth grade. So I went fourth, fifth, and sixth grade. I went to public elementary school. And then after that, for seventh grade, was it fourth, fifth, and sixth? Yes. Then for seventh grade, I switched between being in private school and then being homeschooled. And then I went to public school for eighth grade. Then for ninth grade, I went to a charter school. Then 10th grade, I went to public school. Then 11th grade, I went back to private school. So I did like a lot of switching around, a lot. I've been to like every school. I've been to school with white people, been to school with Black people. I've been to school with just a couple of people. I've done it all. So yeah, and that's the other problem I had too. Like when I went to gym groups and whatnot, while we did learn a lot, like for example, I learned how to play the guitar, but I'm horrible at it. I just took like literally very basic lessons. I'm not good at playing guitar. I don't know how really. But for example, things like this, like I took a salsa class. I took things, I learned how to play sports like golf that I wouldn't have done if I was in regular public school. I got help that I needed, for example, with math. I told the story before, but I kept being passed along. I didn't know how to do long division. In fact, I probably don't know how to do it right now. But I kept being passed on. And I finally had a teacher sit down, and it was a white teacher, and she noticed that like I wasn't getting this. And so she pulled me aside, and after school, I swear I didn't scratch my butt, I scratched my legs. But yeah, like after school, she like took me aside and helped me. She explained to me how to do it. And it was so easy, and I was like, "Oh," I was really grateful because here I was. I don't know when I first introduced the long division, maybe third grade, but I kept being passed along. And like I remember it, kind of like right now. I would remember how to do it. So, for example, for third grade, I think I did remember it. But then, like when I got to like fourth and fifth grade, I kind of didn't really know what I was doing. Like I would know the answer, but I couldn't show my work. And you know how that would go. They wanted you to show your work, or I would show my work, but the way I got my answer was very backwards, not the way they wanted me to. So, for example, I can't even give you all an example. I would know, okay, this times this equals this. So if I subtract this and then add this number, then it would give me this answer. And that means this divided by this equals that. And I would be right, but it's not the way you're supposed to answer the problem. And now I'm really lost with this new age way of doing math. I forgot what they even call it, but that's a whole nother story. So, yeah. Let me go back to the beginning before I get into... No, I didn't say that. Let me finish this and then we'll go back. I'll finish this so I'm not going all over the place. I'll still be coming back to Japan. My channel will not entirely change, but I will be honest with you. I will not be doing daily uploads probably from sometime mid next year or later. That will probably stop. It'll probably turn into being once a week. For this channel, for my other channel, Travel Taste Test, which I need to change the picture for that and actually add content there. There's nothing there right now. Please subscribe there. I will continue to like have content with myself and my family, and I'll talk about other places and other things, but I won't stop talking about Japan. This channel will still remain. I'll still make new content. I'll still go to Japan at least once a year. And it's not finalized. I might leave in 2025. It might be 2026, but the plan is for it to be next year in the spring. To be honest, we were planning to leave this year, but things kind of didn't go as planned, and I'll talk about that later. It's not for this live stream. That's why I said this won't be the last live stream. There will be another one because there's a lot to talk about. But yeah, where was I? Anyway, yeah, I feel really weird about that because like I don't want to completely leave doing YouTube. Like even though sometimes I do feel like I do, but definitely not this channel. Because I think about how I feel before I came to Japan. There were a lot of people that I really enjoyed watching and listening to, and I was really hurt to see that they stopped uploading because I was like, I loved your channel. Like this was all I used to watch. How can you stop making videos? No. So I don't want you all to feel that way about me. For the few people that do like me like that, I appreciate you. So thank you. But yeah, I will continue making content here, and of course, I probably will still do. I'm not even doing daily uploads right now. I'll probably still at least do a few uploads per week. I'm moving on in the future because there'll always be things to talk about between the news and media, etc. I keep up with that stuff in Japan. And again, like my husband is Japanese. So I will still be coming back here, and my children will be half Japanese, and their extended family will want to see them, and they'll want to see me too. So there'll definitely be things to talk about and content to make. But to be honest, like even beyond that, it's becoming more difficult, even just being married, to continuously make content. Of course, I won't lie, it would be easier if my husband like knew what I was doing, but it's not just a matter of him knowing. Like I honestly just feel tired because to be honest, I keep saying to be honest, to be honest, to be honest, to be honest. And just saying, like, hear me out. There's so much stuff to do. Like his place is small, but like there's so much stuff to do. Like I feel like every day, I think like yesterday, I was so happy because keep it real with you. I kind of let the dishes pile up and I was like, everything's clean. And then here I am now this morning. Everything's dirty all over again. There's like no space inside the refrigerator. Like I made fajitas yesterday. Like there's so many vegetables inside that. I need to cut up stuff. I need to do more laundry. I need to vacuum. Like there's always stuff that needs to be done. The trash is piled up. I need to take that out. And then it's like by the time like I have time to like do anything, I'm tired. And so the last thing that I want to do is sit down and talk to myself in a camera for an hour. Then I have to watch my own video twice because the first time I have to watch it for the purpose of editing the video. Then the second time I have to watch it to make sure that it edited correctly. For example, you all haven't seen this video yet, but the video that I have for tomorrow, I made a video talking about what I call Sushi Gate, that whole crazy situation with TikTok and people sabotaging sushi restaurants, etc. here, like Sushido. I literally had to re-edit that video like 4 times because for God knows what reason, every time I would upload it to YouTube, it would not upload the full video. It would upload like 1 minute of it or 5 minutes, and the video is over 40 minutes long. So just little dumb things that annoy me. And so of course you can pay someone to do it, but in my opinion, I see it as a waste of money. And two, I also feel like when people edit your content, they don't care about it. They try to cut corners. For example, I've seen big YouTubers make mistakes because they had an editor, edit their video and they just thought that it was good and published it. Well, they didn't cut out certain things. For example, there might be awkward moments where it's quiet, or I don't know, they were doing something embarrassing that you didn't want other people to see, or their private information was being shown. Just little things like that. So to me, it's like, I would rather do it myself. So this way I know that at least if a mistake is made, it was my fault and not someone else's. So, and again, like, I don't see it as worth the money. Like even for my channel, I make only a little bit of money per month. I don't make a lot of money. I only make a couple $1,000s a month from doing YouTube. I don't get a lot, but I do get more than most people. And that's because I have 1, a lot of videos. 2, I have a lot of ads in my videos. And 3, my videos are very long and my live streams actually do really good here too for some reason. And that combined with YouTube membership. Yeah. And that's not even including Patreon. So I'm having mixed feelings about OnlyFans. We haven't talked about that right now. I stopped it for the time being because I feel like it's morally wrong because I do have a husband. But at the same time, it's like I wasn't doing porn there. So I'm literally not, in my opinion, really doing anything truly bad. But that's another story. It was literally the same thirst traps that I had on Instagram. So I've said this a million times, but just to explain it, because like somebody did ask, "Oh, do you still do OnlyFans or whatever?" Sorry, guys, I'm thirsty. Doing all this talking, but okay, let me scroll back before I forget. And yeah, just to summarize that again, I will probably leave Japan next year. And to answer your question, somebody asked why we'll be going or what we'll be doing. What's your husband gonna do in the States? He will be working. So not gonna get into too much detail because I want to have allow him to maintain some level of privacy. But he wants to work in the U.S. because obviously he will get paid significantly more money being a doctor in America versus in Japan. So that is part of the plan. And of course, I mean, why would I not want my husband to have more money? Because that's more money for me, more money for our children. And on top of that, we can live in a really nice place in the US on his salary, just keeping it real. So it's a fun experience for me too. Because to be honest, I was very set in my ways. Like, nope, not leaving Japan. Nope, no, no, no. But it's like, well, I am married. So like now, why do I care? And I did always say that I wasn't going to leave Tokyo for anyone else. And I said, only if I get married. And even then, I have to think about it. So yeah. That is the plan. And so I'm also planning to go back to school too. But I haven't fully decided what I wanted to go to school for. I was initially working on a degree in nursing, and I think I do want to finish it just for the sake of having it. I don't plan to actually be a nurse, though, being real with you. And if I did do it, it'd be for a very short period of time. But for me, my purpose is a couple of things. One, I like having security. You can get a divorce. It's possible. I'm not wishing that over me, but it does happen. People get divorced. I will keep it real with you. I don't know everyone says it, but I have a lot of faith inside my relationship, even though we haven't known each other for a really long time. My husband is just like the type of person where like divorce is not in his vocabulary, like at all. And trust me, this is TMI, but I talked about it inside of my last video. I got angry a couple of times, maybe more than twice, and I asked for a divorce. He wasn't going to do it. In fact, he was in tears. And it was the only time that I saw him cry one other time, but it was the only time like where he like really, really cried like a baby. He's gonna kill me for sharing this. You all, please don't tell him. But yeah, I was really, really mad at him. He deserved me being mad at him, and I told him that like I was through, and he refused to get a divorce. And I literally like, I told him like if he didn't go, that like I would make things go the hard way, and like we'd go to family court. And this is really bad for me to say. I'm admitting my own fault, so hear me out, people. I shouldn't be sharing this with you on a live stream. Y'all tricked me. But yeah, I like made him and like go get the papers that were necessary. And like he started filling it out and like he was like doing like a half-ass job. And so when it came to my portion of it, normally he fills out stuff for me because obviously he's the Japanese speaker. It's easy for him to do. Instead of me having to be, oh, what does this say? Put this here. Do I sign here? Do I sign there? He can just do it for me. So yeah, he was refusing to really help me. And then when he finally caved in and decided to do it, I could tell he didn't really want to do it. He was really quiet. And so I had finally, I just took the papers and I ripped them up, essentially. I'm skipping some of the details. This is basically what happened. And so he gave me a hug, and then like he wouldn't let go of me. And then that's when I knew he was crying. He didn't want me to see him crying. But he was like, I could hear him. I could hear him. He squeezed me so tight. Like, oh. And so I know I sound so toxic. Hear me out. Hold on, people. If you knew what he did, no, he didn't cheat on me. But if you knew what he did to like make me angry, you would understand why I felt like I wanted a divorce. So of course we had to talk, and we also agreed that we weren't going to throw that around. And really, I should be the one agreeing because he's never said that. Even when he gets mad at me, he never even brings it up. And I told my mom too. And to be honest, she also called me out of my bullshit too. She was like, "You don't even joke like that. You have to control yourself when you get upset." So, and I agree. That was very bad for me to do. So, and I can honestly say I did it more than once. So, long story short, the other reason why I have faith in it is his parents have a really good relationship. They did. His mother is deceased. I talked about this before. She sadly died of breast cancer, and he took it very hard. His father loved his wife, my husband's mother, my mother-in-law. He really loved her. And I felt that even when I went to his house, he talked about her like she was still alive. He had nothing but good things to say about her, even though she died 3 years ago. You would think she was still alive right now. I don't think his father ever wants to date again. I think that like his mother was just truly the love of his life, and there's no replacing her. And I feel sorry for him because I honestly believe my father-in-law is a really good person and that he deserves to have love in his life again. But I don't blame him. In fact, to be honest, I don't know what I would do if my spouse were to die. I feel like now the young version of me, of course, I'm going to date again. Just keeping it real. Love my husband, but I want him to be happy and date too. I don't want to be sad and miserable alone. But I don't know what I would do when I got older. You know, my father-in-law is almost 70 years old. He's 68. But master's in public health is what I wish I did. You can do remote work depending on the job. I cannot do remote work. I'm one of those people that can't do that. I have to work in person. I have to. Because doing remote work, it makes me feel like I never stop working. I can't do it. I feel like my brain cells just go all over the place. They don't work right. When it comes to working at home, I feel like I can't focus. I find it hard to get work done. And then I also find myself overworking at times too. But I remember you said you wanted your kids to be born in Tokyo. I do. I do. And this is not my idea, to be honest with you, in a nutshell. So, y'all got it. Yeah. Then we never gonna get to the topic of the video, but this is actually a good conversation. That's what I'm gonna talk about. Hold on. Let me get to this. Good question. So, yes, I do personally want to stay in Tokyo. I don't want to leave Japan. This is 100% up to me. We would probably still stay here. But, there's a reason why we are going to Chicago, and I can't really entirely share it because it's my husband's business. But long story short, I'm supporting my husband's dreams. He really wanted to work in the US, so I want to help him to do that, obviously. I don't want to say it's really his dream because it's kind of my idea. Okay, long story short, let me explain this to you, okay, people? My husband really wanted to do, I guess what you would call a fellowship or something like that, whatever you would call it. I don't know all the details. I'm honestly learning about doctor stuff right now. I'm literally watching YouTube videos trying to figure this crap out because I don't know anything about medical stuff. Anything outside of nursing, I know very minimal information about. I know some things about doctors, but I don't know a ton about them. So long story short, my husband wants to change his specialty. I'm not gonna get into detail about what he's doing, etc., because it ain't nobody else's business. No shade to you or anyone else. I'm just saying explain it because I know people are gonna ask more questions, but I want to explain that I do want to limit what I share because I'm now married. I'm not just dating someone, and this is also his business, not entirely mine. So it's mine because I'm married to him, but it's really his life and his business. To be honest, I'm gonna keep it real with you. If he was here on this live stream, he probably wouldn't even tell you all that he's a doctor. So he doesn't even have a profile picture on his Line account, people. He's very private. So he did want to do YouTube together, but he didn't want us to be based around his career or anything like that. So I'm just explaining to you. Don't be a builder though. No. It's not like he already. What? No, I already answered that question. Okay. Don't be a builder though. You're talking about return in terms of his career? I'm just gonna assume that's what you're talking about. I hear what you're saying, and like I said, it's hard for me to explain to you without telling you the whole story, and I can't tell the whole story because I want to maintain my privacy and his. But long story short, going to the US was my idea, and I got him excited about doing it. He had no interest in studying abroad. He never did it. No interest in going to the US. He's only been to Guam, which is a territory of the US, but he's not married to me for the sake of going to the US and getting a visa there. He also did not have the idea of even going to school or studying in the US. This is all my idea. And the reason why I gave him this idea, long story short, he wanted to leave Tokyo and he wanted us to go to the countryside of Japan. He didn't say where exactly, but somewhere out in the country. And the reason being was he wanted to increase his salary as a doctor. And I gave him the idea because if you don't already know this, in Japan, if you're living in a major city, sometimes it's kind of the same in the US too, but it's more extreme in Japan. If you're living in a major city, your salary is significantly less than if you're living in the countryside. For example, a doctor in Hokkaido gets paid a lot more money than a doctor that's living in, central Tokyo because it's overcrowded. There's lots of doctors in central Tokyo. There's not so many doctors that decide they want to live in the freezing cold. So with that said, he was thinking to go somewhere like that. And that was a part of the agreement of us getting married. Like, look, we can get married, but you got to sign up for this. If we're going to be married, you have to either accept the fact that we're going to be living in the countryside about a year from now, or we can be separated for that time being. But he was determined, like, this is my plan. I cannot compromise on this. I want to go to the countryside to work for this time being. And simultaneously, while he's working, he was planning to do, I guess, a fellowship, something going back to school, essentially, because he still wants to be a doctor, but he wants to do something that's more specialized, more advanced, essentially, than what he's currently doing right now. So I'm not going to get into detail about his work. I'll keep it at that. But yeah, after he said that, I thought, well, if you're going to be leaving anyway, because I ain't going to the countryside and I ain't doing no damn long distance relationships, especially not being married. If that's the case, I might as well marry a soldier in the U.S. military. And so my concern is not cheating or anything like that, but I was just like, well, if you're gonna leave anyway, how about going to the US if money is your problem? Because if you want more money, he wants to pay off his student loans. He's almost done with it, FYI. He'll be done with it, I think, this year, actually, this fall. TMI. But yeah, long story short, it was my idea, not his. He had no intention of going to the US. I gave him this idea. And at first, he was totally against it. He was like, the US? I can't speak English well enough. He was totally against it. And I was like, no, I can help you study for the TOEIC. I'll help you get to that point where you can work in the US. And of course, he has to go through a lot. You don't just say, hey, I'm a doctor, and you get to work in the US. He has to pass licensing exams and TOEIC and this, that, and the other, things that he has not done before. So this was not his plan. He's never even taken a TOEIC before. So long story short, this is my plan, my idea. And the reason why I changed my mind is solely because I love my husband. The real me, even now, and I told him about this too, I really don't want to have my children in the US for a few reasons. And one of the biggest ones is I know that it kind of counts against them when people try to think about, I want my kids to understand that they're both Black and Japanese when I do have children. But, because I know that I do plan to live my life in Japan. Mind you, I'll only be in the US for about 10 or 12 years. It's a long time, longer than I've been in Japan already right now. But it's not the rest of my life. I'll still be I'll be like 42 or something. Damn, I'm old. I will be now I'm 27, I'll be 37. If I stay for 10 years, I'll be about 38 years old. If I stay for 12 years, I cannot do math. I will be 40 years old or something like that. I don't know. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Basically, I'll be a lot older than I am right now, but I still won't be old. And with that said, yeah, I will come back to Japan, which means that by the time I come back, my kids will just be elementary age. They won't even be in high school yet. But I understand that by having my children abroad, in my opinion, I feel like even if you raise them abroad, I feel like it makes it harder for them to assimilate going back to Japan if they choose to do that. And in my opinion and experience, most people that are half Japanese normally choose to come back to Japan. They don't choose to stay in the US. So I feel like while you might think you're protecting your kid and doing them service and a favor, and they might appreciate being able to have the best of both worlds and choose between both countries, I feel like ultimately they're probably going to choose to stay in Japan anyway. So I might as well focus on the harder part of their life, which is one, assimilating in Japanese society, learning Japanese language, history, culture, etc. And my husband works all the time, so I'm basically the one left to do all of this work, which is really hard on me. So they will definitely also be taking, classes, etc. in the US. I mean, he make enough money for him to do that. That's the great thing. But yeah, if this is all my choice, we would stay in Tokyo, of course. But when I really think about it, beyond just his want for changing his career a little bit, or shall I say specialty, I honestly feel like it's good for me too, because I mean, all of us, especially when we have kids, his salary is going to be like more than double at least what it is right now by working in the US. So I kind of feel like that outweighs everything at this point. um, Money is important. Nobody wants to talk about that, but it is. Money is very important, and not just for me, but I mean, thinking like how most women do. From my perspective, it's not about me wanting. I've never gotten a handbag from my husband at this point, FYI, and we've been together now for 5 months. So I've only been married for a month, but we've been dating for a minute, and I have not gotten a handbag. Just like he ain't no sucker. He ain't stupid. But well, you're gonna be a rich wife. But yeah, basically that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, like of course I get something out of it too, but like ultimately I'm thinking, leveled. I want my children to have a good future. I want them to have what I didn't have. I want my children I want them to change the trajectory, whatever you want to call it, for our whatever you want to call it, future generations within my family. I don't want any of my children, my grandchildren, great grandchildren, even after I'm dead, going on, to ever have to experience things that I did because I didn't have money. Having to struggle with working, having to struggle with going to school, having to do dangerous things like sell your own body, crap like that I even had to consider or think about or do, just keeping it real. I never want my children to ever be able to relate to those things. And for that reason, I want to make sure that they are taken care of financially. And so if that means making some sacrifices on my end, I'm totally for it. Do I want to do that? No. Real me, even if I were to get a divorce, I would still be staying in Japan. I have no interest in, I do want to visit the US. I miss a lot of American stuff, but I have no interest in living there permanently. And I'm not backpedaling on what I said. You are 100% right. I did say that I wanted to have my children here, and I do still want to do that. But I recognize that I have to also be willing to compromise. My relationship is not just about me. My husband compromised by marrying me, to be honest. He didn't want to get married last year. That was my choice. I said that I wanted to. And that was my ultimatum. If you really love me, you want to be with me, whatever, you can decide. I'm not going to force you. I can't force you. You can choose. If you really want to be with me, you have to be willing to get married within a year. I didn't say right now, but I said, I'll give you. I told him when I wanted to be married. I said, I want to get married on this day, but I understand it can be too soon for you. If that's the case, I'll wait 1 year, but that's my maximum. He decided, okay, I'll honor the date that you wanted. That was him compromising for me. Now, my compromise for him is I know you really want to live in Japan and you want to live in Tokyo. You love Tokyo so much, but I had to make a double compromise. I'm not living in Shibuya anymore. He wanted to, I'll tell you guys. I didn't want to, this is nothing really big and personal, but I said I wasn't going to say it. I'm living in Ikebukuro. But yeah, he really really wanted to stay here because it's not close to his job, but it's easy for him to get to his work from here. So I'm not really in Ikebukuro. I'm in the countryside of that place, but it's not busy here at all. Like, there's no foreigners here. Like, I literally saw one white guy for the first time when I was getting on the train. But yeah, this area is it's not Ikebukuro, but it's close to it. And I like Ikebukuro to walk around in, but I don't like it personally. And that was really hard for me to choose to live here because it's so inconvenient. The train station is far away. He does have a store that's close to here, but like it's not the one that I want to go to. The store that I like going to is like a 20-minute walk. So that's the other part that sucks too, because now when I have to play housewife, every time I go to the store, it takes like an hour just to walk there and back. That's not including the time I actually spent walking around and shopping. So that's all a whole other story. But yeah, long story short, he compromised by marrying me. I'm compromising by technically not compromising. Because a real compromise for me would be if I move to the countryside, which we could do that. But it's like, if we're going to move, why not just move and make more money? And by doing this, I can go back to school. Because in case you don't know, I was going to school online. I kind of fucked myself up by not turning in an assignment on time. And now I owe them money. So that kind of put things on hold for that. But on hold for that. But that's all a whole other story. Just want to explain that. So yeah, basically, I'm not leaving because I'm tired of Japan or I want to leave Japan, which is why I said that we will be back. But I'm doing it because I know we'll make more money. And on top of that, I figured if we're going to have to move to the countryside, why not just move back to my country temporarily? It'll be a good experience for him too, because then he can learn about my culture. He can become more fluent in English. And on one hand, while I do fear the safety of my children, I know that my children will be better mentally in the US than in Japan by far. People don't care for the most part about you being biracial or being black when it comes to going to school. In fact, if anything, the part they're going to have is people looking like, oh, your mom is black and your dad is Japanese. That's going to be the weird part for them, is people spazzing out over that. And of course, as biracial people, that's all they've ever known. They don't know that that's weird or interesting, so to speak, because normally when you see an interracial couple, it's normally, black and white. And when it is black and Asian, 9 times out of 10, it's a black military man with some Japanese girl that was hanging out around the base or whatever. And that's not our story. So all of another story, not crapping on you if that's yours. I'm just explaining. It's a rare thing to see. So that's the extent of the weird outness that they're probably have to deal with, and not people being flat out rude to them for the most part. Of course, they can still get bullied. They can come across mean people. They can come across racist people, people that don't like them because they are half Asian. There's that type of stuff too. And I don't know what my kids are like. They can look, not trying to be offensive, but I'm just keeping it or not being politically correct. But they can be blacker than I am. They can be lighter than I am. They can have shorter hair than I do, coarser hair, whatever. You never know. It's a lottery bag. You don't know what you're going to get. Believe it or not, I'm darker than both of my parents. I said this before. And they so ignorant. My dad joked about that too. He wasn't joking though. But that's another story. So yeah, you never know what you're going to get. And so I do like the fact that in the US, being mixed is definitely a lot more acceptable and people are a lot more positive about it. In Japan, it's not bad necessarily because, like I said, out in public, the general public, people are interested and fascinated and they're, oh, so cute, whatever type thing. But at school, it's when bullying starts, especially once kids get to elementary school. Preschool and kindergarten is normally fine. But normally, once your kid gets to be like second, third grade, that's when the real bullying typically sets in. Where people start, noticing differences, with hair color, skin color, etc., and making fun of you, blah, blah. And while I get it, like the immediate danger and fear of your child being shot or whatever, it can be just as deadly for your kid to do a bullying. There was just a story on Fox News. A 14 or 15-year-old girl took her life because she got into a fight at school and they were passing the video around. She's not the first person for that to have that happen to her. I understand her feelings, but I'm just saying, you don't know how people are going to take stuff. Excuse me. Everybody reacts totally differently. Sorry, guys. My throat's so dry. Been talking for 2 hours. But yeah, everyone takes bullying and being talked about differently. And everyone experiences it differently. For example, I've been bullied before too, but I never been relentlessly bullied because of anything about myself. Never experienced that before. But some people have been, and some people can't take it. So while you might think that it's better to be talked about because of your appearance than to have the threat of being shot by a gun, well, some people, after being talked about and bullied and teased, they choose to take their own life. So maybe it's not better in a sense. So I don't know. Long story short, I can't decide what I ultimately think is best for my children. I do want them to experience real life and to get out there. And there's things that I like and dislike about both countries. I don't have children yet, but I am thinking about these things. So, yeah, like middle school and high school. Yeah, that's definitely, I feel the real bullying starts after we enter the workplace. Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that. And bad memories from what I noticed and experienced. Yeah, to be honest, I can agree. The extreme bullying I feel started in junior high school, but at my schools, they were bullying in elementary school. It just wasn't super bad. It was more like a cool versus lame type thing. A few fights here and there. But I would say, see, at my school, they consider sixth grade to be elementary school still. Junior high was only 2 years, seventh and eighth grade. But it used to be 3 years. They had moved it over to that school because I guess there weren't enough students. I don't know what the case was. But long story short, yeah, I feel like sixth grade is where bullying really takes off. And then I feel like it hits its peak in eighth grade, in my opinion. So, yeah, I went through some crazy stuff. And I'll talk about that in another video in the future if I haven't already. But I remember being new to school and having to get into fights with people, not physical fights. Thank God I never got into a physical fight, but having to argue with people to hold my ground because people want to, if you're new, even if you don't do anything, people just want to take advantage of you to make themselves look cool, just doing weird crap to you. So it's the only way to avoid getting bullied is to bully someone else. You have to talk about someone else. You have to mess someone else, whatever. Just little petty, stupid crap like that. It really irritates me. So, yep. And yeah, I agree. Workplace bullying does suck, but I'll also be real. Even though you do have to go to work for your money, in my opinion, I will take workplace bullying over being bullied at school any day because at least I can walk out at any time and I can speak my mind. So, well, to a degree you can, but I hated dealing with bullies at school. And my experience with bullying was very soft for the most part. I never really had in your face bullies where it was an everyday thing, but I experienced people that did. In fact, I'm a really sad story that has gotten no closure. I had a girl that I was an associate of or with. Her name was Desiree. In fact, I'll say her full name, Desiree Hall. I don't know what happened to her. In fact, I think she might have killed herself, to be honest. She just disappeared off the face of the earth. I went to junior high school with her, and we went to the charter school together. And I ended up switching and transferring to going to public school because I was stupid, and my parents allowed me to make that stupid decision. And When she found out that I was going to be leaving the charter school, she begged me, please, please, please stay. And this girl was getting bullied really bad, like back from junior high school. It got better at the charter school, but like in junior high school, people used to literally, like, I'm talking about, I don't know, Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron, like just TV style classic bullying, where they would relentlessly throw things at her. They would steal her lunch, just do like crazy ghetto poor people crap like that. They would step on her food. They would step on her. They would steal her school supplies. When she'd turn in her homework, everybody would take her homework and snatch it out of her hand and copy down her answers. Like, I'm serious. I literally witnessed this crap. And as an adult, it angers me so much because now as a teacher myself, I know that these teachers saw what was going on and they chose to do nothing about it. And that really, really upsets me because I know that they saw what was happening. They just didn't care. So I'm not gonna lie, that's gonna be hard for me to do this stream. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, maybe we do need to take a break, but okay, let me finish this part first. So, you didn't help her. Well, what the fuck was I supposed to do? I'm trying to defend myself. But no, I honestly didn't. Of course, while I was there, I'm in shock myself too. I'm new to the school. I was in 8th grade. I had just come back from being homeschooled, etc. And to be honest, at first it was a little bit funny. And then you realize, okay, these people are actually hurting her. It's not fun anymore. And so I'm quiet. I honestly didn't really say much of anything. And when I did, of course, you didn't use, stop me, those stuff, whatever. And I was sometimes try to tell the teacher, like, hell, this person did whatever to Desiree. I would let other people know at times. But I mean, I'm not her guard dog. I'm trying to defend and protect myself too. And so this same school year, I talked about this story before. I had this other guy, Anthony Green, and he didn't even remember me. He sent me a message on Facebook recently trying to flirt with me, asked me to be his girlfriend. He got mad at me for no reason. I was switching classes to my second period class, and I had English, and that was his homeroom class. And so he was playing around. He had left his books on my desk, so I'm looking around trying to see, okay, whose books are these? I need to put my books here. I took his books and I put them underneath my desk. He came back into the room, and he saw me sitting there at his desk, and he went off on me, was telling me how he was gonna beat my ass, and how I'm lucky that I'm not a nigga or whatever, and that he beat shit out of me, blah blah. I was saying all this crazy stuff to me, and my teacher is just sitting there watching it. So to give you a good idea of it, if your teacher doesn't do shit about it, why am I gonna try to play teacher and play defense and get myself into a fight to protect and defend you? I'm trying to defend myself, just keeping it real. I'm a child, not an adult. So yes, I was old enough. I was 13, but at the same time, I'm still a kid. I'm trying to defend and protect myself. I'm not really thinking about how to protect her. And mind you, I'm not just dealing with trouble at school. I got trouble going on at home too, while all of this stuff is going on. So, and this is why it's really important to be nice to people, because in your students in particular, you have no idea what's going on inside their household. So, do I regret not defending her? Yeah, I definitely do. But at the same time, I mean, she didn't defend me when Anthony was on my ass. So I'm not trying to defend her. I felt bad for her. And I would tell, when I had privacy and there wasn't nobody going to see me snitching. But for the most part, nope. I was trying to protect myself, keeping it real. From what I noticed and experienced, be the old coworkers being the bullies. Yep, agreed. Got 5 years max. Can't stand it. Didn't help that. Nope. Yes, let's take a mini bathroom break soon. I'm seriously like holding my bladder. I'm like gonna mess up this whole setup that I got going on here. Okay, we're gonna have to pull this back. Hopefully it doesn't fall. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom, y'all. I will be back. I want to heat up my miso too, but I'm probably not gonna do that. But I need to tinkle. So if y'all need to pee, get something to eat, but y'all can do it anyway because I can't watch y'all. Y'all go ahead and handle your business too. But let me think. I need to be checking this stuff off so I know what I talked about. Okay, we got to do our checklist. Tell you guys about emailing me or sending me a DM if I don't see your comment, because I'm probably not ignoring you. I just didn't see it. But before I take my bathroom break, let me answer your questions above, because I did see some other comments that I did just kind of glance over because I was talking. Somebody said, I'm blind. Sorry, people. Hasn't been doing the States. Talked about that. Online and homeschool is always an option. Yes, definitely true. I feel like online school I think about how I felt. Maybe my kids might like it. I did go to school online a little bit too. I feel like it's challenging, and I feel like you need to be around other people. It's really important to have human interaction. So I don't like the idea of just being entirely online. And the problem I have with homeschool is, in the traditional sense, I think it's important to be around other people and not just your parents 24/7. Yes, just play dates. And I was inside of a gym group like twice a week, but it's just not the same. I think it's also good to be around both good and bad people. You need to experience normal people, even at gym groups. The kids are still ultimately supervised by their parents. So I feel like you're not really getting the reality of what it's really like to be around other people. So, unfortunately, while I don't want my kids to go through hard stuff, they kind of have to in order to be an adult. They have to understand challenge and learn how to get themselves out of problems. So, and that includes fights. They're going to have to deal with that too. Learn how to have altercations with other people. You can't always be there to protect your children forever. So, I'm talking to myself, not you. Just going on about it. Um, I do want to put them in. I'll do probably both private and public school. And mind you, it's not just about what I want either, because they're his kids too. So I have to also consider what he wants. So he's the one that's going to be paying for either one. But he probably wants them to go to private school. Ultimately, I know he's going to do whatever I say. But like I said, he ain't no simp. He'll let me know what his thoughts are. So yeah, he already started talking about like extracurriculars and crap recently. But I'll talk about children a little bit later on too. That's another point I wanted to talk about. Where was I? Maybe you want your kids to be born in Tokyo. I talked about that, and yes, that is again just say that is true. I do want my kids to be born in Tokyo, but just keeping it real, it's probably not going to happen. The Masters of Public Health, we talked about that. A builder though, yeah, and so I already talked about this too. It's hard to explain, like I said, but in a nutshell, of course, I'll be real with you. Those type of things are still kind of in my mind because I don't want to be used and taken advantage of. But I truly do like 100% trust my husband. And at this point, I'm the one getting the most out of anything that he does. Like even right now, I'm not paying for shit. Everything that I'm eating, everywhere that I'm going, this place that I'm living in right now, everything is all him. And while this place isn't bigger than mine, it's cheaper than my apartment, but it's still a new apartment. So, yep. I trust him, especially because of the involvement that I have with his family as well. So, in fact, if anything, he should be thinking that about me. So, I would definitely benefit the most out of us getting a divorce or anything like that. Japan has different laws than the US, but you still get compensated for getting a divorce. But I'm honestly not even worried or thinking about that right now. Um, hey, I hear you. Yep, that's a great concern. Makes a lot of sense. This area, feel the rebellion starts. We talked about that. Okay, yep. All right, now we're done. And now it's time for a bathroom break. So, all right, when we come back, I talked about emailing me or DMing me. So if I didn't read your comment just now, that means I didn't see it. Send me a DM on Instagram, on Twitter. You can send me an email. My email address is in the description box of this video if you don't know it already. And I'll reply to your question or comment if it's appropriate. I apologize for being late. I told you guys I was playing Mario Kart for like 5 hours. Some cheating dude in Germany. We were determined to win at least once. I think my husband did finally beat him one time. But yeah, he only lost like 5 games out of like 30 something that we played. So I'm talking about the cheating guy. His name was like Sam, but he was fun to play with. I won't lie, it was fun. And we're probably gonna play Mario Kart. No, fuck, we can't do it today, can we? Because my husband works a double shift today. So I forgot my camera's on. I'm just scratching my head in front of y'all. I keep thinking that I'm just talking on the phone. But yeah, what was it? Okay, so I apologize for being late. I tell you guys about Mario Kart. Oh, the fire drill thing, and then my husband's schedule being changed. Oh, come on. Like literally everything that could have possibly happened took place to make it where I just could not do the stream that day. Even though now that I think about it, I probably could have. I could have just started at 11:30 or 12. Because I always thought that you guys would prefer for me to do a live stream early in the day. But now it seems like people prefer the afternoon. So, and I was really shocked that I even got 10 people on here because I got almost up to 40 a minute ago. Because I know that tomorrow's the Super Bowl for you all in the US, even though it's today here in Japan now. But it's going on midnight there too. And I am looking forward to seeing the halftime show. I'm not a huge Rihanna fan. I do like her Anti album, but she's very overrated in my opinion. And to be honest, If Rihanna was not light skinned and did not have green eyes, I'm gonna go there. She would not be popular at all. There are plenty of black artists, especially with dark skin, that have significantly more talent than that girl does. And again, I like Rihanna. Don't hate her, but I'm gonna be real. She's not even half as important as people make it, or talented as people make it sound like. Her music catalog ain't nothing special. She's not a Beyonce, but people are treating her like the next generation Beyonce or something, and she's just not. In fact, we don't even have a replacement for Beyonce, to be honest. They're trying to make it Rihanna, but it's not. At least with Beyonce, because don't get me wrong, Beyonce is liked because of her appearance too. But you cannot deny the fact that Beyonce is both beautiful and a performer. And this is before her plastic surgery and injections and crap. She's authentically talented. She can sing and dance. She can really do both. And on top of that, she looks good. Rihanna, I can't say that about her. Rihanna, she has an interesting voice, but she's not. I wouldn't call her as one of the greatest singers. I don't think she's one of the greatest performers, and she's not ugly. Even though I can think of some pictures, but I mean, shoot, look at me. I can think of some pictures where it made me kind of question: is she really pretty? She's an okay looking girl. She's a little bit cute. I've seen pictures of Rihanna where she looks really good, but the reality is, the obsession with her is the fact that she's a black woman with greenish eyes. So I ain't gonna call her ugly. But because in my opinion, Rihanna is attractive. She is. She's attractive, but she's not on the level that they make it seem like she is. In fact, I feel like some artists that deserve more attention, for example, like Ari Lennox, Tink. There's plenty of artists I could think of. I'm not trying to get into a whole, black speech about that. I'm just keeping it real. So I do want to watch it. We haven't seen anything from it in a long time. And like I said, I loved the Anti album. But even then, it's not. Okay, I'm done. um and yeah, back to talking about Desiree. Yeah, I don't know what happened to her. I haven't seen her on social media. She's gone. I haven't seen her since I left that school. And everybody that I talked to that I went to school with, nobody knows what happened to her. All of her social media accounts got deleted. Her phone number is disconnected. I searched her. I couldn't find anything for her except for the day that we all graduated. Her name is on the list for high honor roll. That's it. There's nothing of her, not a trace. And this girl used to be like really big on social media. In fact, she's the reason why I made a Twitter account. I made a Twitter account shortly after Twitter even began because of her. And back then we were kids. We were so stupid and lame. We were following like all the celebrities, and I forgot what she used to do, but like she made like a Chris. This is before that became like a big thing, but she made like a Chris Brown like fan page or whatever. And I loved Chris Brown back then. That's a whole other story. Back on subject. So, opinions on Glorilla. Oh God, you see how y'all getting me off subject on this stuff? Don't even get me started on that. Both of them are trash. And at least with Ice Spice, it's the same thing as Rihanna. People like Ice Spice because she's attractive. Her song should have stopped at TikTok. That should have been it, where it was a 10-second, twerk to this, do a show myself doing makeup video, done. She should not have had a career. In fact, I got mad. I use Apple Music, and they recommended that shit to me. I was like, why y'all put this shit inside my feed? So don't get me wrong. I think I am still following her right now. She's very beautiful, and I was hoping she'd make good music. But she doesn't. It's trash. It's the truth. It's trash. It doesn't just all sound the same. It's not good. Because to be honest, like, I felt the way about Meg Thee Stallion. Before Meg became popular, in fact, her last popular song that was good before it really blew up was her, I forgot the name of the song. Big Old Freak or whatever that song was. I forgot the name of that. Whatever the name of that song was, I know what I'm talking about. That song was really good and it was really popular. I feel like after she dropped that song, everything else she started doing became trash. And now all of her music is repetitive. It's the same stuff over and over. I'm not even talking about, sing about pussy. No. I mean, it's literally sounding like the exact same damn song. It's not good. And so don't get me wrong, I want to like Meg, and I think she's a pretty girl, but just keeping it real with you, she could use some help in the talent department. So with that said, I feel the same way about Ice Spice, except unlike Meg, Ice Spice never had talent. She's not a rapper. She's not. She's a pretty girl with a microphone. That's it. She's very beautiful. I'll give her that. And that's exactly why people like her and are listening to it. They wanted her to be big because she's young, she's attractive. People might have known her, went to school with her, etc. She had a nice little supportive group of friends. I feel like with Glorilla, honestly, all jokes aside, she has potential. She needs to work on her bars. I feel like her flow is good, but the problem with her is, in my opinion, this ain't a rap analysis, whatever channel, but just keeping it real with you. In my opinion, I feel like the problem that I have with her is that she's doing the same thing like that Meg is doing right now. Every song, except even worse, every song sounds exactly the same. It's exactly what she's doing. It all sounds the same. And I feel like her bars are becoming generic and cheesy and whatnot. In fact, a really good song, I forgot the name of it, that I feel is underrated. It's not really good, but it was good enough to me. And I didn't feel like she was a standout person. It was actually Slimeroni. I forgot the name of the song though. Let me search it. Especially now that I think her and Hit Kit not gonna be working together. Um, is it Set the Tone? Yeah, Set the Tone. I feel like Set the Tone is a better song than that fuck nigga free song or whatever. So let me watch my language because they're finna take my monetization away. I like Ice Spice, but I think because how played and catchy some of her songs. I don't like her. Like I think she's a good person. I haven't even listened to her talk that much, to be honest. She's very beautiful. That's the appeal of the girl overall. But I think she's a worse rapper than Glorilla. Glorilla, I don't ever think is bad. I think Glorilla has potential. I'm not going. She's not attractive, but that's a whole other story. Can't have the way you look. But I will say that I do think that she had potential to be a good rapper. She needs practice. She needs practice, and I feel like working with Cardi. I'm not even saying this because I'm a barb. I'm being realistic. Even on her own, because realistically, she's smart. She would say it inside of her song. She want to be a part of none of that beef. She ain't got nothing to do with that crap. She's smart. So I will say, I feel like her doing work with somebody who also lacks bars is not a great idea. So again, I feel like Cardi's the same thing. I don't hate Cardi B. My problems with her are more so ignorant comments she's made about Black people and her dishonesty. But the issue that I have with her as a rapper kind of comes down to the same thing. She makes music that's fun and funny, but she's not a good rapper. That's how I see her. She's not a rapper. She has no talent, no bar. She's not a rapper. If you want to call her an artist, she can be that. She's a singer. Okay, she makes songs that rhyme, but to say that she has bars is come on. So I can't agree with that part. Even her most popular song, Bodak Yellow, whatever, that song is okay. It's overrated. People like the song because it was talking about, what is it, Kristen Louis Vuitton, whatever type shoes is what it ultimately did, which made the song catchy. People love that damn shit. That's what it really all came down to. She made other songs again, but it was thanks to really TikTok. They're catchy in that sense. That's the thing. Like, you have to separate a song being catchy and having a good beat from actually being good lyrically, having bars. It doesn't have to make sense, but just like having bars. So I can't explain it to you. Cardi lacks that. Flow wise, I don't know what I'll say about Cardi B, but we ain't talking about Cardi B right now. I'm just saying, I feel like it's not a good idea for her to work together with somebody else who's also struggling to find their own sound. So that's all I'm trying to say. Average. I feel she's stuck up to. Yeah, if you're talking about Rihanna, I kind of feel that way as well. But again, I mean, all I gotta say is this: I ain't gonna talk about so much on the personalities of these people. I'm just talking about music wise. And I was saying this because of the Super Bowl, because I do want to watch it. I like watching the Super Bowl halftime show. I was just watching the old ones just the other day. I haven't listened to a lot of Ice Spice though. I've listened to more Glorilla than I have Ice Spice, so I can't really speak on her. I literally spent too much time laughing just after hearing that bikini bottom crap and seeing people get mad in the comment section on Instagram. I left it alone. I ain't gonna bully her. I don't support doing that. It's like, if you don't like someone, just don't listen to them. I don't hate her either. So, but I don't feel like her first song, that whatever that a munch. I'm too old. Even like these new terms, I don't even understand what they mean. It's just funny now at this point. I looked into it a little bit because people were like, I saw other old people saying, people older than me, that they don't understand what this means. And it's also funny, like, seeing people like just randomly call someone a munch for random things. But like, that's the only like funny thing like out of this. The song is not good. It's just not. It's funny. It's funny and fun, feel good music for TikTok. But it's just not a good song. I like listening to Crazy Frog when I'm driving with my friends. It's fun to scream it. But I'm not gonna pretend like Crazy Frog. If you don't know Crazy Frog, you're not old enough for this discussion. but I don't feel like I would say that they deserve a nomination for like a Grammy or something. It's just fun to listen to. It's good in a fun way, not good in oh my god, such great talent type thing. So yeah, I came back think we were taking a break. I'm sorry. I was trying to take a break. Y'all made me start talking about rap. Same with Nicki, but Nicki is definitely better. But her music lately trash. I have mixed feelings. I feel like the problem that I talked about this on Twitter recently. I don't feel like Nicki struggles with bars or flow. Both. I swear I'm not being biased. I'm being real. Bars and flow wise, Nicki is fine. The problem that I have with Nicki Minaj is I don't know what she does with her own music. I feel like her own individual songs, like I don't like Super Freaky Girl or whatever it's called. I'll be real. I don't like that. I don't like the song she did with Lil Baby. I don't like that. I just started liking her song. What was the song she did with the I can't think of with the milk bath and crap and the cookies and shit with Lil Wayne. I just finally let the song play all the way through. And I was like, you know what? I actually kind of do like this song. All right, fine. But yeah, I'm not biased at the point where I'm going to pretend like her new songs are good. I don't like them. I'll be real. But I will say the problem isn't so much the bars or the flow part of it. I can't explain. I'm just not feeling the song. I just don't like it. Not up for it. I really didn't like the Lil Baby. I didn't even listen to that whole song. Do we have a problem or whatever the name of that song is. And it was really hyped up and people love it even now, but I don't like it at all. Nope. So yeah, I can't explain it. I just feel like this was saying the problem I have with Nicki is why I tweeted this already just the other day. Why does she go so hard when she on other people's songs, but her own music, she doesn't do anything? Like I feel like her songs that she does by herself should have been features. But I guess the reason why she cares to do that is to make herself stand out and make it worth the money that people are paying her to do a feature on their album. But every time she does a feature, it's always good. The worst feature I've ever seen her do was the most recent one for NBA YoungBoy, which that was a shocker to me. But then again, they did another song together too, which I listen to that one. I might have listened to. I don't even remember anymore. And don't even ask me about him. I don't know enough about that man, but from what I heard, I listened to him a little bit just because it was recommended to me on Apple Music, but I immediately disliked it and I didn't like it, and I haven't got anything from him again since then. So, do you like Lizzo's music? Yes, I do, but I don't really listen to her either. I liked her older songs. I haven't listened to any of her new music, but I hear it, of course, from being on Instagram and TikTok. I hear her songs, people use them in their videos. But yeah, I don't hate her. In fact, she's a really good singer. Um, yeah, but I don't hate her music. But yeah, like I said, the problem I have with Nicki is Nicki's own songs recently, I'm not a huge fan of. And the problem I have is she does better bars, better flow, better everything on other people's albums. In fact, I came across songs just recently that I had never heard of before until like the past couple of years. I was like, Nicki made this song? I was like, oh, she's just featuring on this album. I'm like, wait, why wasn't this song bigger? Or why doesn't she do stuff like this on her own? Like, I know the song gets put on her album too sometimes, but it's like, why doesn't she do this for her own singles? I don't understand that. But then again, I also think maybe it's easier because the flows and beats, like the music being used that these people are paying for, is more of her speed, her tone fits her more. And so if she paid for that same, you know what I mean? The same, what do they call it? Not producer, whoever you call the people that make the sound that you're using. If she paid for that same person to make the music for her, rap song or whatever, that she'd probably make a really good song if she had that whole whatever to herself. So, yeah. All right, I'm off of that. Anyway, I actually don't listen to Nicki. I recently don't so much. I still support her and I try to. Like, for example, I did like her song, We Go Up. And I could probably think of some other things too. But yeah, I just, Look Miss is good too. But yeah, I feel like I don't know what's going on. Like for her new album, like I was excited about it, but was it Chun-Li or whatever that album? It was pretty much all trash. Keeping it real. Love Nicki Minaj, but the only exception is I did like Coco Chanel. I like that song, but I haven't listened to enough of Cupcake. I had like maybe one song from her that was recommended on Apple Music, but I don't know enough of her music. I don't even remember what song it was. But yeah, I oftentimes listen to music because I try to be unbiased. Same thing goes with Cardi B. I don't know if I still have music on her. I have, I think, 1 or 2 songs on my phone still from her, now, and it's the same thing. It's I don't listen to music based off of the artist because I like them or not. I genuinely try to listen to music that I enjoy, and if it happens to be somebody that I don't like, I'll still acknowledge the fact it's a good song. For example, I can't think of the song. I gotta use my phone, y'all, try to figure it out. But I had a song that I liked from Cardi B. It's not really her song, she's just a feature on it, if I recall. Oh, Backing It Up. And ironically, it's from Partisan, Meg's boyfriend. I didn't even know that that was his song until just now. I promise to God, I just discovered that. So, and Cardi is just a feature on it. So, for example, I like that song. I don't like Cardi B, but I do like the song. Can't lie. So, do you see what happened between Nicki and Lala? Oh yeah, of course. I talked about it on Twitter. Actually, that's all a whole other story. But even Lala, I I don't think Lotto was total trash, but she's also not really a good rapper. She's okay. But again, another example, being light skinned, being biracial, instantly you can be a rapper. There are literally, I talked about this on Twitter too, actually. There are tons of black women. I'm trying to do like a whole black, whatever. But hear me out. There's tons, I'm saying this is a light skinned woman herself. There are tons of dark skinned, talented black women that have been in the game for years and don't even get half of the attention as these other rappers like Lotto, Dream Doll, etc. And they're not awful, but considering all of the talented rappers that are out there, why are we getting more of their music than these other girls? Just keeping it real. For example, like imagine if Flo Millie didn't make, the party, or if I can't even think of the other girl, Ken the Man. Ken the Man has a lot of good ghetto hood ratchet songs that are actually really good. And I'm like, why don't these songs get like half of the attention that songs from Dream Doll or Lotto gets? Oh, it's very obvious. Ken the Man, dark skinned black woman, viewed as less desirable, less attractive, not going to get as much attention. But Lotto can literally make a song about anything, including her pussy, which everybody complains about. But it's like male rappers do the same thing too, and nobody complains about them. All their songs are fuck bitches, get money, shoot guns, and then these same people complaining about the police doing X. We ain't getting into all that crap. Whole nother story. They're different issues, don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, like, the irony in that. So, whole nother story. Do you like Renaissance by Beyonce? Why everybody asking me about music all of a sudden? I didn't like it at first. I don't love it now, but some of the songs did grow on me that I do like. In fact, that's another example. I was not going to listen to Renaissance at all because I don't hate Beyonce. I like some of her songs, but I feel like she's not overrated in the sense that she's not talented. But I feel like she's overrated in the sense that anytime she drops a song, people act like it's the best thing ever when it's not. She makes good music. She's a good singer, dancer, and she's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like people just like anything she creates because it's Beyonce and not because it's actually good. So let me look up what that song was. Okay. I have, I think, 2 songs. No, I lied. There were 4 songs that I liked. Cozy, Cuff It, Plastic Off the Sofa, and Summer Renaissance. Those were the 4 songs that I downloaded. So there's my proof. But um Layton is meh. Oh, Lotto is meh. Yeah, that's how I feel about her too. Like Lotto is not. In fact, Dream Doll was better than Lotto, but like both of them are prime examples. There's literally way better rappers than both of them. But again, all you have to do be biracial, be light skinned. You know, I can't even say it's a matter of the fake body thing. Of course, that gets you attention too, but there's dark skinned rappers that have done the same thing and they still don't get half the attention. So yeah, it's definitely nobody wants to say it, and people talk about it, but they don't really talk about like how they should and give actual names. Those girls would not. We wouldn't know who they are if it weren't for the fact of their physical appearance. It's privilege. So, because again, don't get me wrong, Flo Millie is not the best rapper in the world, but I do feel like Flo Millie, in my opinion, has more potential than Glorilla does. So, Up Sweetie is a prime example. Oh my God. I can make a whole video about that. That is ding, 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 ding. Yes, 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 yes. And in my opinion, until recently, she just blew it because she went through her meltdown after that breakup. Um, she was on a roll to have a bigger career than Dream Doll, Lotto, all of them. And technically, she experienced more commercial success than all of them, except technically Lotto. Technically. But Lotto kind of cheated because she did that whatever with Mariah Carey. That kind of bumped her head. But Saweetie is a prime example of that. And yeah, her career should have never been. And it was only because of the fact that she's a pretty girl. And we can't deny that. She's very beautiful. Even without getting all the surgery and crap done, she was a naturally very beautiful woman. I liked her personality. She was trying too hard to try to, the whole ghetto thing. I get it. People are annoyed by that. I don't really care so much. Just whatever. She can do her own thing. I don't care. My problem that I had was, she's talentless. In fact, there's actually even a video of somebody being rude and telling her to her face she had no talent. But it's true. She's not a good rapper. She makes fun, feel good, kids bop, driving in my car, making a TikTok video music. And that's cool. But she's not a real rapper. That's how I see it. So, and as much as I hate to see this, I was about to talk about her. Cardi is even a better rapper than Saweetie. And that's hard for me to admit because I don't like Cardi B. But I'm going to keep it real with you. Cardi is a better rapper than Saweetie if you're going to compare the two. But I feel like the problem is all of them, even Cardi B. Cardi B, and I know Nicki Minaj is light-skinned too, but you got to be real, whether you like her or not, Nicki Minaj has legitimate talent, though, on all fields, and whether we're talking about men or women. In fact, she'd really be up there with the men if it wasn't for her being a woman, but they don't want to compare her to male rappers. But Nicki Minaj has everything checked off the box as far as being a rapper goes. The problem that I have with Cardi B is I feel like it goes into this. All Cardi B needs to do is focus. Focus on rapping and hone in on that, make that her talent. I feel like Cardi B became a rapper because it was an easy way to become famous, which is probably true. And it worked for her, clearly, because she did other things and didn't really, she got some attention, but she wasn't going to be the Cardi B that we know now, if not for her becoming a rapper. And I feel like she's not really into it. If she were, I feel like she should be getting better and not worse. For example, even though I think that Nicki Minaj's old music is really good still too, I feel like going a few years into her career, she seemed to have improved, in my opinion. I'm not seeing that with Cardi B. In fact, I'm finding her music less good. I like the old Cardi B music from like between 2016 or 2017-ish to about 2018. I feel like everything she's made from 2019 onward, I just don't like, wouldn't consider it as rap, or it's okay, but it's just not good. I feel like if she actually focused on being a rapper, she has potential to actually do something with it and be good. So I feel the way about Dream Doll too, but I'm just gonna keep it real. It's not about potential. Why do they have this much attention to begin with when they're not good? Like Nicki Minaj proved her point that she's a rapper. She's shown that she deserves the attention that she gets. These other girls have not, and their only talent is being light-skinned or not black. Just keeping it real. That's how long the story. So anyway, you should do more comments on topics. I don't know enough about rap to actually talk about this stuff, and so people would kill me. So I just be speaking my mind on Twitter, saying crazy stuff. I talk about this a lot actually there, but she is getting lazy. That's how I feel. So I'm saying this, my feelings towards Cardi aside, just being real. Because to be honest, like I said about Nicki too, I feel like Nicki is, I don't know what she's doing with her music. I can't even answer that. I feel like she's making people wait for stuff and then it's not even good. Just keeping it real. And then the things that we don't wait for, like her features on albums, it's like, you could have done that on your single. Like, why? So, yeah. Party stopped writing for her. And you're probably right. And so that's the other thing too. Like, at least I'll give Nicki Minaj this. Until somebody can prove this to not be true. At least even when I dislike her songs, at least I know she wrote them herself. That's all I gotta say. So it seems like at this point, Cardi is more comfortable with family life and taking care of her kids than music. Yeah, I agree too. So I feel like maybe that also has a lot to do with it as well. And I feel like another thing that's changing rap is that now rap artists aren't really, like even Nicki Minaj, I'm gonna keep it real. I feel like now rap artists aren't even focusing on making like good music anymore. It's just coming down to two things. One, it's a competition, even for Nicki Minaj. I hate to say it as a bard, but I'm keeping it real. It's just become a competition to get a number one song. And that means by any means. And number two, it's become a competition, which this is an easy way to get a number one song, to make a TikTok friendly song. That's the goal now. It's completely changed the way music is going. I feel that's probably affecting pop music too. It's like now people are not worried about whether the song has good bars or whether it's an original song. Because to be honest, I'm not trying to be a hater. I want to give Nicki her credit, but it's got to be real. I just feel like when your number one song is because you did a cover of something or you somebody's sample something. I know plenty of musicians use samples. Don't get me wrong. I just feel like it's less fulfilling when my entire song is essentially a sample. I know she completely redid it, and everyone has reused that. Is that even MC Hammers? I forgot who. I don't even know. You know what I'm trying to say. I just feel like it's not as authentic as when you make the whole track is just yours. So, because you're giving royalties to somebody else. So, and then like when you do a feature, for example, with Doja Cat, and then to be honest, not trying to bash Nicki, just keeping it real, the fact that it took you doing a song with an artist that's newer than you to get a number one, that's also in the rap/pop category, that's kind of offensive. I know Doja Cat is a fan of Nicki, but still, like I know Doja Cat has to be thinking to herself too, like, wow, my idol had to do a feature with me to get her first number one. It's an honor, but it's also funny, ironic, and sad too. So yeah, I kind of feel the same way about Rihanna too. I was surprised she was chosen for the Super Bowl. They wanted Rihanna to do the Super Bowl years ago, actually. And again, the reason why she was chosen for Rihanna was never really good musically, in my opinion. She's always been overrated. The real reason why they chose Rihanna, it goes down to the same thing. She's overrated. Everyone hypes her up and pretends like she's a really good artist. Like, oh, Rihanna, when are you going to drop your next album? Please do album, please. I'm going to be real with you. What album of Rihanna's was that good? None. I would honestly say every album, I hate to say this, keeping it real, every album Beyonce has ever dropped, including this one, is probably better than any album Rihanna has. Just keeping it real with you. I would even argue that almost every single that Beyonce has dropped is better than every single that Rihanna has. And not even to compare the two, because they make different music in a sense as well. I just feel like, again, it just comes down to the appearance thing. There's nothing special about her. She's not a good performer. She's not a bad one. Again, I like Rihanna. I like a lot of her songs. I have a ton of her songs on my phone. I'll tell you guys, I really love the Anti album for a long time. I forgot the name of the song now. I liked her cover song that she did. Let me find it. I love the Anti album. Yeah, I really liked Consideration and her cover for Same Old Mistakes. I love those songs. So for a long time, I really, really would always say those are my two favorite songs. But yeah, it's not that her music is bad. It's just not that good. And beyond, it's not even a matter of liking the songs itself. Yeah, like she doesn't have a special voice. And so again, if you give Rihanna brown eyes, just even change her eyes, her popularity would get cut in half. Give her brown eyes and give her a more brown complexion, you wouldn't even know who Rihanna is. That's just the truth. And same thing goes with all of these new girls that we literally only know from Instagram, like Dream Doll and all of these dolls and whatnot. Dream Doll, Lotto. I mean, come on, her name is literally her complexion, mulatto. Come on. Like that's telling right there. The talent that you're seeing is that she's biracial. So anyway, I'm not even trying to be a hater. My kids will be biracial. And I pray to God I'm going to teach them not to be that way. I hope they don't turn out that way on their own. But I hate people that make their identity the fact that they're a mixed race. Like, we get it. You're a mixed race. So yeah. It's not even a matter of trying to be ashamed of it, but I hate that, like, people try to debate it, and it's like her name is literally shamelessly telling you what her race is. Like, this is the attraction to even listen to her. So, and she's not even pretty. Even with the plastic surgery, she's not an attractive woman. At least Dream Doll is cute, but I don't think, in my personal, humbly honest opinion, I don't. Mulatto ain't ugly, but she's also not pretty. And of course, all these girls also caked up in makeup too. So between the makeup and the surgery, so yeah, got me over here about to say some Nicki bars about that too. But yeah, I can be balanced. I'm not one of those crazy barbs like, oh, everything Nicki Minaj does is perfect, whatever. I do, honestly, I'll admit it, I do like Nicki Minaj the most, of course. But I could be real, she has some trash music too. Chun-Li was trash. Barbie Dreams was borderline trash. So, and the BVL. They might as well. They might as well just. I can't even explain. They might as well just be like a category just for light skinned rappers. That's how I feel. And Drake can be in it. No, I'm joking. No, Drake got some bars. He does. I like Drake, but to be honest, to a degree, Drake is even a little bit overrated. Drake is like a poetic rapper. I can't even explain it. I know rap is poetry, but I mean, like, when you listen to Drake, I feel like it's not even in the category of rap. It's like a different type of rap. So he said no for Drake in there. I don't know why it didn't work as well for Tinashe as it did for them. You know, I can't even answer that. I have no idea. I can't answer. That's actually a good question. In fact, I'll give you another example. It didn't work for Ruby Rose either. She's half Japanese. You would think that'd be more appealing to people. She's half Japanese, half black. In fact, she even came here. Oh my God. I like Ruby Rose, don't get me wrong. And I feel like it's the same thing. She has potential, but she got too stuck in trying to make music chart that she started to become just a repetitive, cheesy rapper. All of her new music is trash. I like her older music, in which I feel that she actually had some good songs. Like, why are these songs not more popular? For example, what was that song like, "In His Feelings" or whatever? I was like, I never even heard of this song before. Thought it was really good. She did that song entirely by herself. No features, really good. Song didn't even chart to my understanding. So, and she's an example of somebody that is biracial, just doesn't get the traction. She's biracial, she's light skinned, she doesn't have a fake body, which you might think that might be a downside, but honestly, a lot of her fans like that about her, that she is natural. So yeah, it does happen every once in a while. There's always some people that doesn't work out for. But for the most part, generally speaking, you can be no talent and just be light skinned, and people will worship you. They'll give you a chance. People will give you a chance just because of how you look. It's not even just being light skinned, being attractive, period. But of course, because having a lighter complexion in the Black community, even outside of the Black community, people don't understand it, but there's a bias. In fact, I can even say for myself, which is why I don't like to use myself as an example for speaking on behalf of the Black community, because I know firsthand there are some things that I can't speak on for everyone, because I recognize that I do have looser textured curls and I do have lighter skin and I can pass for being biracial. I understand these things. And so for that reason, I understand the importance of having other people that have more, how can I put it, ethnic futures, represent and speak on behalf of Black experiences and Black things, etc. I talked about that inside of a past video before, how I do believe that I receive privilege for being light skinned and being here in Japan. But of course, I'm ultimately still Black. So while I can relate to a lot of things, I also understand that other things I cannot personally relate to, but I can listen to other people and learn from their experiences. So, yeah. Yeah, Drake is more melodic. It's not sure, but she's pretty. I don't even know if that'll fit. So, yeah, she's pretty, and I thought she was gonna be big too. In fact, to be honest, I feel like she got cursed from when I first found out about her, because the first time that I found out about Tinashe was from that Proactive commercial back in the day when I didn't know who she was, and I knew that she was gonna be trash because they kept trying to tell you the up and coming rapper Tinashe or whatever, and I was like, is it Tinashe or Tinashe? However you say it, Tinashe. You're gonna be Tinashe, okay? So I was thinking, like, the fact that they have to tell you that this person is some famous big rapper and tell you what their song is, that just shows that you're not famous. So I never bothered to look into it. In fact, I heard about her because I used to have a huge crush on Swoozy. And oh my God, y'all, I almost fainted when he followed me back on Twitter. I was a minor back then. I sent him a whole message telling him how much I liked him and whatnot. And yeah, we're not gonna get into that crap. It was very embarrassing. I'll probably read it to y'all one day. But I used to bleach my skin. Definitely got treated better when I was like, it's kind of interesting. I'm not gonna talk about that right now, but that's actually sad. But that's a whole nother story. I'm not gonna get into that. My brain, I forgot what I was saying. Swoozy. Yeah, Swoozy. I know. Yes, I had a huge crush on him when I was like a preteen teenager. And I was like, he followed me back? I almost died. And he didn't just follow me back. He replied to my message and thanked me for liking. I didn't tell him, oh, Swoozy, please marry me. I didn't say that. I just told him like how much I liked his content or something like that. Let me look back to what I said. I was maybe like I wasn't that young. I was maybe like 14 or something. Let me see. Why was I even talking about Swoozy? There was a point to this. I can't remember. Okay, my phone is in Heisei. So this was, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what year this is. So, but I don't even blame you or judge you for it. I totally understand. Because I know personally ignorant comments people have made inside the Black community, even telling people to do that. My sister is dark skinned. I remember her dealing with that crap in school. In fact, I'll be honest, I used to say colorist comments to my sister. Whoa, oh, I scared myself. I almost I almost sent what I'm saying right now to Swoozy. I was trying to find the message. Okay, I'll read it, but we're not gonna ever talk about this again, okay? I said, I love your videos. I came across them by accident and fell in love with you ever since. You're so cute, funny, and nice. I can't help but watch. Yes, I know. I know. I know. I know. I'm cringing just the fact that I'm sharing this live with you guys right now. This is extremely stupid. And this is why I said I strongly believe that your brain does not finish developing until you are 25. Because, yeah. Don't laugh at me. Oh my gosh. I was a teenage girl, people. Give me a break. Give me a break. Let me see what year is that. What year is, how old was I? So I would have been, let me see, 2013. Hey, say 21? What is Hey Say 21? Hey Say 21. That can't be right. 2009? Like, I thought it was like 2010 or whatever. It was either 2010 or whatever. But I think the date is, it says February, Hey Say 21. Yeah. Random question. Is there Chipotle? No, there's no Chipotle, but there's something really close to it. Y'all always gotta be talking about food. Frijoles. Free. I can't say that word. God damn it. Excuse my language. Free frijoles. It's really, really similar to Chipotle. Like it literally, in my opinion, tastes the same. But yeah, they have them all over the Tokyo area. Really, really good. Um, that's so cute. I love just cheating school. Oh, yeah, so you know, Susie. Yeah, I used to watch him all the time. I watched all of his videos religiously. I loved him. So yeah, but I was so happy. I should delete this message, but it'll stay with me forever. But he actually replied back. He said, "Thanks for the love, boo. Well, I'm definitely glad you found him like the vids. More antics, death on the way." So he kept it clean. He ain't gonna end up beside one of those scandals talking to minors. But I think my phone is tweaking out because I think I was older than that. I was at least 14. But all right, whatever. Anyway, I need to go to the bathroom, y'all. It's going on 3 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're down to like 2 hours. Let me check off this list. Then I'm gonna take a bathroom break. Random question. Okay, you already asked that, Marty. I already read that. Anything else that I missed? Okay, yeah, that's it. All right, I did addressing stupid ass comments from dumb bitches that don't know how to read or listen to the shit that I have to say. And talked about meet and greet, Talked about Valentine's Day, White Day, 2024 road trip. Talked about moving to Chicago. I told you about my other YouTube channel that I haven't done anything with yet, and to delete the picture of my ex-boyfriend from. Oh, okay, yeah, we'll talk about that later. So yeah, I have like 3 more things to talk about, 8, 9, and then number 10, the story time that you actually came here to watch. We talked about rappers, food, and everything else. So I'm going to try to slide across this couch to avoid messing up my ghetto stand that I have in front of me. So hopefully it doesn't fall. There's not a sudden earthquake here. I'm using a smaller suitcase to put my laptop on this time, so hopefully that helps. But yeah, I kind of want to. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta warm my miso soup. I'm really hungry, but I shouldn't drink this because then I'm gonna have to pee again. So I don't know. All right, give me a second. Bathroom break, everyone. Take a break. Eat some food. Pass gas. Call your mama. I'll be right back. Give me like 6 minutes. I have no idea how to move without knocking everything over or showing y'all my business because there's like personal crap behind me. Okay. Sorry, people. But yes, this is where we are so far now. We're almost done. And again, like if you guys have questions and stuff, I'll talk about that at the end of the video, but you can leave a comment or email me or send a DM or whatever, and I'll talk about the end of the video because I'm lazy and I'm kind of not in the mood for making like regular videos answering questions. So I talked about this on my post on Instagram, but this will probably be my last live stream this year, or at least for the next 6 months. I have nothing else that I'm planning to talk about live to you guys. So if you got any ghetto crap you want to talk about now, go ahead and ask it to me. It could be about anything, like y'all were talking about rappers and stuff. But I'll get to that in the last couple of hours because I do want to get to the story like before he comes because y'all gonna be mad if I don't tell the story today after I did all of this hyping it up, especially on Patreon because Patreon has been waiting to hear about this since like it happened because I told them about it when it first happened. So I kept saying I was gonna make a live stream on it, and I kept saying it, but I didn't have a day for it yet. And then I finally made a day for it, and then as you guys know, when the day came, it didn't work out. So yeah, which sucked for me too, because then I had to reschedule everything as well. Like, for example, I did not plan on doing my hair or doing my makeup or anything else, but I had to make myself partially presentable. And then I was so ghetto, I did it black people style. I was like, well, I'm already late, so I might as well cook breakfast. So I made myself something to eat before I started. But I didn't get to finish my food. As you guys can see, I was still having my miso, and now I'm kind of hungry. And I gotta go to the bathroom. So, all right, let me go. Taking a break. I'll be back. Wait about 6 minutes. Bye. I just realized it's going to be hard to come back and sit down again, too. And this is dangerous, too. There's like, I can't explain it, but we have this curtain above us. I'll talk about this later. Let me stop. Shit. Oh, crap. You all should be lucky that you can't see me. I have a Charlie horse. I have a Charlie horse from sitting down. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to microwave the soup and go to the bathroom. I'm coming. This is like one of the things that I like about doing live streams because like at least I can read you all's comments in real time. Because when I'm just like recording a video, I'm like just talking to myself. Okay. Okay. I'm done. Now I feel refreshed. Okay, it's exactly 3 o'clock on the dot. No, it's 2:59. But okay, we have about 2 hours to get everything done. So let me talk quickly. Kind of. All right, let me finish my list. I want to stick to my list because, like I said, this is the last stream I'm going to do for a while. I will still be doing videos. Don't worry. You got any more of those? Yeah, we did this the last time. Sadly, I don't. My fat ass ate them all. In fact, I bought more donuts since that last stream, and I ate all of those too. So, yeah, don't remind me. When my husband comes back, I'll probably like ask him to get some donuts because I can actually go to the store now. I'm actually ready. But do I really want to go to the store? I might. But no, I don't have any donuts right now. I don't. In fact, I'm trying not to eat other things I'm not supposed to be touching yet because I'm supposed to be making dinner tonight. But like, I kind of want to cook something else. But that's what I hate about like being in Japan, especially inside this house. Having to go to the store every single day because like there's nothing here to eat except what we're gonna eat for that day. And like I tell you, it's like an hour just to get there and come back. It's not including the time walking around the store and finding what you want to buy. I shouldn't even be complaining because like the normal me, I should be working a day job right now. I should be happy that I don't have to work. But it feels like a job, especially since now it's like I don't know, like I feel indifferent. Like sometimes I'm like, do I really want to like why do I care about how I look? I can go outside any type of way. I'm already married. I don't have to worry about looking cute. Especially if my husband's not there. Because of course, if he's there, then of course I want to look good for him. But when I'm by myself, it's like, do I really have to? But that's how I know it's like it's not just about dating or anything like that. It's just human instinct. You want to look good when being around other people. So I normally hate going to the store because like y'all be seeing me when I do journals. My hair be all over my head and be looking crazy and no makeup, nothing at all. So yeah. But yeah, those donuts, I swear, it's something inside of them like crack. It is so hard. If you eat them, please, anyone in Japan, please, if you try them, please vouch for me. Please write me a comment someday on any video and say, oh, Ren, I tried those donuts. I promise you, I was a hater for the longest. I was like, who would buy plain donuts? Like, my mom bought that stuff just because they were cheap every once in a while, but they were always the last donuts left. We buy, if y'all know what I'm talking about, those assorted donut packs you would get back in the day, and it would have like 2 or 3 of each donut. I think it was like 2 of each donut. There'd be like 2 powdered, 2 plain, 2 chocolate, 2 whatever, like 2 coconut. I used to hate coconut, but now I love them now that I'm older. But yeah, I used to hate the plain. I was like, who would want to buy plain donuts? But they're not just plain. They have like a sugary like taste to them. They are delicious, really, really good, and so hard to stop eating. So nice. I want to know what marriage life feels like, especially housewife. I'm not even a good example of that because, like I said, I mean, my situation is kind of interesting, and I didn't talk about that part of it, which kind of reminded me of. I should be mentioning that now, actually. Another part of like us being where we are right now, I've talked about that being a compromise. I tell you guys that my husband is actually really frugal, and he's been that. In fact, I kind of broke him out of his frugalness after we got together. Before we got married, of course, for the hopes of trying to make me happy and to impress me. He does not like to spend money, and he doesn't spend money on himself either. For example, like before meeting me, you guys probably noticed from looking at pictures of him too, he literally only had like 2 outfits. He had some other things, but like he didn't wear them. He had 2 outfits, switch between those 2 things. But since he met me, for example, for Christmas, like I told him that I wanted him to like, dress up a little bit more. And so he did like go out and buy himself like a new outfit just to wear it for Christmas. He bought like new pants. He got them tailored and everything. So little things like that like he's changed. And one of the other compromises was, which he was willing to do on my end, but I felt that it was unfair, especially if I'm like planning to go to the US. He wanted to stay here because it's not next to his job. Well, it's close to one of his jobs, but he has another job that's further away. But it's easy to commute to it from here. It's an easy trip. So the compromise was we stay here because we don't have to pay a move-in fee, go through all that hassle and crap again. And we're going to leave next year anyway. It's only 1 year. So is it really worth it to break this contract, start a new one? And of course, the real me, yes, it is worth it. But I was like, okay, fine. I could be reasonable and logical. Yes, you're right. So that's the reason why we're here right now. But what was I saying? There was a reason for it. Yes, talking about a housewife. Yeah. So honestly, while this is my place now too, it doesn't really feel like it because we didn't rent it together. My name is not on the lease. And of course, it's still like it feels like a guy pad because kind of what it was. For example, the area that I'm even in right now, he created a man cave, a ghetto man cave. He has like a big TV up on the wall behind me over here. And he literally took two like long shower curtain rods and placed them on opposite ends of like the living room. And there's a giant curtain that's like covering. It looks like you know how kids used to make like tents and forts. I wish my parents thought about doing this for me and my brother when we were kids. It covers this whole area, and so it makes it look like a home theater or whatever. So like normally, like he comes here like to play video games, watch movies, etc. And now both of us, it's so funny. We're so alike but so different. We're both petty. So whenever we get mad at each other, one of us sits inside of the cave and like we shut the curtain so the other person can't see what we're doing. And so whoever's on the outside is like, hey, like, you know, pulls it back. Like, why are you mad? Type thing. So yeah, we're both petty. Okay. So if you think I'm toxic, he's toxic too. And that's why we're a good match. But okay, back on subject. Yeah, it kind of feels weird because, like, to be honest, one part of me feels like I'm not married, and the other part feels like I hate using that generic, um, popular imposter syndrome, whatever type thing. But I do kind of feel like that. I feel like I'm not really a wife. I feel like I'm not a housewife either. Cause like I don't know. I don't know how to explain. Like I feel like I'm still living by myself in a way, and I feel like I don't have any sort of work, any type of job. But then at the same time, I also feel overwhelmed. And of course, it's also because my husband doesn't treat me like I'm a slave or something. He's not forcing me to do anything. So it's not like I have to. Um, it's not like I have to cook or I have to clean. But of course, he expects me to do that. So if I don't do it, it obviously makes things frustrating for him. So, for example, I'm going to keep it real with you. Shouldn't be sharing this, but keeping it real. I got mad at him just recently. We're human. We live together. We're always literally up on each other because, like I said, we didn't get a new place after we got married. I'm still living inside of his little bachelor pad that he had by himself. I literally sleep in a twin bed. Mind you, my bed, even by myself, I had a queen size bed. It was a futon, but like still, I'd rather have a queen size futon than, in fact, to be honest, I'm thinking about compromising on that and ask him to get that because I do not like his bed at all. It is like brick hard. My futon was more comfortable than his bed, but he has like a bed that it's a twin bed, but it's like an electronic bed. It actually calculates how many hours you slept and it does like a bunch of crap like that I've never seen before. So it's nice, but I don't like it. But anyway, yeah, I I don't feel like I'm a housewife, and I don't do everything that I should be doing like a housewife either. So yeah, it's another story. Um, but you can get married, and you will. If there's wait, plain donuts, I can see how addicting they are. Yeah, and that's the thing, they don't look like they'd be sweet. They look just regular. I mean, now that I look at them, because 'cause I'm fat and I took the time to, like, look at them, they're glossy, you can kinda see this little something. It's not glazed like Krispy Kreme donuts, but y'all can go back and see the video, y'all know what I'm talking about. They're delicious, y'all, and they're cheap. They're only $1.78 yen, $1.78 yen. I just combined both. They're 178 yen. So, yeah, those store don't so still. I get the bias. I love it. Yes, that's the reason why I was like, because these are store-bought donuts, and I only ate them because when I was at his house, like before, what were we dating? No, we were boyfriend girlfriend at this point, but it's early in the relationship, so like I don't feel comfortable like complaining about stuff or saying, "Oh, I don't like this." Even on my first date, we went out for yakiniku, And I didn't know that there was a type of yakiniku that I didn't like legitimately. I know that they have things like, liver and heart, which most places, I mean, I won't say most places don't serve it. A lot of places don't serve that. Only yakitori places do, which is basically, for those who don't know, it's essentially just a shish kebab with chicken on it. Typically chicken, but it could be any type of meat, chicken, pork, beef, whatever. So yeah, those places always offer liver and heart and stuff like that, which I learned that I hate. But normally when you have yakiniku, that is not an option. Some places do have, in fact, a lot of places do. But I never had hormone before. I didn't even know what the fuck that was. In fact, I thought he was mispronouncing it. And I still don't honestly understand it. I'm assuming it's the hormone part of the ant. I don't fucking know. For example, excuse my language. When I went to that insect restaurant, they served a hormone dessert where it was the actual whatever mating call crap thingies. I ain't no damn scientist. Okay, that's why I'm not a doctor. So back on subject. Yeah, he loved it, and I could not eat it. But because he paid for it and it was our first date, I had to pretend like it was at least okay. I ate it and I was like, oh, it's good. He asked. After we got into an established relationship, I admitted to him, this is absolutely disgusting. I hate it. And I said it nicely. But now that we're married, I told him exactly like that. But yeah, I told him, like, I can't eat that. I really don't like it. He's like, what? You don't like it? It's like, no, I really don't like it. And I even told him, what I told you all. I said I only ate it because it was our first date. I didn't want you to think poorly of me because that would be really rude. I didn't want to lie to him and say, oh, I love it so he get more. But, somebody spending their hard-earned money on you to buy you food and you don't eat it or you say, hey, it's not good, I don't like it, whatever. And I'm really glad I didn't do that because now that I know how he feels about money, because like I said, my husband is he's Mr. Krabs, okay? He's a cheapskate. He got money, but he don't spend money. He literally spends money when he has to. If he can do it himself, he will. The only time he will spend money is if it'll save him a lot of time. So for example, even though I decided to do it myself anyway, he was going to pay for like IKEA to build the furniture, which I was shocked. I was like, I'm surprised he didn't say, I can build it myself. So, but anyway, random question. What's it like going through airport immigration in Tokyo without knowing a lick of Japanese? That's a whole good video. Good question. You don't need it. I made a video talking about this, but it wasn't specifically for that question. I just somehow talked about it. I don't remember what video it was, but yeah, I'm glad you asked that. Yeah, good question. The reason why you don't need it is they don't expect you to know Japanese. Is it useful? Yeah, technically, but they're not going to go, oh, good, you can speak. I was paranoid. I think that's where I made the video talking about this. I made a video talking about how I was freaking out about coming to Japan, thinking about how I need to know Japanese for all these different things. And then when I came here, realizing that either one, they weren't expecting me to talk to them at all, or two, the staff could either speak English or because they dealt with literally thousands and thousands, if not millions of people that came through the line before me throughout their career of working at the airport that did not speak a lick of Japanese, they don't need you to. Every time in fact, I've only been to the airport international one twice. Every time I went, I never used Japanese. Even although when I went back the second time, I at least knew a little bit at that point. I haven't been to Haneda or Narita Airport, and gosh, it's been 6 years now. Yep. I've been to smaller airports. No, I did go to Kicks, but I didn't go to the international area. I just went to, I used Peach Airlines before. But yeah, I promise you don't need to know any Japanese. Do not freak out over it. I was talking about in that video how I had freaked out. I'm trying to talk fast because I'm running out of time. But I freaked out because I thought that I needed to know Japanese. I watched the Japan or Japanese Pot 101. And I watched their video, I was trying to remember all of the different words, etc. They speak very simple Japanese when talking to you. All they're going to do is ask you for your passport. And for you to give them, they give you this little, certificate, whatever thingy, when you're on the plane. If you didn't get one or if you lost yours, you can get another one at the counter. You just fill it out, explaining what your purpose in coming to Japan is for, asking if you have any, illegal items or things need to be taxed, etc. That's pretty much it. And they just take the stuff from you. That's all. And if you're in the wrong line, they'll direct you to the right one. I went to the wrong line the first time that I came here. So it's no big deal. Literally nobody cares. And normally when you're going to the airport, a lot of the staff, even if they don't talk to you in English, they can understand English. They're just not confident in speaking in English. So as long as you're asking a simple question, they know the answer to it. So don't worry about it all. I promise you. It sounds scary. It seems scary, but listen to me. I'm literally the most anxious person in the world. I came to Japan in a way that no foreigner living in Japan within the past 15 years can honestly say they did. I came here with no phone, no internet, by myself, and no Japanese ability. I lived that way for an entire month. If I can do it, you can do it, especially with a smartphone. And I didn't even do that on purpose, it was by mistake. I got a cheap phone and I bought a SIM card from T-Mobile that was supposed to give me an international plan, but it turns out that SIM card did not work for my phone internationally once I left the country. So I ended up in Japan with no ability to talk to anyone for a long time. And my little Japanese, travel book was inside of my suitcase. And I would like everything went wrong. I couldn't find my share house. Then when I got to the share house, I couldn't figure out which floor I was on. It was just super confusing. All another story. All I gotta say is this: I lost my bag at the airport too. So yeah, that was messy. So yeah, all I gotta say is this: if you have a smartphone, you're good. If you ever need something that you can't explain in Japanese, I still use my smartphone to this day. I use Google Translate all the time, shamelessly. And people don't want to talk about that. Everybody in Japan that's been here for more than a few years, they pretend like they speak perfect Japanese and they just talk and they never need to use Google Translate and like they can read kanji. They can't. They're fucking liars. Yes, you can learn to talk a lot. You can become fluent in a few years. Yes, I should know more than I do. I'm not gonna lie on myself. But I will say this: you'll never be able to read at a native level unless you dedicate like all of your time for like the next 15, 20 years just studying kanji, reading and writing. It's really hard to become at a native level. Japanese people spend their whole lives, even in university. In fact, there's grown people that, aren't good with writing kanji, etc. It's hard to do. And even if you could speak Japanese, being able to read Japanese and to write it, and on top of that, to also be able to understand how to use stuff. For example, cultural differences. For example, in English, we ask people, how are you? In Japanese, you might have heard, genki desu ka, whatever. They don't say that shit. So just little things like that. Even like saying no. You might be told, yeah, to say no, but like they don't do that crap here. You never hear people say no. If people don't have something or don't want something, they'll find other ways to go around using the word no. So just little things like that. This is where cultural differences, understanding the culture is more important than language. So long story short, don't worry about not knowing Japanese. You don't need it literally at all. You don't even have to know to say thank you. I was so nervous and so distraught and all over the place. Like, oh my God, I have no phone, because I meticulously planned out everything to make sure that I had all the help that I could possibly need. And not having a phone was not on my plans. That was not what I thought was going to happen. That completely threw me off because I was so afraid of coming to Japan without knowing Japanese, y'all. I paid, and I will still do this when I come back, to be honest. I felt like it was worth it. I paid $300 to have a taxi meet me at the airport, pick me up, and take me to my not my hotel, but to my share house. Worth every penny. Did it twice. No regrets. And in fact, I'm glad they were there, because if they weren't there, I would not have been able to, do the money exchange I wanted to do by myself, because I was too nervous. It's easy to do. You don't need help. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, I'm talking about how I felt. I was too nervous to do these things by myself. I didn't know where I was going. I like feeling confident. I like knowing that I can be understood. I like knowing where to go. And when I can't do these two things, I'm out, is how I feel. So I've become more confident now. But starting off here, I did not feel that way at all. And I will say this: I think it's much easier to navigate Narita Airport as a foreigner with no Japanese language ability than Haneda Airport, even although a lot of people think Haneda is better because it's actually inside of Tokyo, whereas Narita is actually in Chiba. But Chiba is the bigger airport. It's cleaner, nicer, bigger, much better food, much better souvenir shops, and the staff treats you a whole lot nicer. My personal experience at Haneda Airport was not particularly bad, but it wasn't good either. And I feel like a lot of things could have been handled a lot better. For example, with my luggage, I could not find my luggage. And I feel like when I went to Narita Airport, it was very clear to see where my luggage was going to be. I was literally just walking around trying to find people that were on my plane, which thankfully I did. And they were able to direct me where my suitcase was. So yeah. Anyway, off of that. Where was I? I just heated up my soup and now I'm talking. Hold on. And I'll touch the microwave again. Damn it, it's already cold. Shit. We're just gonna drink cold soup now. All right. Tea. It's cute. Random question. What's like? Who you asked that? Who is the person you asked about Chipotle? Oh, you think I know them? I don't know him in real life. I remember seeing your comments several times. Was it who? No. I'm getting y'all names mixed up. That's not the same person that asked about Chipotle. I have to scroll back. I can't find your comment anymore. But whoever asked about Chipotle, I don't know them. At least I don't think I do. Yeah, I can't find it. Whoever asked about Chipotle. But yeah, they they don't have a Chipotle in Japan. I was shocked by that. But I promise you, frijoles, it's literally the exact same concept as Chipotle. They really copied Chipotle. That's what they did. They liked the idea of Chipotle and brought it to Japan, and they're genius for doing it. So you literally built your own burrito. It's the exact same thing. But the difference with this place is, I will say there's a little less options for making a burrito. I kind of feel maybe no, actually no. No, there isn't. I normally use Uber Eats, so there's less options. But when you go to the restaurant in person, you have all the options right there. You can add stuff on Uber Eats, but I feel like it's more difficult to explain how you want your burrito. It's the exact same way as Chipotle. So, um, mm, I'm not ashamed of asking. Oh, you're the one who asked about Chipotle? Oh, okay. Now I understand. You're the one who asked. I'm also in the mood for some food. Yeah, I'm really tempted to heat up my food again. Well, my soup. I'm gonna heat this up for the past 5 hours. Okay, let me move fast. I have like no time. Let's eat Cheerios. Spicy ramen, but that's for later. Well, y'all having a whole conversation about food. So, okay, I want some ramen now too. Y'all need to go to Suji if y'all ever come to Japan. So tired, don't want to deal with it. Papago is better. Am I saying that right? Than Google Translate? I love Google Translate. Every time I've tried to use another translator, I just don't like it better. Like for example, Apple has their own. I don't like that in the same way. I think you're talking about the anxious thing. Yeah. So I promise you, you have to experience it for yourself. I promise you, after you do it and you get done with it, you realize, oh, that was easy. For example, I spent a long time being afraid of just ordering food. I avoided going to McDonald's. I avoided going to like any restaurant because I didn't know how to order. And when I would hang out with my European friends, they had no problem just saying what they wanted in English and pointing to that shit. Sometimes they just point to it. And I was like, why don't I just do the same thing? Like, I can do that too. I can just point to what I want. I don't need to be able to talk to the staff. They don't care about me talking to them. I can just point. They can, in fact, it's probably better for a lot of people. You can see exactly what I want. I can shake my head yes and no. Sign language goes a long ways. And again, if you're ever willing to talk, Google Translate, your best friend, or any translator that you use, whatever you prefer. So don't worry about it. And again, while you're worried about your Japanese, they're more worried about their English. They're worried about their, inability to communicate with you. They'll apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't speak English. My English is not good, blah, blah. They're happy if you just even try to use Japanese. Just a little bit that you do know. They appreciate that. So you guys a really embarrassing story a while ago. I said this several times now, but I talked about how when I was first starting, and mind you, I am still not. I would not consider myself to be fluent in Japanese. I can survive by myself. I know enough Japanese to handle going to immigration by myself. I can set up my utilities by myself, and I've done that by myself. But I would not say that I know enough Japanese to like fully converse or even do a YouTube video entirely in Japanese. But I honestly have considered doing it. I've thought about like making a channel just for me practicing Japanese, but I don't know. I don't even know what I would talk about. But anyway, well, I could talk about the same stuff. But where was I? Yeah, I used to go to the restaurant and I used to say now instead of saying that I was done. I would say like imade when I was finished with my order instead of ijode. And finally somebody laughed at me for saying it and they corrected me. And I was like, oh, I've been saying this wrong all this time. And so I didn't learn this from a book. I just picked it up that when I'm done with my food, sometimes the staff, would say, basically, are you finished? Are you done? Is that all in Japanese? So I thought this is how you say that, but I misinterpreted. I heard it wrong. They weren't saying ima, they were saying ijo. So yeah, it was a funny little thing. But after hearing that I made that mistake, it made me not ever want to, order anything again. So, oh my God, I made a mistake. But then I thought to myself, It's from making these mistakes that I was able to improve. I can be corrected. For example, even with like heating up my food, I think every foreigner that came here not knowing Japanese can relate to this. When the staff of 7-Eleven asks you, would you like me to warm this up for you? When you don't know what that means, it's like a freak out moment, like, what do I say? At first, I didn't even know what they were asking because we don't have that option in the US. So I was like, can you give me my shit? No. And then finally I figured out, oh, they're asking, do I want them to microwave it? Because sometimes I'd have rude staff that didn't even bother to ask me because they're like, oh, she's a foreigner. She's not going to understand anyway. And I don't want to waste my time microwaving this shit. So they'll just give it to you. Or also because of the time of day, they assume that if you're getting food in off hours, so like really late at night, really early in the morning, it's not around lunchtime, maybe you're not eating this right now, so you don't want it to be warmed up. So yeah, little things like that. That's all a whole nother story. But yeah, after learning that, you feel confident. Oh, okay, I can do this for myself. I can't remember what I said, but I said something that wasn't even like legible, not legible, but you know what I mean. It wasn't. I can think. God, my English does not work. I don't know how to say it. You know what I'm talking about? Where people can't understand you. It made no sense, but they got what I was trying to say. But of course, the staff laughed at me. And then finally, once again, I was out one of my friends. They heard me say that, and they corrected me, like, "Girl, what the fuck did you just say? It didn't even make any sense." So you got to make mistakes. It hurts. It sucks. But to be honest, even when staff is laughing, they're laughing because it's cute, and the fact that you took the time or effort to try to speak. What people hate here more than anything is the foreigners that come here and loudly speak in English and then get upset when they're not understood. It's okay to talk in English to the staff. Just be really nice and calm and polite when you do it. So try to speak slowly, use simple words. Don't say things that are complicated or complex. Be as simple as possible. Avoid using slang. And people will generally understand you. Even Japanese people, like, for example, my husband, if you ask him, he'll say he doesn't speak English. Or he'll say, oh, a little. He speaks a lot more than a little English. So it's just a humble thing. And of course, they are just like how you are. They're afraid of making mistakes. They feel fearful of not saying something right or not being able to understand you. So yeah, there's that. For example, my husband, even though I'm American and he's never been there, he finds it easier to listen to British and Australian English than American English, which I thought was interesting because normally people say the opposite. So yeah, off of that, um, that's where I got ripped off by the cab driver. That's the thing. But see, I ordered the special taxi service though too. But sorry, y'all. All taxis in Japan are really expensive. Taking it from the airport. Um, Again, it's totally up to you. If you can go without it, you'll definitely save a lot of money by just taking the train. You can get from the airport for like $5 or $7 or whatever. And if you want to do the more expensive route of taking a bus or something, you could take a bus for like what, $10, $15 or whatever or less. It's really inexpensive. But if you do have a lot of luggage and you don't want to use Yamato transport and you don't know how to use it, or you just don't feel confident. For example, I didn't. I was afraid of my luggage getting lost or me making a mistake. I did all the research on Yamato. I watched every video on Japan at that time. Like I literally, any channel you can name, any other J-vlog, even if I've never talked about on my channel before, because I normally try to avoid talking about other people's channels. I want to get into drama and beef people. I've watched them all. If it's a newer channel, I probably haven't because I literally don't watch anybody's channel here in Japan. I promise you, I don't. But when I wasn't in Japan, before I came here, all of like the OGs of the J-vlog community, I watched all of them, and even some smaller channels. In fact, my two biggest inspirations for my own channel were smaller, and they no longer make videos anymore. In fact, even the so-called OGs, they all stopped making videos. They rarely upload, if any at all. So anyway, time for some more cold soup. Sorry, people. Story time. Yeah, okay, I'm getting to it. Gosh. Yeah, you are right. I only got like an hour now. I had a layover in Haneda. I'm coming from the States, and I still had another flight in the morning. I was dragging luggage all day, so I decided to go to a hotel. The dude was so mean. Yeah, I've had bad taxi experiences too, to be honest. I've had any that were truly bad, but like the worst I ever had was I had a taxi driver pick me up. And then when I told him where I wanted to go, I don't even know why. He kicked me out of his cab. It's never happened before. And I wasn't even going far. I asked for a taxi ride from Ikebukuro to Shibuya at night. It was a little bit late, but I'm like, why did you pick me up and take me? And I had no luggage. It was just me and my backpack. Why did you let me get in your car just to kick me out? Okay. If I was in the US, I would have had a lawsuit and became a millionaire or something, claimed discrimination. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. I ain't got time to talk about the rest of the stuff. We're going to have to make another video on it. So let me just quickly say it. Quickly. As you can probably already see, yes, I've been trying to wear my hair natural a little more recently. My goal is to make it the entire month of February with natural hair, which also include meeting my father-in-law with this hair because he's never seen my curly hair before. Do you know my own husband forgot my hair was curly? I don't think he fully understands that I had curly hair, and I could have swore we talked about this before. He came home from work and saw my hair, and he was like, "Oh, like your hair, like it's nice." And then I thanked him for complimenting, whatever. And then later, he'd asked me what I did to my hair, and I'm like, "My hair is curly." And he was like, "Oh, I thought you got a perm. You married me? You didn't." But then I guess it's my fault for wearing my hair straight so much. But anyway, where am I? See, I also cut my hair. I finally got over it. I wish I'd done this years ago. I finally literally washed my hair. I styled it like in like half up, half down, and I shouldn't do it this way, but it worked for me. I don't want to straighten my hair and see how messed up it is. I literally just took scissors, found any parts of my hair that were like straight, and I just clipped off the ends of it, like just got rid of hair. So it's mostly in the back where my hair has been cut. I cut off several inches, not several, but I cut off a few inches of hair. I do have some pieces in the front that are a little bit damaged. I got a little bit of heat damage going on right here, but it's cool. So yeah, finally got the courage to do that because now I kind of don't care anymore. But uh, thank you. You trimmed well. This is off subject. And I'm trying to be nasty. I just gotta keep it real. I learned something really weird about myself. For some reason, it feels really good to like slide my finger down the middle of the part. I don't know why. It's like a scalp pussy or something. Like it feels so good. I can't explain it. Especially like when you put like grease or oil. I can't explain it. This part right here, this part right here, it feels so good, y'all. But okay, let me stop. I'm freaking y'all out. Okay, so we're done with the hair part. Making it quick, people. Yeah, I can't even talk about the second part. I was gonna talk about I'll make another video on this, but like issues that I have, or like when I try to talk, disgusting. Like no, it is though. It is. I can't explain it because God, like it feels good. Like especially like when you're putting oil or something there. But all right, back on subject. I be saying some wild stuff, y'all. But all right. That's why, in case you don't know, I never go back and watch my live streams. In fact, I also made a rule to myself. I've watched old videos that I made recently, like, oh my God, I'm speaking English. I've watched old videos that I made recently, like within the past 3 years, but I never, ever, ever look at videos made like prior to 2020. 2020? Yes. I don't look at content that I made prior to 2020. I don't look at it. It makes me cringe. I can't even explain it to you. But yeah, I feel the way about here too on my live stream. So sorry, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta finish eating this. It's almost at the end. I love onion. Sorry, people. Let me check, make sure I didn't miss anything. I know I missed something from earlier. And then I'm gonna get to the story in just a moment after a couple more things. Okay, for some reason it won't even let me scroll back further than that. Okay. Whatever, sorry. Somebody asked me a question about Black history, but slavery. Yes, they do learn about slavery. They know about U.S. slavery. Japanese people are aware of it. They learned that in school. Somebody asked that. I just remember that. I can't find your comment, but I did see it. I can't speak on what extent they learn. I have to ask my husband. I want to do a video with some of my female friends that are Japanese, but they don't know I have a YouTube channel either. I think one of them knows. All right. My story is not super long, but I also add, so don't worry, it's gonna get told. It's a short story, it's just messy. I'll probably be able to tell it in about 30, 40 minutes. Okay. I talked about this on Patreon, but my plans are, because you guys have asked about this too, I will say this. So the choose to be ignorant. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't remember what I said. Here for the mess. Yeah, of course you are. They choose to be ignorant. But I can't remember. I don't know what exactly I'm gonna do, and of course I can't really control that entirely, but I do plan to have children and I honestly want to have a baby this year, but more than likely I'm probably not gonna have a kid until next year or the year after. In all honesty, my husband actually wants to wait until we go to the US. So I don't know. Which I know is even more ironic because we just got to talking about this. But yeah, we'll think about that. I don't know. He's not against the idea of having a kid here, but like his issue is he feels like it's more problematic trying to move across the country. Not across the country, move to another country. And if we're gonna be doing a road trip, trying to do that with a baby, it does not sound like a good idea. Which that's true. And this would be a once in a lifetime thing with this just being us. So but then again, it's like I don't have children. So I don't know. We haven't really talked about this very deeply. We've just talked about it on the surface. So I'm married. I'm not in a rush. I do want to have kids. That is somewhat of a rush, but like I don't have to talk about it right now. I got some time. Got a little time. So, yeah. And of course, I talked about this before. I do believe that I do have some fertility issues. So just a FYI, it's probably gonna take me a minute. I don't know. But I'm not currently trying for a baby at this moment, but we will be soon because I want to have a kid next year. So that's another story. Yeah, and then my last thing, which we kind of already talked about, I am not working because people keep asking me that. I do not have a job. I'm not a teacher and I'm not doing modeling. And I talked about this on Patreon already. So if you want to be nosy, I go into detail about that there. But I'll briefly explain it right now. I want to focus on being a wife and becoming a mother. And while I do want to have my own business and I did want to be a model, I recognize it's not realistic right now. For starts, I do not have the right body for modeling. I've gained so much weight recently. I honestly have not been in a good place mentally. I'm getting a lot better. Like, for example, I feel pretty okay right now, but I went through a lot, and you'll hear about a lot of it right now inside this live stream. Keep in mind, you're not going to hear everything here because I have more that'll be shared just for Patreon. So I will briefly go over my story and share some more details that Patreon doesn't know yet. But I will keep most of that. And if you want to see videos, pictures, etc., that will all be on Patreon, not here. So just letting you know. For two reasons. One, I have to protect my privacy to a certain degree and extent. And if you're going to be that nosy, you can pay me for it. And two, on top of that, of course, I also recognize there are people that are watching my content for the purpose of trying to not be messy in the sense of like hearing drama, because I know that's enjoyable. But I mean in the sense of trying to cause problems for me, including the person that I'm going to be talking about. So for that reason, to protect myself legally, I will keep some things just on Patreon. So my purpose is simply to share my story. It's therapeutic for me. Please understand that this is very personal and hard for me to talk about and share. Again, this is something that happened in the past. I don't need your how can I put it? Your 2 cents on what you think you would have done or how you wouldn't have been in my situation. You weren't there. I'm not asking you. And while you're talking shit, it can still happen to you. You might think, oh, it never will. Those are the people it always happens to. That's exactly why it happened to me. So just keeping it real with you. I learned my lesson. There were some mistakes that I made. I talked about this already, but I'm recapping this for anybody new here. There were plenty of mistakes that I made, which is what led to this whole situation happen from me not listening to other people that gave me good advice. So I take full accountability for that, but I also will not deny the fact that other people did me really wrong too in the process and a lot worse than what I could have ever done to myself. And I have the right to do stupid things to myself. So that's not even comparable. But yeah, basically the motivation for this video is mainly not because of what happened. I wanted to share it on YouTube, but I was being blackmailed. And not even just by the person that I dated, but even the police. And we'll get to that later. So it's like, I would much rather tell my story, the whole story, the truth, than to allow somebody to have me living in fear of them doing something horrible and illegal to me. So that really, them doing that would just prove what I said to be true in the first place. So that's whatever. Whole nother story. But yeah, it's hard for me to share. I'm even still like hesitating. Do I really want to talk about it right now? But I'm gonna do it. And yeah, so we'll get to that in a second. Let me just finish that part. So yeah, I'm not doing modeling. I'm not doing anything right now. And the main reason why I'm not, it's not because they said they couldn't work with me, but I talked about this on Patreon a while ago. I literally just avoided ever like pursuing like getting professional photos done. And they've asked me to do that for like a million times. And I just kept putting it off. And they still have me on their list. So technically I'm still registered as being a model for this company, but I'm not a model. I'm not doing anything. And I do want to return to it someday, but being realistic, I don't think it'll ever happen because right now, just getting used to being married and then, of course, wanting to have children, that will be my focus. I will have no time to pursue being a model. I can work on having my own business, which that's hard too, but being a model requires traveling, it requires dieting and exercise and maintaining your weight and being able to, like I said, do a lot of traveling, a lot of auditions. It's not easy. It doesn't pay a lot of money. I'm not some type of person that has set their mind this idea of being a millionaire or whatever. That's not realistic. And the average person cannot do that type of modeling. For example, I can't do it no matter how good you might think I look, because for starts, it's not about looks. People oftentimes get that wrong. Being a model is not about being pretty. It's about one, being tall, and two, having a unique look. And so, of course, I'm going to check off the unique category by being a Black person living in Japan with curly hair. But the box I don't check off is, even in Japan, I am not tall enough to be a model. Believe it or not, I'm still an inch off. So in Japan, you're technically considered as tall once you reach 5'5". I'm 5'4". So I'm close enough where I can get some, leeway there. I'm on the tall side, but I'm not quite exactly tall enough. And there are Japanese women that are taller than 5'5". There's 5'6", 5'7" women. So why you? I could never do runway modeling. And beyond just doing real runway modeling, even those type of jobs in Japan, they pay even less than modeling jobs do in the US. So it's not a realistic career. It's literally something fun to do, just say that you're a model, which was my goal and dream. I wanted to do modeling and acting. I used to want to be a singer too. I still kind of do want to in the back of my mind. But I know that I don't have these talents. I accept and acknowledge that. I know that while I do like the idea of modeling in a print type of way, I would never want to do runway. I'm too nervous, too shy. I would be shaking all over the place. I can barely give a speech in front of an audience of 10 people. It's just not for me. So yeah, just putting that out there for anybody that's asking or wondering. Both of those things are dead for the time being. Not forever necessarily, but I highly doubt that I will pursue them anytime soon. It will at least be another 10, 12 plus years. So yeah. And for modeling, acting is still a possibility. That's pretty much taking that off the table because generally speaking, people don't want to work with models that are over the age of 24. So yeah, normally they prefer to get you when you're young so that you have a long career. And this is really based off of the assumption that you're going to age fast and or have children. So normally they don't want to deal with models that are over the age, not 25, 24. And at the highest age you'll ever see is 26. People never, and mind you, I'm 27. People almost never want to work with models that are older than that, unless it's for like, sort of old people commercial, whatever. There's still jobs and gigs for you to get. They hire old people and older, middle-aged adults, whatever you want to call it, to do roles in movies and for magazines, etc. It still happens, for clothing, websites, etc. They still use them, but they're not nearly as popular. They're not what people look for. You don't get paid as much. And again, in Japan, even for the prettiest, youngest, blonde hair, blue-eyed, whatever person, your salary as a model is not consistent. You typically get paid anywhere from $200 to $300 for a gig. And then sometimes you can be paid as much as $3,000 or $5,000. but you don't receive royalties. You get paid 1 or 2 times. It's not a real career. You're not going to be able to live off of that. And if you have to ask me, do you want to be a model or do you want to have a baby? I don't have to think twice about that. I definitely want to have a children. I feel sad about it because, to be honest, as embarrassing as it is to say, I talked about it in my last video. I really wanted to pursue acting and modeling when I was a child, back when I was at a good age. And I remember even back then feeling like I was too old for it, because I kept seeing people say, oh, you need to get started when you're younger, blah, blah. And I told my mother about it, and she just didn't care at all. She's like, oh, God. So that really discouraged me. Imagine doing geriatric work at 28. I don't know if that's supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing. But yeah, like, I just feel like I have to choose. Which do you want? And again, this goes back to that guy that I was dating, that doctor from like a couple of years ago that told me that. And he didn't end up dating me. He broke up with me. He didn't break up with me. He broke up the whatever you want to call it. Decided not to date me. I don't know how to say that. We weren't boyfriend, girlfriend. We were dating. But he decided not to choose me. And he did tell me that, and that was, I think, part of his reasoning too. But he felt that I was all over the place. I didn't have set goals. And he said that, and that stuck with me even to now. You need to choose 1 or 2 things and focus on those 1 or 2 things. You can't do everything. Life is short. It's limited. I know someone, oh, you can't do. No, you can't. Because when you do everything, it's like the saying, you could be a jack of all trades, but then you're a master of nothing. Yeah, you can do a little bit of everything, but you're not good at anything. I think about that with music too. I cannot play any instrument, but I know enough where I could teach you C, D, E, F, G on a guitar, on a piano, and on the flute. But can I play my favorite songs on all of those instruments and on the drums? No. But I've had experience using the drums. I had experience using the flute, using the piano. I've done it all. I'm not good at any of them, though. So I feel like, that was actually kind of true. I had all these big plans, stuff that I want to do. And I still do have those dreams and plans. They're not gone. But I have to decide what's most important. For right now, what I decided was most important was getting married. So I'm focused on that. I honestly do miss working, but I also recognize it's more beneficial to both of us in a way as a couple for me to honestly be at home. But at the same time, I'm not going to lie, I do want to work, but I kind of feel, I don't know, I feel like this is actually better for me mentally. So it's all a whole other story. And of course, it's helpful to my husband too, because he hates to clean. He can't cook. And he's horrible at doing laundry and everything else. So, yeah, it's all a whole other story. But, yeah, I just feel like that ship has sailed. I wish I'd done it earlier. And, of course, I can encourage or support my children if they choose to pursue that. I might even choose to get them into something like that. Because y'all know my kids are going to be fine. But that's another story. But let me stop. I'm going to curse myself and have ugly-ass babies. But, yeah, I've let those things go. So now off of that, now onto the story. So here we are, the bread and butter of this video. I have about 1 hour and 20-ish minutes. So I'll be able to finish it then. Again, like I said, I'm not asking for advice. I'm telling you a story. I understand you have your thoughts, feelings, and opinions, but please understand mine. I might be live streaming, but I'm a real person. I'm a human being. I cry. I get upset. I make dumb choices and decisions. At least I'm being honest with you and telling you what really happened to me instead of keeping this, to myself and then pretending like my life is perfect and nothing ever changed. And on top of that, I'm also telling you this to help warn other ladies out there. You can come across this guy too, or a similar situation. People ask me dumb questions all the time, and now I'm inside of a dumb situation that I could have avoided, and now I'm helping you out. But I will tell you, my story took a lot of twists and turns that I can't get into in this video that I will talk about on Patreon. So there will be some holes in my story. But it's for 2 reasons. 1, legal purposes. 2, why would I give out free information to my haters? You want to see it? Pay for it, bitch. Okay. So, back on subject. Yeah, gosh, this is hard. Why do I really want to do this? I am. Okay. Also, give a disclaimer. I might have to go back and change some things. This happened to me almost 6 months ago. I've tried to erase this memory from my mind. It was very, very, very traumatic for me. I honestly felt suicidal during this time. It's why I was on my hiatus and stopped posting videos for a while and posting regular photos and stuff on Instagram. I had a lot going on my plate. I stopped using OnlyFans, everything. There was a lot going on with me, and I seriously considered taking my own life. I'm not joking with you right now about this. So this is very serious to me. I understand the story is entertaining to you, and you want to laugh, etc., and you want to point fingers, oh, you shouldn't have done whatever, you're whatever, this and the other. It's easy to say when you're not in my position when it's not you. And again, just like how you are mad at me, how do you think I feel looking back on my own story? To make matters worse, I'll give you a little sneak peek here, but this will all be for Patreon. So for my patrons watching this is my proof that I'm not pulling your leg. I did legitimately try to share the video yesterday and I couldn't post it, but I literally have a whole album. I have an entire album on my phone that's dedicated just to the video that I was planning to make. I think I even call it Japanese Sociopath. Yep, I sure did. I literally, let me check, make sure I got nothing supposed to see there. I literally have all of the videos, pictures, proof, etc. of everything that I went through on my phone. I created an entire album for it right here. You've seen some of these things, bits of it on Instagram, but not the full thing. So this was all dealing with that guy. So yeah, I tried to share all of that and I couldn't. And to make matters worse, this is the part that I was talking about. This is the screenshot for this video. But I literally recorded a video saying that I did not trust the guy that I ended up getting screwed over by. I made a whole, it's supposed to be for YouTube membership actually, but I made a whole video, almost 10 minutes long, explaining why I shouldn't have dated this guy. So imagine how dumb I feel looking back and seeing that if I just trusted my gut, didn't go out with him, I could have avoided all of this stuff. I made this video before anything bad happened. I didn't trust my own gut. I thought that I could outsmart him. I thought that basically I could use him to get what I wanted and needed. And to be honest, it's not even a matter of me using the person because you might say, oh, well, then you were trying to use them too. No, I thought that I was dating somebody that seemed to have genuinely been a nice guy. And even although I wasn't sexually attracted to him, I will admit that I can see past somebody's looks. I did it last year as well. Earlier last year with dating that guy that was short. He was cute, but he was shorter than me. And that's normally a no-no for me. But I was willing to date him. And I realized, okay, do you care if your man is, I got lucky, okay? I got lucky and I hit the husband lottery. But realistically, do you care if your man is 6 feet tall? If he treats you like trash, doesn't buy you anything, doesn't care about your birthday, doesn't care about holidays, you don't go on dates, he don't do anything. He doesn't have sex with you. He doesn't please you in bed, like nothing. He just looks good but treats you like trash. And some of you might say yes to that. But if you're smart, after you've dated for a while and when you're dating to get married specifically, you learn from your mistakes. The old me, I dated strictly for looks. You need to look like an anime character if you're gonna date me. If you don't look like a hoe, get the fuck out my DMs. That was the old me. And after I got older, I changed the way that I viewed that type of stuff. So I started, especially this past last year, I got really serious. And Patreon knows this sounds bad and gold digger, like, but I'm keeping it real. I don't want to go through the crap that I went through with my family. I grew up poor. I know that money is very important in a relationship. I want my children to be able to go to good school. I want to be able to travel. I want to be able to enjoy holidays. I want to be at peace. I feel the way right now. When I go home, or I'm at home right now, I'm at home almost every day. But when I'm at home, I don't have to worry, oh my God, do we have enough money for the electricity bill? Everybody over here freaking out in Japan, in case you don't know about how high the electric bills are here. Of course, my husband is freaking out. Oh my God, it's so expensive, because he's a cheapskate. But he don't really give a shit. He got all of his stuff is on auto pay. He got credit card rewards I never even seen before in my life. Free flights, free hotel stays, etc. Things that I cannot experience on my own because I don't have that money. My parents didn't have that money. I want to be with somebody that is stable. He has a career that is always going to be needed. People always need healthcare workers. He's good with his money, something that I'm also not. So having somebody that is what I need, but also strengthens me in the places where I'm not strong at, for example, while I don't agree with everything he does because I'm still my own person. For example, I'll be real. We've had arguments with how much we're going to spend on stuff. For example, can't even think of what it was. We did we went out to have yakiniku the other day, and he thought that because we spent over $100 having yakiniku, that we shouldn't go to Daiso because I wanted to buy some plastic containers to organize the bathroom. And I'm like, it doesn't matter if we buy those containers today or tomorrow. You're still going to spend the extra $20. So we might as well get it today while we're already out. Common sense to me, but again, different for him. He feels differently on some things. Some things that I feel like worth spending money on, for example, I grew up always buying used, old, dingy, possibly roach infested, possibly having a cut off head inside of it, refrigerator, and broken washing machines, etc. I hate used stuff, but I understand that it saves money. So, for example, this is a compromise that I'm not willing to make. So I made it very clear. Look, I want a new refrigerator. I want new. So again, there's some things I can compromise on. Oh, okay, fine, whatever. We'll get this at the dollar store, or we'll get this used or whatever. But there's other things where I'm like, nope. Appliances and furniture, we buy new. You don't know what people did in that stuff, what's been inside of it, what they have. It could be bringing bed bugs into our house. Absolutely not. So I get his logic. We're only here for a year. Why are we buying new stuff? But you get what I'm trying to say. Long story short, we have differences. We disagree. And that's okay. We're human. He's not a yes man. I'm not either. We both stand our own ground. We both clash. I'm a Capricorn. He's a Taurus. We got our issues. And it's funny because my father and mother are also Tauruses too. And I don't get along with them. So, yeah. We're actually supposed to be compatible, ironically. But I don't really like Tauruses. I like Cancers. And people hate Cancers because they're like, oh, they're crybabies. But I love me a crybaby. But back on subject. I like emotional men because to me, they're more romantic and they make good, thoughtful partners. But what I'm trying to say is, I care more about how my partner treats me. It's important that they have the same goals as you, that they're going to do what you want in a relationship. For example, for me, security was what I really started looking for. And I didn't start off that way. If you look back at my old videos and dating in Japan, I didn't care about money. I told you guys I used to make more money than my ex-boyfriend / ex-fiance, really. So yeah, I didn't care about that stuff back then. I changed my stance on these things. So like, no, you end up dating somebody broke, and all they're gonna do is cheat on you and make you cry anyway. Might as well. If I'm gonna get cheated on, it's gonna have to be by a rich nigga. And the other thing that's, excuse me, I got gas. The other good thing too is that I can honestly say it, and I know it's like, oh girl, just wait and see. Trust me, I honestly 150% trust my husband. I don't think he has it. In fact, I think I'm more likely to cheat than my husband. Just keeping it real. He's not the type of guy. And my ex before him, Ryota, he wasn't that type of guy. So he's not some rare unicorn breed. It's not easy to find, I'll be honest with you. But there are plenty of serious men that do want to date, don't want to play games, and have no interest in cheating or talking to other girls, period. I don't have to ask him where he's going, wonder where he's at, or talk about all of this stuff before in another video. And I can go over it all over again. But long story short, I changed the way that I was dating, and I started focusing more on whether the person I'm dating is financially stable or not, whether they're educated or not was also important too. I didn't just care that you made a certain amount of money. I cared about how you were educated. I wanted somebody that had a bachelor's degree. I wanted somebody that had a high salary. And when my husband checked off most of the boxes, he didn't check off all of them. I know I didn't check off all of his boxes at once either. And one of those that he didn't was, which this is something he can learn, he's planning to do next year. My husband actually cannot drive. He has no car, surprisingly. So no car and no license. No car is normal in Japan, but no driver's license. It's normal, but a lot of people do have one. So, and most of the people that I've dated did have a driver's license. So anyway, yeah, I had a 150 light bill the other day. Yes, like for example, things like that, like not having to worry about that. And I can be real with myself. I literally had moments where my power and stuff did get cut off. I had moments where I had to wonder, how am I going to pay this? Or I was literally waiting for YouTube to give me my check so I can make, stuff happen. And I don't always get paid the same amount on YouTube. Sometimes on YouTube, I only get paid a few $100s. Sometimes I get paid over 1,000. Sometimes I get paid, $2,000+ So it totally depends. It's been a little bit higher because I've been posting more recently. But yeah, like generally speaking, like my pay here fluctuates as well. So when I'm not working, it's a huge pay decrease, going from making like, $4,000+, just getting half of that. And mind you, I have bills in the US too. It's not just paying my rent in Japan. And I do a lot of other dumb things which you'll hear about later too. But I really did a lot of stupid stuff with my money, even recently last year. And I'll talk about that on Patreon more. But in a nutshell, I literally was just blowing through money, buying stuff I didn't need, buying clothes, buying food for every meal, just being lazy and doing stupid stuff. And this all really screwed me over in the end. So yeah. Anyway, long story short, it's 4:00 now. All I'm saying is I don't need you to give me your 2 cents. I understand that you think what you think. You have to say what you have to say, but please keep it to yourself if you're not being helpful. It's already happened. It's the past. And for anybody judging me that's watching this being a hater, just know my husband probably has a better job than you, makes more money than you do. I'm living a better life than you are. And at least I'm married. So yeah, just want to remind you. So, because I know people have their 2 cents. Oh, I would have done X, Y, and Z. But are you married? No. Are you married to a doctor? No. So shut up, bitch. So the same for y'all. It's for my haters. I know some of y'all out there. If you're not there yet, you'll be there later and watch it later. And that's cool. And also to the person that I'm talking about, No, she didn't. No, I gotta say it because I know that somebody watching my content is sitting back and waiting to be the armchair expert. Trust me, I want to play the video so bad. I had to stop the video. I didn't even finish listening to it. I almost started crying just hearing myself predict the asshole that he was, the fuckboy that he was, and to see myself not only date him, I slept with him. I got set up by him. I lost everything because of him. That hurt so bad. Thousands and thousands of dollars down the drain because I didn't listen to myself. That hurt. And man, I feel stupid. I know I'm stupid, but you also, even like people that mean well, it's like you really cannot understand until you're in that situation yourself. You can try to sympathize or feel empathetic towards it, but you can't truly understand the pain that I went through unless you were like me or went through it yourself. So anyway, I said, stop the girlies out. Please be careful. Trust your gut. If you feel like somebody's not up to any good, you feel like something seems a little bit off, somebody's just, not seeming consistent, don't date them. Definitely don't trust them enough with your life or your belongings or your stuff, like how I did. So, okay. I feel like your voice. Yes. I talked about this on Patreon. So I have a post last night. I said that, I knew I was going to be laughing and stuff, but trust me, on the inside, I'm literally crying. And I know that after I turn off this camera, I said that on Patreon too, I'm going to be thinking, why did I do this live stream? I shouldn't have done it. So I will also remind you, I'm probably going to get sued after I make this video. And as you can see, I was bold. I even put the person I'm talking about, Akira, his name, Akira Kogude, however the fuck you pronounce that. I put his profile picture as the title for this video. No clickbait video, no clickbait thumbnails of me in a bathtub shit. Nope. I put it strictly what I'm talking about. That was our chat. So we all get caught slipping by a psycho. You're human. It's okay. Thank you. So, yeah, and then the part that makes it worse, I'll be honest with you, which is why I know a lot of people want to watch this too. Here I am giving you guys dating advice, and look at the dumb crap that I just keep putting myself in. Not just dating advice, housing advice, everything. And I didn't even take my own, I don't even say I didn't take my own advice. I did take my own advice, but the problem was that I was too trusting. And this is it's a special circumstance. You'll hear the story. So, let me make it quick. I have an hour to talk, a little more than an hour to talk, but okay. I don't want to talk about this, but I'm gonna do it. Okay. So, my last thing. Then I'm getting to it. Sorry, y'all. Damn, sorry. I never, ever, ever wrote down notes for this. I never revisited this story in its whole ever. So please be forgiving. I might get some details wrong. I might mess up some dates and times and things happen. I'm just telling you the gloss over for the story. The real details will be for Patreon. They will get the videos that I showed you. But I am telling you the story now off of the top of my head how I can remember it. So I might have made some mistakes. I might have forgotten some details. I'm just telling you what I can remember. Please understand that. So, yeah. Oh, and then again, you guys can send me a DM on Instagram or you can email me if I don't reply to your comment. I probably didn't see it. So let me check that first before I move ahead because I will forget. I'm running out of time. I have an hour left. I have nothing on Instagram. Oh, no, I do have something on Instagram. Hold on. Oh, damn, 3 hours. Me and my significant other will be there during the time, and I wanted to go, but not with him also. The meet and greet sounds fun already. Are you talking about you wanted to go, but not with your partner? Because if that's the case, I totally understand you. Because that's a whole nother story. I haven't decided if I want my husband to come or not. One part of me wants him to come because I don't I'm telling you guys the real me. I'm telling you that you have to do it to learn and practice, but being real with you, whenever I can, if my husband's with me, I don't do anything by myself. I let him do all the talking. Because why talk when I don't have to? And I even talked to him recently how I need to change that because I feel like my Japanese is slipping because I'm at home all day. I mostly talk to him in English. And I feel like the only time we use Japanese if we're mad at each other. But yes, or if we're being silly, but not having a normal conversation. So yeah, I feel like I don't really want him to be there because then I have to tell him about my YouTube channel. So of course I tell him before that because he'd just be like, oh, where are all these people here? There wouldn't be that many people, but you know what I mean. So yeah, I understand if you want to come by yourself. And keep in mind, Odaiba is huge. you can go there with your partner and they not even know that you wanted to go there for the purpose of hanging out with me. So you just have to check in every once in a while. But yeah, I understand. You can even go for more than one day, stay for 2 days or whatever. So I haven't decided the exact schedule or what time we'll do stuff, etc. So yeah. Okay, let me get to the story. I have nothing else. Let's see, anything else? Um, okay, no, I got an email. There's no sign up list. So in order to sign up, you have to send me an email. So basically, just send me your contact information by email, so I know who's coming and who's not. I'm planning to make reservations, so I want to know how many people are going to be there, so I can decide how much. First of all, I have to know how many people are going to be there, and then calculate how much money it's going to cost, and then be able to make a proper reservation so I know who's supposed to be there, who's not, etc. So, and I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided. I might pay for everyone that comes if there's only a few people. If there's a lot of people, of course, my husband, I mean, he probably would do just to make me happy, but he wouldn't want to do that. So the real me would, not gonna lie. But I'm sorry off subject, but I just got through logging on to Instagram and I see this and I'm like, oh, that's a prime example of somebody I didn't mention. Coy Leray or Coy Leray. Have you seen him, Coy Leray? She's another example of a mediocre, not good, light-skinned rapper. But we all for the rapper part. Not gonna open up that can of worms again. Just saying. I just saw her at the top of my feet wearing them little stupid boots from Shade Room. But all right. Yeah, so anyway, just send me your contact information. It's on Saturday, December 2nd. I have a video explaining it. Like I said at the beginning of the video, most people didn't get notified about it because I did a double upload that day and it confused YouTube because my normal upload schedule was 8 a.m. Japan time every day. So when I upload outside of that time, normally whatever video I upload either gets less views or if I do a double upload, people normally only see one video and get notified for one video, not the second one. So yeah. My butt itches. I want to turn this camera off. Let me see. And I'm glad you all like my picture. Where was I? What was I talking about to y'all? I was starting with the story, but I was saying something. Okay, whatever. Yeah, basically embarrassing, personal story. I understand. All right, so I'm being honest with you. Please respect my honesty. I don't have to tell you the truth. I can lie to you. I can leave out details. I can omit facts. I'm not doing that. I'm trying to tell you the truth. So this is what happened. I told a half story on Patreon because I didn't even want to get Patreon in my business. Oh, that's what I was doing. Sorry. I lied. I saw an email. Somebody emailed me. Wait. I promise. Last one. I promise. I'm not going to delay it anymore. I'm going to tell the story. Damn. Okay. Fuck. It's the last live stream. Okay. Be patient with me, people. Not the last forever, but for a long time. Hey, Ren, one of the realest but funniest things you've ever said was that if a Japanese guy has piercings, tattoos, Yasuo vibes, and it looks like a host, dyed hair, he has no money, which literally had me weak. I forgot that I said that. It's true, though. Okay, but I'm sorry. One time I was scrolling on TikTok and saw this really good-looking guy with blonde hair, so I was like, and checked his account. And checked his account out and he worked at a bar. Another guy who was also on TikTok was like an underground fighter of some sort. Those guys usually don't have real money 9 times out of 10. But yeah, that was hilarious, but true. People got mad at me about that actually. Also, I'm wishing you and your husband good luck with all of your endeavors and life in general. Oh, thank you very much, Sam. Compliments from New York. I'm actually thinking about going to New York. In fact, I told myself if things didn't work out with me, if things didn't work out for me being in Japan, that's where I actually wanted to go. I wanted to live in New York. So, but yeah, what was I going to say? That is very true. And it hurt for me to learn that the hard way. Because I used to really because I'm not going to lie, they be the finest ones. It always be the host looking guys. I call them host looking guys. Because normally the guys, the crazy colored hair, etc. There's some really nice men, especially towards, specifically for myself as a Black person, that, are really open to dating or being friends with Black people, not even inside the creepy fetishy way, just, really nice, cool people. but they're bums. And oftentimes there are some other hidden issues where they have some psychological stuff, whether they're, abusive and, in a physical sense, or got anger issues, whatever they got going on. So I hate to stereotype and generalize, but just being real, it's like if you know you want to get married, you want to have, you want to be taken care of, you want to be a housewife, etc. Don't date people that don't look like they have money. Just keeping it real. They gotta look like they rich. For example, if you saw my husband, like now you probably can't unsee it because y'all have seen the photo of him at work. But erase that photo from your mind. If you just look at my content on YouTube, because there's no content showing him like that, just seeing him going on dates for me, he looks like a decent man, but you wouldn't think this, dude has a white collar job like that. You would think that he's just a, I don't know, college student, a regular person, nothing special. Okay. Just keeping it real with you. So it's like you wouldn't look at him and think, like, for example, look at Bill Gates. Does Bill Gates look like a millionaire or a billionaire at that? No. In fact, you can normally tell people have money by them not caring about that. For example, my husband does not. All of his clothes, in fact, I'm getting too much to his business. I'm sorry. I love you, Yuichi. I'm so sorry, but I got to keep it real. All of my husband's clothes, and look, I have an excuse. I'm poor, but he's not. All of my husband's clothes is cheap, Uniqlo, just cheap stuff. The only name brand stuff my husband has, as far as his clothes go, are his underwear. And that's how he is. For him, it's like, why would I spend a lot of money on clothes when all I'm going to do is want to buy something new when this is out of season, out of fashion, whatever. But your underwear, you wear that shit pretty often, don't you? You gotta wear drawers, especially if you got a dang. So if you got a dang in your pants, then you gonna have to go through drawers a lot. So you probably want to make sure that since you're gonna constantly be washing and drying your underwear, you buy some good quality panties. That's how I feel too about bras and underwear. I used to think like, why would people spend $60, $70 for one bra? And then I realized actually, the bras from Victoria's Secret hold up better than any bra I've ever had. For example, the bra I'm wearing right now, I've had this bra for 3 years. I have a cheap bra that I bought a year ago. The wire already came out of it. So, in fact, I had to make a makeshift wireless bra. You know you poor when you done this. I literally took some scissors and cut the other wire out the other bra just to make it even. Because otherwise, I got one boob that's sitting all the way up here, and the other one's all the way down there. But that's another story. Now I messed up my shirt. Okay. Sorry, people. But all right, yeah. That's the reason why I only watch like my newer videos from the past like 2, 3 years. Because I be making myself laugh. I tell you that all the time. I literally would play old videos of mine in the background and I'd be dying laughing, like, wow, I said that shit. I wish I had a friend that was half as funny as I am. I know I'm bragging, but I'm just keeping it real. Because I'd be like, damn, how did I come up with this stuff? Y'all understand how ungrateful y'all are to me. In fact, I'd be mad when I hear stuff what I'm saying. And I just think to myself, like, this probably went over their head. They didn't even catch what I was trying to say. But all right, let me stop. Let me get to the story. Okay, I'm wasting time. Sorry. It's live, okay? Normally, if I'm just making a regular video, I can edit this shit out. But I can't. We're doing it live. God, my butt hurt. This couch is so uncomfortable. I need to stretch, y'all. Okay. All right. No more stalling. So, let me look back here and see what date this was. So, this happened on. Okay, so I first came across this guy on September 5th, back when I was living in Shibuya. And to give you some context or whatever you want to call it, how I met this guy, it was all kind of wrong to begin with because there's a lot to it. I was in the process of dating 2 other people at this time, keeping it real with you. But only one of them was technically my boyfriend. And it turns out that that guy that was technically my boyfriend, just to skip ahead the story before I forget to tell you that part, he was not. He was an F-boy, and I'm 99.9% sure, just keeping it real, I think he was married and had a baby, and sadly, I had sex with him, being honest. Whole nother story. If you're on Patreon, that was the guy that was known as Shinagawa Bay. I'm 90% sure. Can I even find him anymore? I forgot what his name was. Which FYI, Shinagawa's name is Mitsuhiro. Mitsu. Yeah, I think Mitsuhiro. I think it's his real name. Can I find him? Because I did go into the detective mode and I looked for him. I forgot his last name. He had a simple last name. But I literally looked him up, and he had his profile picture on Instagram his profile was private, and I'm sure it was a burner account too. But it was a picture of him holding a baby. And this is about this story. I'm not getting off subject. This all loops in together. So I was dating him and the guy that I called Daddy MJ, which I did talk about. In fact, I got that name from a live stream. One of you all gave me that name. But Daddy MJ, the guy that should look like Michael Jackson. I'm gonna miss these whole stories. I know that y'all on Patreon gonna miss them too. That's like the only downside to like being married now. That's why I'm not gonna do any more live streams. Like, I know that I can go on rambling and ranting like how I just did for the past 5 hours, but that was not the plan. I don't have like anything worthy of streaming about. Like, my life is calm now. Like, even for Patreon, like, there's drama and crap in my life still. Sorry, y'all. My lips are getting dry. There's drama and crap in my life still. But, like, I don't have anything, like, crazy bad, like, to talk to y'all about. So it's like, I want to go back to, like, just being happy. Like, but y'all don't want to see me happy, do y'all? Let me stop. Don't answer that question. But anyway, yeah. Forgot what I was saying. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I was dating him, and he was supposed to be my boyfriend, my dad. He was supposed to be my boyfriend. So that was the mystery guy. For those of you that don't know, that's not my husband. The man that you were seeing me go like to Hard Rock Cafe. Let me go to my Instagram. I went to like Hard Rock Cafe, to the Hot Pot restaurant, etc. All of those places. That was me. We just can call him Mitsu because that's what his name was for short. Mitsu. Mitsuhito. When I went out to have like ice cream, y'all can see because the light is blocking it. When I went to this old Ginza restaurant, FYI, I put my husband on this place too. It's a good place, okay? Just keeping it real. The cake restaurant, when I went to Panda Express, Sailor Moon Museum, when I went to go see Sonic the Hedgehog, the One Piece little store I saw in Yokohama, the Goku drinks, all of the stuff. I did all of these dates with this guy. So this guy actually worked for Microsoft, Mitsuhiro. And I'm not going to go into a ton of detail there. Patreon knows all of that. But yeah, I was dating him. He asked to be my boyfriend. I thought that he was legitimate because I didn't just meet him one time. We saw each other every single week. We always went out on nice dates. And no, he was basically just using me. And it was really weird because he wasn't even really using me for sex. He was really just using me to keep him company. So I can't prove that he was married, but I'm 90% sure he was. He claimed that was his nephew. I don't believe that. But it was kind of hard to tell because I know that normally if a guy said that, I would be like, yeah, nephew, sure. But hold on. The part that made it hard for me to tell was he was willing to see me at odd times of day that normally somebody that's married and has children would not. For example, we did stay out really late at night, but he would never stay overnight. So that was my red flag that he might be married. But he would see me on the weekends and he would see me, in the daytime and at night. And he would even see me for long periods of time. So I was kind of having, I felt confused, conflicted. And for that reason, I wasn't dumb. I wasn't just dating him. I didn't want to cut him off just to be safe because I could be wrong. But I also wanted to, keep my options open because I did have the plan to get married. And so in case you don't know, I talked about it before on Patreon, I think on YouTube as well. And if I didn't give an exact date, I always had it in my phone. I specifically wanted to get married on December 22nd, 2022. It was my plan from like back in 2020 because at first my initial wedding date plan that I had in my mind was December 20th. But as you guys know, me and my fiance broke up and that was really devastating for me. I went through panic attacks for the first time in my life. I really lost it. So yeah, I cringe just even thinking about that, but I was not myself back then. And I was literally like just scrolling through the calendar trying to find like another special day. And that was my next day. I was like, okay, I got to get married. That gives me 2 years, basically 1 year by that point. Got to get married. I have to get married on that day I wanted to. And I told my husband, that's why we chose that day. It's an easy day to remember. And it's my replacement. In fact, to me, it's even catchier because instead of it just being 12/20, it's pretty much all twos with the exception of the one. 12/22/22. Could have done 2/22/22. But to be honest, I don't really like February. So yeah, that's another story. Anyway, I'm saying all of this to let you know what was going on at that time. So while I was dating him, I shared on Patreon to you guys. I think I talked about it a little bit. Sorry for something in my mouth. Sorry, that was nasty. But I had like a crumb from the miso, like whatever you call that paste. I don't know what you call it. It was stuck there. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I was talking about the guy I was dating. So yeah, I'm just gonna use his name, Mitsuhiro, aka Shinagawa Bay. That guy that I was dating. I shouldn't have dropped his name. He didn't really do anything bad to me, but because I think he might be married and he did ghost me, technically, drop your name, my nigga. I forgot his last name though. I can't remember. It was a short last name. I think it was like not Harada. It starts with an M. Mitsuhiro Mo something. Mojito. That was his Mojito. Mojito? Yes, I think it was Mohi something. I don't give a fuck. Mo something. Not Mojito. I'm thinking about alcohol. Morito? I don't care. Mo something was his last name. So yeah, Shinagawa, we're gonna call him. So that was the guy from Patreon that I was dating, that I was only showing his arms and the back of his head, and I wouldn't really show the guy. And the reason for it was a couple of things. Not because I'm afraid, because I have a video that's gonna talk about that. It's gonna seem hypocritical. Not because I'm afraid of people ruining my relationship, even though I know people are messy like that too, but because I want privacy. I don't want people to know who I'm dating. And on top of that, when I say this, I mean in the sense that I don't want them to know who I'm dating. So when I'm dating people, I never just date one person. If you look at the guy's hands, like the pictures that I've like went on these dates with, it's constantly different men. They are not stupid. Men can easily take my photo, go to Google, and do reverse image search and find out that I'm a YouTuber. I have an Instagram account, and a couple of people actually have done this. So for that reason, one, I want to respect their privacy, because unless you've done something bad to me, at first, I have no right to share your business. Everything doesn't work out, that's cool. As long as you don't like really screw me over, I don't dox people. I don't do that crap. So, what else happened? So yeah, just so you know, that was him. And then on top of that, it's like I don't want to post somebody that I'm not even in a relationship with or that I'm unsure about. So once we're in a relationship, then yeah, I'll post you. If we're not in an official relationship, I don't post you. Is how I see it. So I think it's an understandable rule. You're not really my boyfriend. It's easier to just show who you're in a relationship with instead of having to explain to everybody, oh, this is my 600th date, but he's not my boyfriend either. No, none of these 600 guys are. Not to mention, men are not stupid. When you're trying to find a husband, they see this crap and it looks like you're just a serial dater and fucker. It's unfortunate, but that's how they view it. You look like you're just dating everyone for free food, free money, free gifts, etc. So because of that, and of course to help myself out, I try to avoid too much information being seen. I want to really just be focused on myself. And at that time, I was really focused on OnlyFans anyway, so I don't really want to have my feed smothered with me dating men. So back on subject. Yeah, I was dating him and Daddy MJ. And Daddy MJ started to be more flaky. He stopped planning dates with me suddenly. So I was like, okay, whatever. I thought that he was done with me, but I turned out to be wrong because he literally messaged me even after I got married. He doesn't know that I'm married. I had to block him, but that's another video. Oh my God, it was so hard to block all my hoes. But I have to do it because I don't want to be called a cheater. I don't want to get caught up, and I wouldn't want him to do that to me. So yeah. Oh my God, I have no time. Okay, we got to speed the story, y'all. All right. We got like 40 minutes. Okay. So I was dating them both at the same time. And while I was dating them, I kind of stopped talking to Daddy MJ because my rule of thumb is you got to learn to be a player like me. I never, ever reach out to men. The same crap that y'all girls be crying about. Oh, man, like, what should I do? He didn't message me for 3 days. I sent him a message and our date was planned for last night, but he didn't send me a message back. He didn't call back. Nope. I make dudes do that to me. And because I do that, it makes dudes that probably weren't even serious about me want to pretend like they are because they're wondering, wait, why ain't this bitch spazzing out over me? I don't give a shit. If a guy stops talking to me, I'm already talking to 6 other niggas. I don't give a like while you're thinking that I'm hurt or that I'm getting dressed for your date, I already knew you were gonna cancel it. So I already had another date planned for 3 hours after we were supposed to meet. That's the way that I was moving, okay? And so it wasn't for the purpose of being a player. Patreon knows. I really wanted to get married. I made it my job, my goal. And if you're watching my video and you want to get married, don't do what I did inside my situation like that. But you do have to make it your goal. Date as much as you possibly can. Remember, date does not mean sex. It means get to know, go out to a restaurant, have some drinks, talk to each other, get dressed up, meet other men, meet other women, do whatever. You can't say you want to get married and then you barely go on dates. You hardly talk to anyone. You never log on to dating. For example, just downloading pairs is not enough. You have to be on there on a daily basis. You have to constantly join communities. You have to do stuff to actually get attention from the opposite sex or whatever you like. I don't give a crap. If you want to get men's attention, you have to kind of seek it. You ain't gonna necessarily talk to the guy. I don't necessarily recommend doing that. Some men appreciate it. I know there's some good guys watching my video, but I will promise you the majority of men that you do that to, I'm not saying all men are bad, but I'm just saying the majority of men that are receptive to you hitting on them, unfortunately, the men, let me change that. The men that women choose to hit on, let me put it that way. The men, we got to take accountability as well. I'm not going to blame men. The men that women choose to approach are normally bad men. So they're happy that you approach them. The good guys that would appreciate it in a good way, but, oh, wow, this beautiful, nice woman approached me. Oh, I can't wait to be romantic and take her out, whatever. Those type of guys don't get approached by women. It's always the assholes. And if you're a good guy, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Girls always choose to shoot their shot at the guy that has 5 baby mamas, on drugs, been in and out of prison 3 times. They choose that type of guy. They never go after the good guy. They don't do that. So back on subject. Where was I? Forgetting what I was saying. So yeah, I was saying. I was talking about the guy I was dating. I can't remember, y'all. Oh yeah, I was talking about, yeah, but I'm talking to him. So yeah, I just stopped talking to Daddy MJ. He didn't plan out the date with me. I didn't care. I wasn't gonna be, oh, like, are we gonna go on a date next week? What are you doing? Are you busy? Nope. Just wait for him to remember me. If you can't remember me, you forgot about me. Good, I did too. Easy. So, and it also helped me too, because I can admit that I did suffer from codependency. I probably still have it, and I'm clingy as fuck. I can be honest about that. But by dating multiple people, you don't feel that way anymore, because now it's like you literally, it's hard to do at first, but you literally accept in your mind, this is not going to last. I'm going to have as much fun as I possibly can. I'm going to eat as much food as I can. I'm going to drink as much as I can. I'm going, not in the point to getting drunk, but you know what I mean? Just, go out, have fun, order expensive shit, accept your gifts, get your experiences, take your videos, pictures. In fact, I still have tons of videos and pictures that I'll be sharing on YouTube membership later, because I'll never take the time to actually properly edit that stuff for YouTube. It's way too much. I did more last summer than I think I have in my entire life. My last year, my summer was full. I did everything. I went everywhere. I literally was going on a date almost every day, and normally at least twice a day. I literally just did everything. It was crazy. No regrets. But I'm just saying, like, you have to make dating, getting married, it's a full-time job. It's like when you're looking for a job. You don't just send out one application, say, oh, well, nobody hired me, and then be done with it. You got to keep trying. Rejection is a part of it. So, and meeting fuck boys is a part of that rejection, wasting your time. Men do it too. Women always cry and complain about men being F-boys, but to be honest, men go through that as well. Men have women that use them just for food and just for gifts and never in a relationship. Men have women that even use them just for sex. Men have women that use them for babies. Men have women that use them just to use them. Like, men have their time wasted by women too. There are women that just enjoy the fact that you like them, and they don't even want anything from you. They just want to play around with you, mess around with you, screw you over, just be bogus to you, just like how men do. So as a woman, as a straight woman, I'm constantly talking about, our experiences with men. But keep in mind that even with Japanese men, they get played by women too. There are plenty of Japanese girls that are on these apps using men just for, papa activities, as they call it, looking for a sugar daddy, but they won't call it that. They'll pretend like they really want to be your girlfriend, when in actuality, they know that stupid foreigners in particular, and Japanese men do it too, but foreigners are easier to get over on. They'll buy you gifts, they'll pay your bills, etc., and then they'll move on from you and then actually marry a Japanese man. They had no interest in you all along. So I'm kind of like freaked out. Because even although my husband's schedule says he's supposed to come home at 5, I'm like, what if he comes home at 4:30 today? Because normally if he gets off at 4, he comes home like 30 minutes later. So, yeah, it's almost 4:30. Okay, let me keep talking. Let me stop scaring myself. So, yeah, I was talking to both of them at the same time. And during this time, I told Patreon part of the story, but not the whole thing. Long story short, I stopped paying my rent a long time ago. And the reason why was I had a really big fallout with my guarantor company. I won't go into details about it, but long story short, there was a lot of misunderstandings about my contract and how much rent I was supposed to pay. I talked about it on Patreon already. If you forgot, go back and watch those videos where basically the real estate agent that sold me the place, so to speak, or helped me sign my lease, he completely did not understand how much my rent was supposed to have been. And I ended up missing 2 months of rent, and it threw me off. And at first I was doing a payment plan to catch up, but then I also started getting messed up too, because I owed money back from in Osaka as well. And then I also got mad at how they handled the fact that I was only a little bit behind. And I felt that they were acting like I was behind 3 or 6 months at that point. I'm like, it's only been 2 weeks, like relax. And even after I explained to them my, plan to do a payment plan, like, okay, do you want to get the money or not? They were still continuously like calling me. They were coming to my house, etc. And like no matter what I said, it didn't matter to them. And it made me really upset. I'm like, okay, I'm giving you like, a month and a half worth of rent and you're still acting this way. And so I felt like, I just want to leave this place. I don't give a shit. So I decided that since they were going to act that way, that I did not want to give the money that I was paying to the guarantor company. I started giving it directly to the not the real estate agency, but the management company of my apartment building. And that made them even more upset. They're like, no, you need to pay the money directly to us. It's a part of the contract, blah, blah, blah. So long story short, not going to get into all my details. It's my business. But long story short, they canceled their application on me. They canceled the contract. I was no longer being covered by that guarantor company, which coincidentally made it where I could no longer stay inside that apartment. So I had two choices. Either I get a new guarantor or I pay that guarantor, don't get anything out of it because they already decided, nope, even if you pay it, we're not gonna sponsor you, for lack of a better term. We're not gonna be your guarantor for this apartment. So it made me look really bad to my apartment, management company, whatever, because then I had to get involved with both the apartment management company and the direct owner. I actually had to meet them, which was really embarrassing. And so, of course, they're Japanese. They don't understand my mindset. And even though I was explaining, and I had proof through emails and writing, it didn't matter to them. It was like, no, you're supposed to pay your rent to stay, whatever. It's like, to my understanding, I did not know that I had to pay my rent in December because my real estate agent made it sound like I had basically like 2 or 3 months free of rent. I paid a lot of money to move into the place that I moved into, but it wasn't that expensive for two reasons. Because one, I didn't pay for it. As you all know, Chiba Bay did. So technically, he kind of got his lick back secretly. But anyway, yeah, Chiba Bay technically paid for it, but I did pay to have my stuff moved there. So yeah, it made me really upset because I'm like, I spent money buying myself Beats by Dr. Dre headphones. I bought myself Christmas stuff. I went out for my birthday. I did stuff for myself. I spent thousands of dollars that I didn't have that should have been going towards my rent. And I really screwed myself over. And so it made me upset because I'm like, I just got here. My whole purpose in coming here was to start over and avoid all of this ghetto bullshit. And I'm back into it already. So of course, I take accountability for it. I should have asked for clarity. Sounds too good to be true. It probably is. But the guy spoke English. He worked for Century 21. I called him Turtle Guy, whatever, on Patreon. This is like over a year ago now. I might be refreshing your memory. If you're on Patreon, go back and read it. Go back and watch those videos. But yeah, it made me so upset because, of course, it's my word against theirs. And at the end of the day, I had to pay my rent, right? Well, mind you, also was kind of in over my head. My rent was very high and my salary was high, but it could have been higher in order to cover my rent. I was living in Shibuya. So being basically 2 months behind on really expensive rent is not a good idea. I was going to be playing catch up for about a year and a half because every time I pay my rent, I seem to be paying rent from the previous month. So it was a domino effect. I really screwed myself over. And that was my fault, my mistake. I'm not blaming anyone for it, but I am explaining the truth. I really did misunderstand what I was told, both written inside my contract and what I was told verbally. I did not understand. If I knew that, I had the money to pay it. But I didn't have it because I screwed myself over. I was thinking I could do whatever I want to with this paycheck. Perfect. Free Christmas rent. I don't even remember what I did. All I know is that I bought those headphones. My salary was reduced because I had visa problems, and that's all on Patreon. I can get into that. But I wasn't able to work for about a month or so, which also threw off my salary, and that was not fun. And then during all of this drama that I'm going through, FYI, to help you kind of piece everything together, this is when those two Black girls I was working with, when I made that video talking about them, that's when this whole fallout happened, where I went out to eat with them and they tried to confront me about the videos that I made. So it was literally just insult at its injury, all of the stuff stacking up. So long story short, looking back, I do just wish that I had either one, stop being petty and just pay them their money directly instead of paying it. Because to me, it's like, if y'all gonna be nasty, funky, have attitude, my guarantor company is not the owner of my place. My goal is to be paying the person that owns my apartment. That's how I saw it. Nope. It was just like I was in Osaka. They weren't gonna play that shit. I need to give my money to them. And if I'm not gonna do it, they're done with me. So I'm pretty sure if I were to have gotten a lawyer legally, they technically shouldn't have been able to do that. But their argument was, since I wasn't paying my rent, I guess there's some type of way where they can get out of that then. I didn't challenge it. I paid for a lawyer before, which did work very well for me, but I was like, I'm not going to go through all that crap again. It's not worth it. I have money. I was on my way to getting a good job at that point, an even better job because Patreon knows, but I left my job and I moved to another one. I stopped talking about work on YouTube, so that's none of your business, on Patreon. But that job that I was talking about on YouTube that I got over the summer, I was planning to work that job, and that was the highest salary. I keep saying that, but that's why I said to you all, don't stay at the same company. I promise you. Every time I've left my job, my salary has increased. My last salary was more than $2,000 or over 200,000 yen more than the salary that I received just 2 years ago being in Osaka. There are people that have been living in Japan for 5, 6, 10 years longer than I have. And I've never even touched having a 300,000 yen salary. Never even touched 400,000 yen a month salary. Never saw that. I have no regrets for leaving any job I ever left. I might feel like, oh, I really like this position. But nope, financially, it was worth it. And it was worth it for my experience that I got too. So that's all I hold the story. And shoot, ultimately, like I said in my last video, if it wasn't for all of that crap happening, I would have never met my now husband. So yeah. Anyway, I was in a situation where I was like, okay, I have to decide where I'm going to live now. So I thought to myself, my salary is already high because I haven't been paying my rent for months. I have all of this money that I'm just sitting on that I don't give to rent. And on top of that, I'm getting money from OnlyFans. Why not live in a nicer, better area in Shibuya? Because I wasn't living in the best place there. I had a nice apartment and it was new and it was in a good area, but not the best place I could live. So, not to get you too much of my business, but I found a really good apartment that was brand new, had just, like, it wasn't even finished being built when I looked at it. And I really liked it, but it wasn't as convenient as the other place that I liked that was older and I talked about it on Patreon. So I was torn between the two places. And I ultimately decided that I was going to get maybe the newer apartment just because I felt safer with having the security system because I've had crazy people show up to my house already. And I don't know if it's because of YouTube or OnlyFans or what. And that scared me because I'll never forget that that guy that came to my house in the middle of a thunderstorm and he rung, was it thunder? I think it was, I don't know what it was. But out of all the doorbells he could have chose, how did he think to press my door's combination for my apartment? It freaked me out. And the fact that he didn't talk, didn't say anything, and to my knowledge, never came back. Just stood there staring into the camera at like 2 a.m. I was freaked out so much. And I had no boyfriend back then. So, anyway, and yes, he was Japanese. So, I decided on that place. And it was kind of a weird situation. Again, I don't have time to go into all the details. I have to talk about it on Patreon someday. But long story short, I had Mitsuhiro, the Shinagawa Bay guy. He was supposed to have come and saw the place with me, and it really embarrassed me because he conveniently was late this day. But it was only by a few minutes. But I had my phone turned on silent because I was meeting with my real estate agent to go see the place. I had Patreon help me vote for which place I should choose, FYI. And so I was going to look at both of the places and try to decide. And I still couldn't decide after seeing both. But I was really upset because I told the real estate agent that he'd be coming with me, and then he didn't show up. And so the real estate agent was already being nosy. He thought that he was my sugar daddy because of the age difference. That guy was like in his late 30s, like nearly 40 years old. And so he even asked me, how did I meet him? And I'm like, that ain't none of your damn business. So of course I lied to him. But, and then even then he was a smart ass. He was like, oh, like you met him at school? And I was like, yeah, he was my teacher. So of course it's not true, but it's like, why do you need to know? It's none of your business. And I couldn't just say it's none of his business because he's my real estate agent. I'm trying to be nice here. I'm trying to get the place. So long story short, to my surprise, I tried to, see it by myself. And to my surprise, he actually did make it there. In fact, he messaged me minutes ago, like literally like 2 minutes after I entered the apartment, he arrived. But my phone was off, so I didn't know that he was there. So he was waiting for me inside of Starbucks. And so after like the real estate agent left, I met up with the guy supposed to be my boyfriend, Shinagawa Bay. He apologized and he asked if we could still go see the place. I was like, I don't think we can. I think it's by appointment only. And, my agent already left. I didn't get your message in time. And so we went back just to look at the place because he was determined to see. And I appreciated it. He's busy, but he took time out of his day, even though he's probably cheating and has a wife and kid. But at this time, I'm still not 100% certain. He went back with me to go see the place just to walk and see what it looked on the outside. And so he liked it. But when I showed him the information I got, he was like, that's way too expensive. You shouldn't pay for that place. And so my mom felt the same way. She was like, that's really expensive, whatever. Like, I wouldn't do that, Sharon. And so I was kind of conflicted. And my mom was like, you should really get the other place. Because the other place, that was the trade-off. It's hard to explain. They were both in Shibuya City, but one was right next to Shibuya Station. And the other one was further away from Shibuya Station. But it was a newer, brand new, nicer place. but they were both really the same size, if I recall. In fact, I think the other one was bigger. That was by Shibuya Station, but the Shibuya Station place was like $100 less, or 10,000 yen less per month, even although it was in a better location, just because it was an older building. And then it also made me feel in between too. It's like, okay, you choose an older building, but then you might have to deal with, people, I don't know, getting roaches or loud noise. And then of course, I don't care so much about noise, to be honest, but dealing with crazy people coming to your house, because there was no security system thing either. Like, there was the auto lock door, but you can't see who's at your door. There's no camera. And all of my apartments that I've had on my own, in fact, even my share house that I had after I left Sakura House, yeah, every place I stayed at, just about, except for some share houses that I was at. Any apartment that I ever rented, it always had a security doorbell thingy, the little video camera thing. I always want that. And that was hard for me to trade off. Like, why is everything so difficult? So, long story short, I stupidly took his advice. I ignored my mom's advice of staying at a share house until I can decide where I want to live at, because I thought that I was too good for staying inside of a share house. I didn't want to have to deal with where do I move my stuff. I didn't want to have to look into where can I keep my furniture. Like, everybody was like, oh, find some storage company, whatever. I was like, okay, but then that requires me to move my stuff twice. I have to pay for somebody to move my stuff into a storage facility. Then I have to pay for them to move it out of a storage facility. And I have OCD and I'm terrified of bugs. I know that keeping my stuff inside of storage means probably gonna get roaches, bed bugs, who knows what, filled with dust, spiders. I didn't want to have to deal with that type of crap. So I was terrified. I feel the way in the US too. I was terrified of the idea of, doing that to my stuff. So I kept putting it off. And mind you, at this point, I had started working a new job and I was dealing with drama at work too. It's inevitable working at an international school. It seems like drama just comes with me. And I swear to God, Patreon knows. I tell the whole story. I swear to God. I don't know why. People just don't fucking like me. And it's so funny to me because, like, people dislike me even though I'm quiet. It's like, imagine how much they hate me if they saw my YouTube channel. I don't be saying shit at work. I'd be quiet as hell, and people already decide they just don't like you for whatever reason. If I don't agree with how somebody wants to design the classroom, I become their enemy. If I don't know, don't agree with whatever PC crap they're trying to talk about, I'm their enemy. So even if I keep my mouth shut, it's like, damn, I didn't even say shit to you. You don't like me because I'm gonna take the damn alphabet that you got up on the wall down and put up my own. I thought it was my classroom, bitch. Like, dumb shit like that. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. These are the type of beefs and arguments that you have at international school as a teacher. It's stupid. It's annoying. Not everybody can relate to it, but this has been my experience here. When you're not fake and phoning all up and everybody says, oh, hi, everybody. Oh, yes, I've been here too. Oh, I like this as well. Like, I feel like the only people that can thrive here working in international schools are the people that literally, like, lose themselves, have no personality, and just decide they're going to be a people pleaser and, like, try to relive their high school days. Like, there's literally adults here living in Japan, seeking the attention that they missed out on going to public school, like, back in the US. They want that popularity. So they start drama, spread rumors, do crap like that. So it's whatever. I don't have time to get into that. That'll all be for Patreon. So let me fast forward. So I started talking to this guy on Tinder. And I feel your pain. I literally started using Tinder at this point, literally Tinder in pairs, not gonna lie, for the purpose of trying to find somebody I could temporarily stay with. Because for those of you that are not on Patreon, I literally did this with Jimbe. That's how I met him. I was looking for a husband legitimately, but I also wanted somewhere to stay so I can get out of my house situation. I really hated the last house that I was at. It sucked. I was tired of dealing with roaches. I was tired of dealing with, my dirty roommates. I was tired of dealing with them being loud at night and talking loudly on the phone. Everything, like, just their existence started pissing me off. And so I wanted to get out of there. And at that place, I wasn't, at risk of losing my place. I literally just, same situation. I decided that I was done paying my rent and I wanted to break the contract. Because the contract lease at that place, it required me to stay for a minimum of like 3 months. And I wasn't going to do that. I paid my rent while I was there. But I was like, nope, I'm not paying for no damn 3 months. I'm leaving after what it was like 1.5 or whatever. I was like, I'm through. I'll pay for that much time, but that's it. So I'll admit, I shouldn't have done that. I should have, stayed for 3 months. I should have handled things much differently. I'm just telling you the truth of what really happened. Not asking you what you would have, should have, could have done. I have videos about that I haven't even published and edited yet because I was just so frustrated. But I'll share that on YouTube membership later on. Those were canceled videos. I decided not to post because I was doing nothing but bitching. I mean, worse than I am right now. I mean, I was angry. I was literally just like walking around with the camera like, see, look at this filthy shit. Look at these bugs. Look at this whatever. That was the video. So, and me complaining about the Chinese girls. But anyway, Oh, I got a reminder about the reservation for tomorrow. Oh my god, I have no time. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm so sorry, y'all. I shouldn't have talked so long about everything else. Where was I? Why am I looking at this? Okay. um fuck. I was talking to you guys about okay, yeah. So I got back on Tinder and I got back on Paris. Again, if you want the full story, go to Patreon. I will upload a video giving a full rundown of what happened. I promise I will try. It will not be this month. In fact, I'll tell you right now. Expect to have it in April. If I forget on Patreon, please hold me accountable and remind me, hey, you said April, you post this video. April. March is too soon. I know I can't make it for March, but I'll have it in April. So don't sign up for this month or next month. Just wait until April if you want to see it. Then sign up. Almost knock everything over. Sign up then. I'm trying to talk fast, people. Okay, I got like 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. He won't come home until 5:30, but I want to give myself time to like quickly clean up everything and do my crap and put all this stuff away. So, yeah, where was I? Oh, let me make sure he messaged me. Let me check my phone. Sometimes he messages me before he gets off work. He's like, what are you making for dinner? So, 1 second, people. I'm so sorry. Yep, and I was right. He messaged me. Shit. Fuck. Um, okay. All right, we're good. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh my god, if you're watching my video, you're a fucking weirdo. Somebody, I gotta find his account. Somebody that I dated a while ago. I think it's so weird that people that I don't talk to, like, why are you following me? Hideki? See, that's the thing. I've dated so many people. I know you're probably watching my live stream right now. I don't even fucking remember who you are. I'm gonna remove him as a follower. Such a fucking weirdo. But people follow me online. And it's like, if you're not asking me on a date, or like, I guess I think they're gonna get sexy pictures and shit. And it's like, I don't even post stuff like that online. So I'm talking about the Line app. Okay, let me get back on subject. Sorry, y'all. Um, so yeah, I started using Tinder in pairs specifically for the purpose of trying to find somewhere to stay temporarily because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get paid, and at the end of the month, I'll have the money that I need to move, and I'll be good. Because for me, it was like I was gonna need thousands of dollars to get everything done. It was gonna cost me thousands of dollars to move my furniture again, less than a year later. It was gonna cost me thousands of dollars to sign a new lease, and it's probably gonna cost me thousands of dollars. I don't even know to do some other shit. I don't know what the fuck I needed to do, but basically, I knew I was going to need at least about $12,000 or $13,000 to move where I wanted to move, and that's not including, paying for the next month's rent. And so basically, you need time to save up to move. I stupidly, not only did I not prepare earlier when I knew that I needed to move, when I knew about all this stuff months ago, I also stupidly wasted money. So I didn't even find a place to stay at. I didn't find a place to store my stuff. And when I had all this time, I was literally enjoying myself. Patreon knows I was buying myself fast food every day. I was getting packages from Amazon. I shared that on Instagram. I was just having fun. I was so stupid. I thought it was my boyfriend, keeping it real. I paid for Shinagawa Bay for a date that we had. I paid for him at TGI Fridays. I paid for us for our food. I did dumb shit like that, okay? So all of that stuff adds up when you're doing it every day. $100 here, $200 there. I was paying off my credit cards in the US. I was putting money down on my student loans. I was just being dumb and reckless with my money. I was putting money even back into trying to buy stuff for YouTube, etc. I showed you guys the ring light that I bought. I was just spending money on dumb crap. And then when it came down to it, when I needed the money to move, I had money, but not nearly as much as I really needed to make this happen. So I stupidly was on Tinder and I was talking to multiple people as always. And I never upload those videos, but YouTube membership will see. I literally made like a whole series where instead of me just talking about my dates on Patreon, my series for YouTube membership, which I haven't started yet, I recorded hundreds of videos. Oh my God. Somebody's calling me. I'm scared. Hello? Hey. Okay. I can't talk right now. I'll call you back later. Bye. What? Oh, trust me, you wouldn't want to talk. Okay, now I promise you I'll call you back in like 30 minutes. Bye. Go. Okay. Sorry, people. Okay. It's one of my friends. I was just talking about how they don't know how to have a YouTube channel. So yeah. Okay. Anyway, quickly. So yeah, I started talking to him, and it started off really, really weird. I'm speeding up the story, people. So he like begged me for a chance to date me, right, you guys? And so, yeah, you know what, you guys? I'm gonna continue this story. I want to give the story justice the right way. I'm gonna tell you as much as I can right now. I know y'all gonna kill me, like, no, tell them all now. No, because if I do that, I'm gonna be squeezing in so little information. It's not even gonna make any sense to you. I need at least another hour to tell the story properly. I want to tell as much as I can, stop when the time comes, and I'll continue the stream next Sunday. Next Sunday, we'll continue. I'm so sorry. I have to, because if I don't do it that way, I mean, Patreon don't care, kind of. I mean, they still have to wait a while, but I just feel like I'm telling it too quickly for you guys to get all the information that you need to. I wasted too much time at the beginning of the stream. So sorry. And didn't help that I started late. But because I need time to put all this crap away, and I'm wasting time talking right now. So okay, I'll talk as much as I can, and then I will stop. We'll do a part 2. I'm really sorry. So I know you're mad. I know you want to punch me. I do too. Not really. I got your money, bitch. Okay, back on subject. Yeah, so I was on Tinder. Sorry, guys, I feel like there's a hair in my mouth. Yeah, there was. Okay. And I was talking to this guy, and he had his profile picture, he had his name, and of course, like most douchebags I mentioned inside my video where I knew that I was wrong, he had his car all up beside of his photo. That was the guy with the BMW that you guys saw on Instagram, with the blue BMW. I called him Diamond Bay, and the reason being is I'm jumping ahead with the story. He worked at a jewelry store. He was a manager at this diamond store. So he like begged me to give him a chance, which I thought was funny. It's like, give you a chance. Like, I already matched back with you. So I'm already giving you a chance. Do something. So anyway, he tried to cheap out and take me to a cheap place for a restaurant, wants to go out for Italian food. And I'm like, nowhere on my profile does it say I like Italian food. I like yakiniku. So long story short, he changed his mind, decided to take me out for yakiniku. And we started talking, like before we met, like just talking through messages. And he was like asking me how I was, and he was disclosing like a lot of information about himself, which is why I felt so trusting towards him. Because I didn't even ask him this stuff. I was going to later, but like he was so open and honest. He told me that he had gotten divorced and that he was married to this girl that was Italian, and that he used to live in Europe. And he shared his social media accounts to me. He didn't beg me to follow him. He was just really like, he seemed genuinely nice, like a good guy. And while of course I was put off by the fact that I could tell he's probably going to be short, I knew that he looked a bit funny looking. But I was like, in fact, to be honest, he didn't even look like he was Japanese. When I saw him, he looked like he's Hispanic. He looks like he's either Hispanic or like he's white. He does not look like a Japanese man at all. So I didn't even think that he, was a Japanese person to begin with. He looked like a foreigner. But I didn't care. So, swipe right, gave him a chance. So long story short, yeah, he seemed like a good guy. And I didn't want to tell him, but he convinced me, was like, oh, please tell me. I want to know. I want to help you. And so he made it sound like really genuine. And so I told him, I was like, okay, this is hard to explain and embarrassing. But long story short, I'm basically in the process of getting kicked out of my place. I'm about to technically get evicted. I haven't been paying my rent. And I've been told and I've been warned basically that, okay, if you're not going to pay your rent, you're not going to get a new guarantor, then you need to leave. Understandable. I didn't care. My plan was already to move into a better, bigger, nicer place. I was done. And I was going back on my word because I told you guys I did not want to have to move again. Now look, I'm about to move at least 3 more times at this point. So I went completely against what I wanted to do. I'm still speeding up the story, you guys, so I can get some of it out. But I have to go back and go into the details that I'm passing over with this. So I shared a lot with him that I didn't want to share. And I felt trusting towards him. And he was like, oh, you can stay with me. Like, I can help you, whatever, blah, blah. And so I had in some of mind the same thing that I did with Jembe. My goal was, I'm only going to stay here temporarily until I can get back on my own feet. I'm working a job. I have a job. I was working at this point. That's why it was so hard for me to get myself together to move, because I'm spending all day at work. I get home, I'm exhausted. I want to go to bed. I want to do something fun. I want to, eat dinner. I want to live my life. And that was really dumb of me. And I felt that I had a security blanket because I had a really good job. My salary is high. I'm good, right? Wrong. So everything was going wrong before this too. As you guys know, I had broken my toe. I had that situation with my leg where it was like cramping up, rhabdo, and just everything bad was happening, before this. And it was still kind of going on during this point. So, yeah, anyway, he wanted to see me that night. Like, he was like desperate. And I was like, no, let's wait until tomorrow. So we decided the next day. So he messaged me, oh, I'm so happy to meet you, whatever. So literally, we'd only been talking for a day at this point. We made plans to meet up. And he was supposed to meet me at Shibuya Station. He wanted to meet me the day before in his car. He wanted to pick me up in his car. So, I don't want you coming to my house. It's too much. So, yeah, we ended up meeting at Shibuya Station. And I won't lie, when I saw him, I almost wanted to laugh. He was dressed really weird. He literally looked like a cartoon character. Like, he literally was dressed like the default character of The Sims. Like, when you choose, like, the preppy trait or whatever. That's what he looked like. He had a super weird, like, Prescott bum type haircut. Not bum, but, Prescott, not bum, but like nerd, almost like haircut. He had his hair where it was like permed. I think it's a perm. I don't know if it's natural. I think it's permed. Where his hair is curled, not curly like mine's, but like big curls, and like swooped back into like a mohawk looking thing. I shared his social media on Patreon. If you care to be nosy, you can look at him there. But you can kind of see him inside the thumbnail of this video. But this video is a different hair. This video's thumbnail has a different haircut. His haircut now is like a mohawk looking thing. I was honestly super embarrassed to be seen out in public with him, but I was like, okay, this man got money. He got a BMW. He's a nice guy. I thought he was. He's going to help me out. Let's see where this goes. So, sure enough, we meet up, and he had no idea where he wanted to eat at. He went to Shibuya Street. I forget what they call it. The area where there's a bunch of restaurants. I like that area. And he ended up choosing just a crappy restaurant on a whim. And we only settled on it because really I didn't like any of the places that he chose. And I could tell he was seeming a little bit frustrated, which I should have been a red flag for me. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I'm not here for the restaurant. I'm here basically to get, somebody to help me for free move my stuff. He was offering, because he had his own place. And he had a car. He's offering to help me move myself to this place temporarily, even though he really was inviting me to live with him permanently. And he was talking about getting married and everything. And I was like, I don't know. But I won't lie, I was open to it. I did want to get married. He was a really nice guy. I thought he had a really good job. He seemed genuine. And again, like, it's helping me at the end of the day. So long story short, we ate at this French restaurant. And while some of the things were kind of okay, it was not good. And I highly doubt that it was authentically French. I shared a picture of it on Instagram already, actually. But yeah, just telling what we did the first night. And so after that, we took a taxi to get back to his place. And then, yeah, I saw his car and everything, and he couldn't wait to show it off. He wanted to go for a ride with me inside the car, which that's the video that you guys saw on Instagram. So he literally took me to the pharmacy, like the drugstore by his place, and he like took me on like a mini shopping spree. He wanted to replace all of my personal items that I needed. So he told me like to grab anything that I wanted to buy. I can have it. Like, and he was even asking me stuff after I bought, put the things out the basket that I really needed. Because, I'm modest. I wasn't raised to be, no ratchet ghetto hoe like some of y'all. My parents taught me class, or at least my mama did. I knew better than to say, oh, anything I want to, and just start grabbing shit that I wouldn't even normally buy for myself. Well, this dude, he was doing just that. He was literally picking up stuff. Do you need this? Do you want that? And I started to like, damn, my nigga, you saying my brush stink? What you trying to say? He was literally just buying, like not buying, but like picking up stuff. Like, do you want this? Do you need this? Do you like this? Do you want to try this? That type of thing. And so I appreciated it. And I talked about it on Patreon too, if I recall. I felt really good about him after the first day of meeting him overall. And so, yeah, we got back home, started putting, arranging my stuff, the bathroom, etc. And so again, in my mind, I'm just staying here temporarily. If it becomes something better, then fine. I won't lie. I was kind of disappointed when I went inside of his house. I'm like, why you got a BMW, but you living in a bummy ass middle of nowhere apartment? Why did you choose this place? It's like, whatever. Like, Even my husband now, and my husband makes way more money than he did. Not even trying to compare, just being real. But even my husband, I always wondered, like, you make all that money, what's the purpose? And I get it, save it for the future. But it's like, shit, I want to live in the now. That's why I'm in my situation that's why I was in that situation to begin with. But hear me out. I just, I can't wrap my mind around, like, you make that much money just to have a crappy place. Like, at least my husband has a nice place. So it's just smaller than I would personally want to have. So even if I live by myself, like I was by myself in Shibuya, and I'm sorry, I messed with my lights. And I still wanted to have a big apartment. I'm down to like my last 10, 15 minutes. So I'm gonna speed rush this. And like I said, we'll tell part two later. Sorry, people. But where was I? So yeah, this is where things start getting messy. The first day we literally just slept. Just slept. We did have sex. And we didn't do anything because the initial plan that I had was I wanted to move my furniture that night because the next day was my final day. Like I was supposed to have all of my stuff moved out of the apartment by the next day in the afternoon. And I didn't see it as a big deal. It's like I have plenty of money. He has money. I'm not in a rush anymore. It's whatever. I pretty much boxed up most of my stuff, but there was more stuff that needed to be done. And it was a lot more than what I thought needed to be done because I kind of underestimated just how much stuff I had. And so the plan was, because I had so much stuff, he was going to actually rent a truck to move my stuff with to make this much easier. And so there's so much detail that's being left out of here. It's killing me. So, for example, like I had another guy that I was dating. I forgot to mention to you guys, the sugar daddy guy that I mentioned at my last video. He offered to move my stuff. It just wasn't going to be on the day that I needed him. So I ended up not going with that guy. But he was going to do it entirely for free. And he had people that can come out and move my stuff and pack it for me. So, yeah, like I feel so stupid just thinking about that. We're not going to talk about that right now. Don't have time to get into all of this stuff. I'm running out of time. The live stream is going to have to end in about 10 minutes. But let me finish this part. So, yeah, the next day comes and we rush and do everything at the last minute. It takes way longer than I thought for us to box everything, even with two people, to move it downstairs, put it inside of his car. Yeah, we used his car the first time. Then we ended up having to wait until the afternoon because the truck that we wanted wasn't available. So we had to get like a van or whatever. Then when we got the van, again, I thought all my stuff could fit. It could not. We had to make a couple of trips, and really we needed more than that. And so after we had made the first trip, he wanted to stop and like get more boxes because like he stupidly tried to go ahead and he called himself helping me. But the stuff that I had lying around, he just started boxing it to try to speed it up. And it's like some of that stuff I wanted to trash or at least didn't need to go inside of a box we could have carried. And so it made it where I needed more boxes. So we had to go to the home center and like he bought me more boxes to replace the ones that he stupidly used and stuff I didn't want to. And I could feel right then that he got upset. And that was kind of like a red flag to me. It's like, you should be saying sorry to me instead of being frustrated that you messed up. Like it seemed almost like he was mad at me. And so I felt like I was starting to get like a piece that his personality was starting to change. So again, there's so much detail being left out. So much, you guys. The story's not being told properly. But I'm speeding it up, okay? We'll tell it in more detail next time I do a live stream. So, and I'm not even going to tell you all what time next time. Just know that when I go live, I'll post about it on Instagram and I'll have the time set for it here so y'all will know. So, y'all over here complaining about me changing the time. At least I'm telling y'all when it's going to be, because if I left the time at 9:30, y'all be like, she said 9:30, where is she at? So, anyway, where was I? Yeah. So anyway, after he did that and he got, the boxes, we boxed everything up and we had like, before we got the boxes, we had went back to his place and dropped off stuff we'd already had inside the car. Then we came back out. Oh, that's what we did. I'm sorry, other way around. We went back to drop off the stuff we'd already loaded into the truck, and then we went back out and got boxes. And then he got the bright idea, hey, let's stop and have a break. I'm hungry. Let's have McDonald's for lunch. And I was like, this is not a good idea. I don't have time. It's getting close. I think it was like 2 o'clock, 2:30 was my time. They said they were going to come. Because like I said, I'm basically being evicted. And so again, I felt more relaxed because like I have money. I have a job too. In fact, my job is paying me now almost $1,200 or something more than what I was getting paid just 5 months ago. My salary increased again. So I'm thinking like I'm rolling in money. I got OnlyFans. I'm not really rich, but I'm trying to say I got money to handle my business. So I thought. And so again, I did waste a lot of money, did a lot of stupid stuff too before this, but at least I knew I had enough money to have somewhere to stay at the very least. So, and then I had help. I had people that would move my stuff. I was working at a job and they were being supportive towards me. So I thought. So yeah, I didn't really feel the rush towards that, but I did feel rushed like, okay, we need to leave because now we're going to be in their way because they're going to be inspecting the place, making sure everything's clean. Anything that's still kept there, they're going to, take it and trash it. So long story short, while we're in the middle of like packing up stuff and cleaning whatever, the people had got there like an hour early. And I'm like, come on. So literally the apartment management team is there. The landlord, like the actual owner of the apartment is there. And so of course they're paying me no mind. They're pissed off at me. They won't even look at me. No, well, they did look at me. Like they wouldn't talk to me. They were like just looking at me, but pretend like they weren't looking at me. But like I could see that they're staring at me. It was just like a really awkward and uncomfortable thing. I know inside their mind, it's like, oh, this is why we shouldn't rent the foreigners. What a bitch. How dare you? You signed, 2-year lease and you break it after less than a year. And I'm sure they didn't understand it. Like, you're making more than enough money. Not really, but I made more than enough. I could pay my rent, but I didn't make a ton more than my rent was. I was just a little bit over what was necessary to have the place. They probably couldn't comprehend. Why not just pay the guarantor? And looking back, I should have just done it and been over with it. But from my perspective, I was like, do I really want to keep paying a month and a half rent every month? I have no money left to myself. I'm doing nothing but paying debt because I have more than just rent to pay. I have credit cards. I have loans. I need entertainment of some sort to keep myself alive and functioning and willing to do this shit. And even at that point, I was starting to kind of slack with things like OnlyFans, etc. It was tiresome having to constantly take pictures and videos and having to worry about all these different platforms. There was way too much going on. I said I was going to focus on TikTok this month, and I haven't even done that. So down to 5 minutes. Let me speed this shit up. So anyway, yeah. Long story short, I'll summarize it very fast. And again, we'll do part 2 where I'll go into more detail. I'll end it here. Let me not make it long story short. I'll end it here. We're going to end it at 5 hours and 10 minutes, basically. Long story short, he was trying to rush and finish everything because I think he felt nervous about them being there while we were like packing up stuff. And he got frustrated with me because he apparently didn't understand. I was like, dude, I'm literally basically being evicted. Like, I need to move now. I stupidly procrastinated and I left everything for today when I should have done this literally like a month or 2 ago at least. And I stopped paying my rent for like, what, I don't know, 4 or 5 months or whatever at this point. I was literally just paying them a little bit of money each month. Just like I think I gave them just maybe like, I don't know, $600 or $700 a month just to put something towards my rent. So this way I wouldn't have a huge bill of what I owe them after the end of the year. Because my goal was to eventually pay it off. Because FYI, when you have debts in Japan, you do need to pay them. It will affect your ability to get a house and or credit here. So I didn't want to do things this route. But again, I was being stupid and petty, and I look back and I regret it. So back on subject. Yeah, I need to end it now. It's already 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 hours, 10 minutes. I want to finish my story, but I can't. My husband's coming. Okay. We have to end it here. To avoid the suspense, he messed up big time. After all of that stuff, after we went and got those boxes and everything, and I was carefully bagging up and wrapping my dishes and whatnot, he did not tell me. I think he did this on purpose. He claims he didn't understand and didn't know. He was giving my boxes and stuff to the staff that was there, the cleaning staff, to throw away. So I did all of that, carefully wrapping, packaging my stuff, because they're not going to trash it. It was brand new, not brand new, but I took good care of my stuff. Nice, good quality dishes. Some things are really expensive. All of my dishes got thrown away. I lost some furniture. A lot of stuff, like some things I did plan to lose. For example, I was planning to get rid of my desk and get rid of my my dining table because it's like, it's cheap. I can repurchase it. I didn't want to do it, but I was like, look, I ain't got no time. I gotta just cut my losses. I'm done with it. I didn't even notice that he had given it to them to throw away until we got into the car, and I thought, why is the car so empty? And then I find out that he gave it to them as basically, oh, you can keep this. We don't need it. It's trash. When really I directed him that anything else left inside the room was trash. But I wasn't referring to things that I boxed. That was common sense. And putting it in a box because I want to keep it. Why do I care about nicely putting my trash together? That makes no sense. So again, that was like my third red flag at this point. The fact that he couldn't say sorry, and instead he blamed it on me for doing this last minute. Which, yeah, I won't lie, I shouldn't have done it last minute, but it's like, I gave you clear instruction. I thought you understood, and they're busy talking in Japanese to each other, and they weren't even inside of my apartment. They were talking outside, and staff was being nosy, trying to figure out, oh, so who are you to her? Are you her boyfriend? So it was just so messy, y'all, so embarrassing. And I don't have time to go into further detail. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop it here while I can still talk before he comes back. So I will backtrack and tell the story in more detail. There is a lot to it. The police gets involved. I end up being homeless. It's so much stuff that happens. And this will all lead up to how I met my husband. But I will get into all this detail and crap later on. But yeah, it was just so messy. And FYI, if any of you Japanese guys, please don't try to follow me online or anything creepy or weird like that. First of all, I don't post anything there anymore. And secondly, I'm just gonna block you. Like, if I blocked you online, why the fuck would you go out of your way to try to follow me on, what do they call that little line story thing or whatever thing is? Forgot what Zoom is what they call it. I'm not friends with you. You're not gonna see anything. In fact, I should start posting stories of showing me and my husband, me sitting on his lap and shit. So stop. Anyway, I'm done, you guys. I'm really, really sorry. I talked for too long, too much. I thought I had more time than I did. This time went by so fast. Um, I will make a second part to this live stream. I'm super, super sorry. I can't even say when it's going to be. I'll try to do it next week on Sunday. So right now, let's see. I cannot promise this. You will know because I'll post a video and it'll have the time on it. Right now, the plan would be Sunday, February 19th. And I say Sunday because I don't know what his schedule will be on Saturday. He might have made a permanent switch to having Saturday start from 1. But I'm telling all his business. He started from 12 today, actually. No, 12? No. He started from 9. Yes, but Saturday. Yeah, his Saturday schedule. I think he's now starting to work from 12 to 9 instead of doing 9 to 5. So that's going to make it hard for me to do a live stream without him being involved. And even if he knew like about my YouTube channel, I still don't want him to be in my live stream. Like, if he would like to do like a guest appearance or whatever, that's fine. Like, if we just talk for a moment, but I don't want him to be there while I'm telling a story time because I feel like it makes it uncomfortable for me where I can't talk freely. So yeah. And his brain couldn't even comprehend that because he's still Japanese. He'd be thinking like, why would you share all of this business on the internet? Americans are thinking this too, I'm sure, but most people can also understand that story times are kind of a thing. We do that. But yeah, as a Japanese person, he would never. So of course, he understands it's me and my life, but he'd be wondering, why would you want to do that? So yeah, I'm done. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll do part 2 later. Probably be February 19th on Sunday. I will probably do the same thing. It will not be no 11:50 start like I did today. This was special, okay? I was really hungry and I had a massive headache. I had to eat something. I made a very delicious ghetto fajita. It was like a everything fajita, y'all. It was a fajita with a fried egg, 2 pieces of bacon. I I used chicken and I had to like sit inside of like a marinade. It was really good. And I had garlic, I used bell peppers, onion, mushroom, cheese. It was delicious. So, but yeah, I'm going to have to stop this video here. I'm really sorry because he will be here now very soon. And I still need time to like clean up, etc. And I probably should wipe my makeup too. Where did you go? But he ain't gonna care about that much. He was, oh, you wear makeup. Did you go somewhere? Like, no. So yeah. Because he knows that like normally at home I always like complain about having to wear makeup. Like, I don't have to, but I feel obligated to in Japan because most people do when you go outside. So normally when I leave my house, I do wear makeup. At home, I don't. So he'll probably think that I went somewhere. And of course, my husband, just like how you all would think of stuff too. It's funny. He thought that I was cheating on him, but really, I'm just trying to secretly handle my stuff for YouTube. I have like journals and stuff around the house, or like have like notes about YouTube videos I want to do. And like even my email, like I'll stay up late at night and I'll be like replying back to you all's emails and like scrolling like through messages and whatnot. And he'll be like, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. Just checking my email. Who are you emailing at 2 a.m.? Friends. Your friends. So yeah. I don't want to make him uncomfortable and distrusting towards me either. And I do want to tell him the truth about this as well. So it's hard to explain to you, especially when you're not a YouTuber or not shy, anxious, or whatever. But I didn't even want to tell my family about my YouTube channel. Most of them still don't know. Only my mother knows, and my half sisters know, probably because they're nosy. I'm sure they know too. But Yeah, I never like openly talk about my channel. It's embarrassing. And then plus I give a lot of my opinion on my channel. It's not just me showing you places and stuff. It's really personal and private. I share stories and stuff. The people that have met with me and work with me don't even know about me. So yeah, that's all. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm done with this video. I have to stop now before he comes home. So thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. He has a double shift today, so I need to cook for him. That's all for this video. I'm really sorry I didn't finish the live stream and I made it about everything else but the topic. So I will do a part 2 that will be more focused. And I'll tell the story slowly in more detail. But do keep in mind that even when I tell it the second time, I'm sure I'm going to mess up details or remember more details, etc. So it's just too much. So really, really sorry. But long story short, I dated someone that was really bad. He screwed me over. He trashed my stuff. He sold my stuff. He blackmailed me, and I'll get into the blackmail and everything else at the next video. So really sorry, you guys. I have to continue later. So I'm freaking out. I only got 15 minutes. Oh my God, I can't do shit in 15 minutes. All right. Goodbye, you guys. Thank you for watching, and thank you for joining me, even though it took so long to start. So yeah, I appreciate that. Next Sunday, I will try to do the stream. So if you have any questions, you can leave a comment on this video after the stream ends. You can still email them to me or DM me. I will check that really quick before I end this stream if I have any. Nope, no email. Any DM? Let's see. Nope, I'm good. Okay. So yes, I will end it here. So sorry. I'm sorry for rushing the story, you all. But I had a good conversation with you all past the day. Made my day go by really fast. So normally I'm like sitting at the clock and like, okay, my husband will be here in 2 hours. Minus, 2 hours plus 30 minutes. Or okay, he has his break now, so it means only 3 more hours plus 30 minutes to commute. I do like that. So yeah, this helped. All right. Bye, you guys. Have a good day. I don't know who's gonna win the Super Bowl, but I am looking forward to Rihanna's halftime show. So let's see how that goes. Yeah, that's all. So goodbye, people. And happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I will share a video for that probably. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. We might not do much. So if we don't do much, it'll probably just be on Instagram. So that's all. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And thank you for joining my stream. I'm so sorry again. I promise I'll continue this and I'll talk only about that first. And then we'll get into the other stuff at the end for the people that choose to stick around after the main story. So I'm done. I'm wrapping it up. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for watching. Love you guys. And yeah, if you want to be nosy, find out more, see pictures, and see the videos on my phone that I was showing you guys. It's not on Patreon yet, but it will be there hopefully later this month. All of this stuff, that's my stuff outside, FYI. You might recognize my pink couch. If you want to see all of this stuff, that'll all be on Patreon. I have an entire album just for that. So, oh, you're welcome. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice talking to you guys. It's also nice seeing the same people too. Like I'm starting to like recognize you guys' names. Like I know some of you guys on Patreon already off the top. I can recognize your username. But all right, I'm done for the 50,000th time. So I'll be on Mario Kart tonight. So if you want to play that, I forgot my username. I forget if it's Comic95. I think it's Comic95 or Comic95 the save. I think it's Comic95. So look in the description box. I think it's there. You can find it there and add me and play with me, please. So, okay, I'm done. Thank you, guys. Good night. Good morning. Goodbye. I don't know which team want to win. Philadelphia Eagles? Is it the Eagles? Oh, my God. I don't want to say the wrong city name, but all right. Go Eagles. Eagles versus Kansas City something. I don't know. All right, whatever. Bye, y'all.